A Dark Beauty, Victorian Retellings Book 1. Written by Clarissa Kae. Read for you by Deborah Balm. Chapter 1. Georgiana de Beaumont, London, 1850. In the very centre of London, the late summer sun burned the morning mist off Georgiana's slate roof. The cursing and hammering from the Paddington Station construction builders began at first light, the one flaw in an otherwise ideal living situation. Georgiana's humble abode was positioned perfectly for her growing business of fixing machinery. She was 2 streets east from tenant buildings crammed with families, and 3 streets west from the well-bred and the well-heeled. Her father had picked this particular townhome. This was to be their safe haven. For once, Georgiana would share a home with her father. On the edge of her worn desk, Georgiana stood on the tip of her bare toes, one hand on the wall, the other refilling the oil lamp, another task left undone by the servants. Georgiana had never been to her father's native France, her northern accent evidence enough, but her newly employed servants remembered her family's impoverished arrival the year before. The de Beaumonts had yet to clean the stain of abject poverty from their newly risen status, or the memories of all the family members they'd lost along the way. Nearing the lamp's wick, her fingers itched. Georgiana had kept her distance from fire, her left hand and arm bearing the burn marks of a night she'd rather forget. The price of that fire was too great. The loss of a sister was unforgettable, unforgivable. The thick oil took its time, reluctantly sliding into the circular belly of the lamp. With her palm on the wall, Georgiana inched back to safety, her feet firmly on the floor. She slipped her stockings back on, the troubled sewing machine still on her desk. Neglected, the machine was delivered early this morning by a desperate maid who feared the repair would be deducted from her pay. Georgiana ran a finger along the top. Machines were just puzzles, much easier to understand than people. Every cog had its place. The butler's footsteps echoed down the hall. Georgiana hurried with her boot fastenings. The servants would love nothing more than to spread gossip about the silly de Beaumont miss. No one cared that the once bedraggled family with tattered clothes was no longer a charity case, but now employed local townsfolk. With her father's reputation leaving him with little time at home, Georgiana was left alone to face the prejudice. The butler's footsteps neared. Georgiana jumped to her seat at the desk, her hands shaking. The sewing machine, thankfully, sat innocently before her. A double knock on the door was followed by the lanky butler appearing at the threshold. Smith cleared his throat, but did not meet her gaze. "You've a visitor, miss." Georgiana swallowed the reprimand. Her time in the north had taught her how a servant would normally behave. The butler should have immediately told her who was in attendance, along with the reason for the call. Georgiana would know the routine. She'd spent 4 years at the beck and call of a dowager rich enough to buy her own country. But the dowager was a woman of substance, not a woman who'd buried her mother and sister. The old woman was both demanding and generous, and suspiciously comfortable with Georgiana's affinity for masculine work. England permitted a woman to run the country, but not pick a lock or mend a mill. Lock. Georgiana narrowed her gaze, the butler forgotten. With the increased light from the lamp, Georgiana found the problem. The sewing machine's lever and ball stud had cracked. The teary-eyed maid needn't worry. A simple fix and the machine would be right as rain. "Miss de Beaumont." The butler's voice carried a softer tone but lacked any true warmth. "A carriage has arrived for you." Georgiana nibbled her lip. She would not cave. Not after overhearing him complain to the housekeeper of Georgiana's lack of decorum and her father's questionable character. It was an old argument that had plagued the family wherever they moved. Many believed Lucien de Beaumont was a locksmith by day, burglar by night. If only the man had time to do both occupations. He was a slave to his work. Georgiana's father rarely slept as it was. The butler cleared his throat once more. "The Earl of Rochelle is not a man to be left waiting." Blast! Georgiana stood with a snap. The butler smirked. Georgiana narrowed her gaze. "Thank you, Smith." He waited for her to follow. Georgiana glanced about the room. A myriad of fabrics, wristwatches, and metal cogs of other machines was strewn about. Her father wasn't the only de Beaumont working night and day. Georgiana was relegated to the smallest room in the house, and the darkest. Georgiana's brother had left for a life at sea instead of staying together in London. There was no one at home to help Georgiana receive the Earl. The servants would have plenty to gossip about. She didn't know the proper protocol of daily conversation. Her life of ease was cut short. The French Revolution had made sure of that. The de Beaumont's fate had more peaks and valleys than her father's native country. "Miss, I'm coming," Georgiana snapped and cursed under her breath. She froze, wishing she could take it back. Smith's eyes bulged in his tiny face. He would make sure to mention her uncouth behaviour to one and all. "I beg your forgiveness, Smith." He smirked and said with a bow, "Yes, Miss de Beaumont." She ran a hand over her skirt, still unsure of how she should proceed. Smith held out his arm, his smirk still firmly in place. She lifted her chin and smiled sweetly. "Thank you." Grabbing her gloves from off the desk, Georgiana turned and locked the door to her workspace, ignoring the grunt from her butler. "Am I to assume you'd rather not have that room cleaned?" His gaze flicked to her hands wriggling into her gloves. Her scars were hard to miss. Georgiana prayed she'd been quick enough to hide them. She slipped the key into her pocket and cocked her head to the side, mimicking the Dowager Spaniel puppy. Perhaps if she pretended to be a lovable creature, her words would be heard. "I am wondering just how many rooms need to be cleaned, and how many positions are truly needed here." The smirk fell from the butler's face. He nodded and silently walked down the corridor. Georgiana's small victory was short-lived. She'd been in the presence of a nobleman exactly twice, once at the Dowager's house, and second, the night she lost her sister. She hadn't the slightest idea what would draw the attention of someone so highly ranked. "Lord Rochelle, may I present Miss de Beaumont?" Smith nodded and waited for Georgiana to enter the quaint living room. Instead of leaving her alone, he folded his hands and stood at the threshold. This was the closest Georgiana had come to a truce with any of the servants. The Earl stood in the centre of the living room, his hat in hand and his frock coat still on his lithe frame. Smith had not properly greeted him with offers of comfort. Perhaps the truce was only a ruse. Lord Rochelle made no disguise of his scrutiny, taking in her hair, her waist, and her gloves. His wide shoulders and tall stance exuded masculine beauty. His piercing blue eyes and thick head of dark hair pushed his good looks to another realm entirely. He was a man to behold, a man who knew his worth. "I've heard of your skill, but why has no one talked of your beauty?" And a man with far too much confidence. Georgiana swallowed the retort and hoped her smile was sweet. "I need no flattery, my lord." "Ah, apparently you don't. Are the admirers aplenty then?" Lord Rochelle tossed a mischievous grin. He sidled up to her, his eyes taking her in once more, lingering on her hips a touch too long. Georgiana felt a blush forming. She fought the curse threatening to escape. Her younger brother had taught her all too well how to articulate displeasure. She glanced back at Smith, the butler's smirk back in place. She held out her hand. "May I take your coat and hat, Lord Rochelle?" "No, Mr. Beaumont." His grin widened to a dazzling smile. A dimple appeared to wink at her. His tailored coat and trousers were well made, but the pocket watch peeking from his waistcoat told another story. A family crest was engraved on the back, The etching knew. This man was a fresh nobleman and didn't know the first thing about caring for a fancy watch. Georgiana stepped closer and gave a shallow curtsy. At least she knew why this man was here. The watch would be a simple fix. "It is no trouble, I assure you." "I'm afraid we've no time." "You are correct." Blast it all, she shouldn't have said that. Of course the Earl had no time. The watch was poorly cared for indeed. The Earl raised his eyebrows. "I am?" "It's a simple fix." Georgiana held out her hand. When Lord Rochelle didn't move, Georgiana sighed and came closer still. She pulled the watch from his coat pocket. "It's a pin pallet escapement instead of an inline lever. That makes it more delicate. Would you like me to fix the pin, or would you rather I change the entire escapement to the lever?" Lord Rochelle chuckled, the sound low and inviting. He covered her hands in his. "My dear, you are a delight." Georgiana started. She took a giant step back, her face flushing wickedly. He touched her, and she... Oh no, he wasn't a client. She'd been so forward. She hadn't meant to. Blast! She could feel the heat of her embarrassment. "I'm sorry, my lord." "I am not." He slipped his watch back in the pocket of his waistcoat. "I'd no idea today would be filled with such revelations." Georgiana's gaze flicked to her fidgeting butler. She'd made herself a fool again. If her father had been here, she would never have been in the room. He protected the privacy of his clients and, more often than not, met the ton at their polished chateaux. "You are indeed the daughter of Lucien de Beaumont, then?" Lord Rochelle winked at her. "As lovely as your little demonstration was, and please know that I am very much tempted to recreate the moment, we truly need to leave." "I beg your pardon, sir." Georgiana kept her voice low, praying her indignation did not show. The man was a cad. What gentleman winked at a woman, even a lower-class one, in her own home? There were countless hours of work left to do. Entertaining an earl, regardless of how handsome, would have to wait. The memory of days without food, or a bed to call her own, was not yet forgotten. Nor was her promise to her mother to keep the family together. Georgiana had failed to keep her sister safe, and her brother home. And now she would never have enough work, never enough money stocked away. One day, one blessed day, she could ease her father's load and worry. "I'm not able to leave at the moment, but if—" "Mr. Beaumont," the Earl chuckled softly and nodded to the butler behind her. "Perhaps I've not been clear." "Or perhaps you've not heard." His eyes widened, his lips stretching to a joyful grin. "You're a plucky one, Mr. Beaumont." "Lord Rochelle." "The Queen, Mr. Beaumont." He placed his hat on his head and held out an arm. "Her Majesty the Queen of England requests your presence." "Ah, in that case, I'll grab my coat." Georgiana rolled her eyes. This man was ridiculous. "Brilliant." The Earl checked his broken watch. "We'll have to hurry the horses to make it in time." "But I do have to wonder." Georgiana couldn't resist. Teasing this overly confident gent was far too tempting. She tapped her chin. "Why would Her Majesty, the great Queen of England, request my presence? I am, as I'm sure you are aware, Miss Georgiana de Beaumont, the daughter of a locksmith. Not a duke, not a baron." "A decade ago I was the son of a simple Mr. Whitworth." The Earl's face softened. He looped an arm through hers, pulling Georgiana toward her front door. "I don't know the will of the Queen. I only know that she has the power to change your fate." Chapter 2. Dominic Pichon, Buckingham Palace. Dom fidgeted in the corner of the great room, hating the foolish conversations. He was surrounded with greatness. It was bloody Buckingham Palace. a fact lost on his present company. A dozen noblemen sat in a half-circle in front of the Queen. He groaned and picked at the calluses on the palms of his hand, evidence of his dedication to pugilist practice. Surrounded by idiots, Dom was bored stiff. Only his overly pregnant cousin, the Queen, could summon Dom from his castle. He was the only baron in the history of England that dukes and earls showed deference. He kept the left side of his face in the shadow, showing only his right, unmarred skin to the small company. "Dom, what do you think?" The pity crossing the Queen's features rankled Dominic. He wasn't weak. He didn't need her worry. "It doesn't matter what I think, Drina," he grumbled. She was no longer Drina, the scrappy cousin who teased him relentlessly. She was Queen Victoria, Her Majesty of England. The company fell silent, waiting for the correction. She covered her mouth with delicate hands and chuckled. "Oh, Tom, come now. Tell me your thoughts on the exhibition." The tension holding his shoulders eased. For a moment, they were young and free. She was once again the older cousin, sneaking him treats from the cook, while he followed after her, soaking up her foolish bits of wisdom only a young girl could possess. "It's not safe." The Duke of Girard shook his head of dark curls and stood. "The French king is hiding in our own country. We cannot risk the safety of our queen, our people. The exhibition is asking for revolutionaries to destroy something beautiful." He sighed, his head falling back, his eyes drifting to the ceiling. The meeting had gone on far too long for all involved. "What about cholera?" Victoria sat a little straighter, her gaze flicking to the door where her husband, the lanky Prince Albert, had disappeared in a huff moments before. The science exhibition was his passion. For being a foreigner, the prince certainly seemed eager to show Britain's superiority. "What if we took precautions?" "To what end?" The Duke of Girard gestured toward the wide window. He was a recent English nobleman, his family hailing from France just a few generations back. "What precaution would hold off cholera?" Cholera. The silent enemy that still wasn't fully understood. Cholera could skip from country to country, reappearing just as the population began breathing easier. London was no exception. Cholera had snuck into the dark heart of the inner slums. Dom's penchant for seclusion had kept his little barony free of the disease. "Gerard!" The Queen paled. Whatever precaution she was about to divulge had nothing to do with cholera. She lifted her chin, her eye catching Dom's, a plea in her gaze. "That is why I am here, Gerard." The lie came easily. Dom had few family members he could trust, and even fewer friends. He would not turn his back on Victoria. "I believe the Queen's doctor has already given recommendations on how to contain cholera, but I might be of some assistance." You are going to offer help." The Duke of Girard's mouth fell open. He eyed Dom, a feat considering the Duke was a whole head shorter. "You deign to leave your throne of thorns to visit the lowly mortals of England." Dom bristled at the slight. Perhaps this was the real reason Victoria had invited him. She must have needed help with pompous fools. Dom folded his arms and scratched his jaw. "I come when common sense has been ignored." Girard narrowed his gaze. He'd been without a proper set-down for too long. Dom was more than willing to give the idiot his due. The Duke pivoted, his eyes flicking from the Queen to Dom. "I beg your... The good doctor sent his communication of cholera to you personally." Dom had guessed. The hunch in Girard's shoulders told Dom he was correct. And yet nothing was done. "Nothing," the Duke chuckled. He folded his arms across his chest, clearly pleased with himself. "You've spent too much time pining in your castle, Lord Pichon. While you've been licking your wounds, we've passed the Sewerage and Drainage Act." Victoria stood with a snap. "Gerard!" "Licking my wounds?" Dom asked quietly. He left the safety of the shadows and walked to the centre of the room, aware of the gasps. He was born a brute, twice the size of all his peers. "And what wounds do you speak of?" He ran a hand through his hair, pausing at the hairline. He turned to his right and showcased the webbing of puckered skin to the small crowd of noblemen. The burn scars crept down the side of his face and neck, disappearing behind a loose cravat. No one, save Victoria, met his gaze, and her look was one of pity. "A dozen gentlemen." Dom held out his hand. "A dozen noblemen in the greatest country cannot handle a few scars. And yet, you were frightened of the men from other countries." His words pulled the gaze of the Duke. Before the man could launch another argument, Dom added, "If you are afraid of this." He ran a finger down the side of his face. "Then it's time you let brave men lead." Dom stepped back and nodded to his cousin. "Or, perhaps, a woman." She beamed, her eyes welling with moisture. He still didn't understand why she'd asked him to come. The gentleman, aside from the Duke of Girard, clapped, supporting Dom's words. She grabbed his arm and squeezed, mouthing, "Thank you." Dom whispered, "You might want to hurry and talk about your other precautions." He'd only just read Dr. Snow's recommendations on cholera last week. If her idea wasn't spectacular, he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. Intimidation could temper pride, but only for a moment. Dom's communication for the past 4 years was limited to commanding servants and writing scathing letters to his peers. He gently urged his cousin forward. "One concern, my dear gentleman." Victoria smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Although I am grateful for both the Duke and Dom, Lord Pichon's suggestions." Dom. He longed to be simply Dom again. Was it so long ago when both he and Victoria were carefree? She had been the queen for over a decade. The beginning of her reign was a delight. Dom was welcomed everywhere. That was before. Dom swallowed the anger. Before was a place Dom couldn't return to. Not after that fateful night, leaving the right side of his body forever scarred. He paid a fortune for several surgeons to butcher his face. The only benefit? His lower eyelid no longer drooped. Dr. Snow was the doctor who'd performed the last surgery a year before. "This is the best I can do, my lord." The words haunted Dom still. "Truly, I am grateful for the concern." The Queen nodded to the guard, who spun around and disappeared behind the door. "We've spoken of dangers that we may or may not be able to control. Other countries, disease." She winked at Dom and smiled sweetly at the Duke. "But what of the exhibition's own security?" Girard wiped his brow, eyeing Dom from his seat. Dom wouldn't retreat to the shadows. He stopped a smirk from forming. Perhaps his cousin was correct when she'd written him. Maybe Dom was missing out on much-needed entertainment, although he doubted intimidating his peers was what Victoria had in mind. The Queen pressed forward, a knowing look in her eye, the same face she'd wear before delivering a fatal move in chess. "My husband's vision of a grand exhibition to show the world Britain's power would draw the attention of both friend and foe." Girard waved his hand with a frustrated sigh. "I believe I was clear on that fact." "Our enemies are abroad and within." Dom tapped the side of his face. All it took was one late-night run-in with a thief to change his life forever. No longer did Dom take part in Parliament or dinner parties. Word spread of his hideous face, the invites halting immediately. Except for Victoria. She might be the Queen, but she was still Dom's cousin to the bitter end. Girard cocked an eyebrow at Dom. "You cannot complain of fleas when you run with dogs." "You cannot inspire bravery," Dom hissed, "when your tail is tucked between your legs." He flexed his hands at his side. The Duke, and the rest of the ton placed the blame of Dom's injury on his raucous youth. Dom was a gentleman and surveying a tenant farmer's land when disaster had struck. His university days of lying about were well behind him before his face was marred forever. His thoughts stumbled on the lie. In truth, he was not a saint, not then and not now, but no one deserved an eternity in exile. Even his closest friends had abandoned him. "Gentlemen," Victoria held out her hand as the guard appeared once more. "May I introduce you to—" A woman entered, cutting off the Queen's words. Victoria's eyes widened. The stranger was not who the Queen had invited, or at least expected. The woman's clothes were new and of good quality, nothing like the ladies of the peerage, but not of the lower class either. Her skirt was wide, the same bell-shaped skirts Victoria wore, but instead of a formal dress expected at an introduction to the most powerful monarch, this woman wore a simple day dress. The woman had her hair pulled back, curls framing her face. A fetching face at that. Her smooth skin and wide, dark eyes were nothing short of brilliant. Even Gerard scoffed at the woman's appearance. He'd not been privy to who she was either. None of the shimmering fabrics, or silk, or taffeta donned the woman's apparel, aside from her gloves. They were either hardly used or just purchased. The woman's frame was petite, her half-boots peeking below the hem. Her lifted chin and straight back reminded Dom of someone. Aside from his current trip to London, Dom had been nowhere, keeping to the shadows of his ancestral home. A man followed her into the room. Blast it all, Nicholas Whitworth strutted behind the woman, a cane tucked under his arm. The fool wore his arrogance like a medal. His father was recently gifted the title of Earl, and graciously died, leaving the fool with the rank and prestige he did not deserve. "Lord Rochelle," the guard said with a bow. He turned to the woman. "Miss Georgiana de Beaumont." De Beaumont. The words rolled around in Dom's head. He'd heard that name before. His vision blurred. It could not be. De Beaumont. His skin warmed at the memory. Dom shook the stupor from his mind. Fate had delivered this woman to him. Justice would finally be his. "Your Majesty." Miss de Beaumont dipped a low curtsy, her eyes taking in the room. Nicholas echoed her sentiment. He handed his cane off to the footman and folded his hands behind his back. "Mr. de Beaumont was unavailable, Your Majesty." Miss de Beaumont's eyes widened, her gaze flicking between the Queen and her companion. "I believe I am at a disadvantage." This chit had no idea why she was summoned. Dom groaned. He didn't believe that for a moment. She was a de Beaumont. Pain and suffering was all that she could give. Did she know that he was the man all those years ago in the fire? Was she aware of what her family had cost him? A faint blush threatened to appear on Victoria's cheeks. The Queen's plan was unravelling. Victoria cleared her throat, her skin fading back to her signature creamy complexion. "Your father is Lucien de Beaumont." "Indeed, Your Majesty." Miss de Beaumont curtsied once more, but her eyes held no hint of humility. Lucien had 2 daughters. One of them had been the cause of Dom's burned face. Nicholas cocked his head to the side, an amused smile dancing on his lips. He was intrigued by the woman. Dom inched closer. She could not be one of Lucien's daughters. This creature was far too small, her waist appallingly tiny. Her hands were like a child's. Dom circled the woman, ignoring the scoffs of the committee. Her dark eyes were large like a doe, and her lips were scandalously large and red. She was entirely too pretty to be a de Beaumont, although she would fit quite nicely on Nicholas's arm. He collected shiny things, ladies included. Miss de Beaumont's eyes flicked to Dom's. He waited for her to gasp at his face. She lingered on the scarce for a moment before meeting his gaze. Her left hand flexed in front of her, but nothing. Not a sigh or a retreat. Nothing. Dom narrowed his gaze. "You cannot be Lucien's daughter." "Are you to interrogate the woman, Dom?" Nicholas chuckled behind Miss de Beaumont. "I can assure you she lives at the very same residence of Mr. de Beaumont. If you'd like, we can visit her home and inspect her family portraits." Miss de Beaumont stepped forward, away from both Nicholas and Dom. "Your Majesty, I fear I am not the locksmith you prefer." Dom snorted. "You dare call de Beaumont a locksmith?" Victoria gave a slight shake of her head. To the woman she pasted a smile. "My dear, I am in need of your father's service." "Perhaps." Miss de Beaumont simpered like a well-bred debutante. Dom shook his head, praying his cousin would see the woman for what she was. She was just another member of the ton, the humility practiced and not at all sincere. "If I may be so bold, I can offer my perspective. I will, no doubt, be inferior to my father, but I do have experience in locks and mechanics." "She was tinkering with a sewing machine when I arrived," Nicholas smirked. He brushed his knuckles along his chest as if he, and he alone, had created the lovely woman to his left. A glimmer of ire crossed her features. Miss de Beaumont didn't appear to be fond of her companion. With Nicholas's dashing smile and thick dark hair, he should have his pick of the gentler sex. "Is there a reason you know of my tinkering?" Miss de Beaumont whispered through a tense smile. Perhaps there was hope for the woman yet. "Your butler was singing your praises." Nicholas waved his hand with a flourish. "The family appears to have quite the skill with all things mechanical." Dom whispered low enough for only her ears. "Your father and you have quite the legacy now, don't you?" Miss de Beaumont turned her dark eyes on Dom. She didn't recoil at his face, nor did she cower at his enormous frame. She lifted a noble eyebrow and whispered back. "There is not a lock I cannot break, nor is there a machine I cannot fix. Disparage my father all you want. I know the truth." Dom inched closer. Bold words for such a little thing. She lifted her chin. Size has never mattered in a battle between wits. Chapter 3. Georgiana de Beaumont, Buckingham Palace. Standing before the Queen of England was an experience Georgiana had yet to consider, let alone being invited to Buckingham Palace. The gilded ceiling and sparkling floors were beyond her wildest imagination, and yet all she could focus on was the irritated man to her left. Lord Pichon was a beast of a man, at least a head taller than every other gentleman in the room. He lifted his chin, his eyes staring at Georgiana with a contempt she'd not felt before. The scar sliding down his face tugged at her heart. She knew the pain of burns. Even now, on the brink of colder weather, her skin would itch and crack. "At least you're alive," the doctor had told her. The words haunted her still. She was alive, but her sister wasn't. "A battle of wits," Lord Pichon hissed. From his coat to his boots, the man held an aura of wealth and power. Georgiana didn't know his rank, but she would never cower to a tyrant, even one as big as a horse. "Wits, my lord." She kept her voice low, grateful that the Queen was preoccupied with the committee for a moment. "If you're needing an explanation, then I believe I've already won." She felt a hand on her elbow. "She's a beauty, isn't she?" Lord Rochelle beamed at her side. Georgiana smiled politely and curtsied once more, not out of deference. She needed an excuse to remove Lord Rochelle's hand. "Still collecting shiny things, Nicholas?" Lord Pichon scoffed. "Or have you run out of money again?" He tusked and rubbed the back of his head. "Do you need another loan? You're not borrowing from the de Beaumont family, are you?" "Dom?" the Queen called, her voice both soft and firm like a seasoned mother. She held out an arm, beckoning Lord Pichon to her side. Whoever this scarred man was, he was a favourite of the monarch. With a quick glance, Lord Pichon was also the enemy of every other gentleman in the room, the only similarity between him and Georgiana. Lord Pichon, or Dom, as Queen Victoria had called him, dipped his chin, but didn't relinquish his position, keeping his scarred side toward Georgiana. If it was to intimidate her, the nobleman would need a different tactic. Georgiana looked at her own scars every day, and would for the rest of her life. A darker man named Gerard turned his head toward her, his gaze flicking between Lord Rochelle and Georgiana. She felt a draught from his stony expression, something quite different from Lord Pichon's blunt disdain. The Duke of Gerard was quiet, his eyes taking in the room as if he were playing chess. In a way, he reminded Georgiana of her father. The man rarely spoke, but his eyes never stopped observing. "Lucien de Beaumont?" another gentleman asked. He wiped his balding head. He was twice the size of the poor chair he sat upon. "I've heard of him." "I've no doubt," Lord Pichon murmured. "Is there a reason you're so set against my father?" Georgiana whispered. She had left her position in the north and begged her siblings to come together, all in an attempt to be a family again. She would not abandon her father now. "Please tell me you have something more original than the oft-repeated rumour of him being a thief." Lord Pichon narrowed his eyes. Before he could reply, the stoutly gentleman began again. "He's reworked the locks of our home in Winchester." Lord Pichon opened his mouth. His every move was exaggerated by his large frame. If he gasped, it echoed, or if he paced, he stole the attention of everyone in the room. He was an elephant, impossible to ignore. "And what exactly did he do for you?" Georgiana asked, a touch louder than necessary. She wanted everyone to hear of her father's superior skills. The gentleman scratched his head. "He changed our locks to make it more difficult to pick, and he installed locks on the windows." "Why install a lock on a window?" Lord Pichon asked. Several gentlemen winced. Lord Pichon was nonplussed. That, or oblivious to the fear he incited in his fellow men. The noblemen would tuck their shoes under their chairs and lean away from Lord Pichon if he came too close. A simple kick to the glass or the frame would render a lock useless. "Do you always solve problems by force?" Georgiana had little doubt the man was familiar with kicking in windows, and people. "Do you ever use that brain of yours?" Lord Rochelle snorted next to her. Georgiana straightened her back. She hadn't meant to tease Lord Pichon so harshly. She felt her face flush. Drat. She'd been childish. This was a nobleman, not her brother. Had she lost her head so quickly? Had she been too consumed with machines that she'd forgotten social niceties? Lord Pichon came to her side. "Your whispering needs work." His voice was gruff and low. "As do a great many things." "Save your lectures on decorum, my lord." She lifted her chin. "I'll not take lessons of delicate behaviour from a bull." "No, you'd rather from a pretty swan." The Baron eyed Lord Rochelle, who'd begun rubbing his watch on his vest. "The poor thing needs more help than I can give." Georgiana covered her mouth. She'd said the words out loud. She pinched the bridge of her nose and shook her head. What was it about this insufferable lord that loosened her tongue? "He didn't hear you," Lord Pichon said softly. His voice held a warmth, as if he approved of her slight. "I shouldn't have said it. And she shouldn't be aligning herself with a brute." He squared his stance. Unabashed, he looked her over from her crown to her toes. She felt curiously exposed under his careful scrutiny, much different than when Lord Rochelle and Gerard had looked at her. "Is there anything else I can assist you with, Lord Pichon?" His lip quirked. If not for the scarring, the movement could have been a charming smile, not a nasty snarl. Her heart softened. If her sister had lived, she would have been scarred like this man. But she hadn't. She breathed too much of the smoke, and after years of fighting consumption, her body succumbed to the damage. "And can you, Miss de Beaumont?" Queen Victoria held out her arm, inviting Georgiana to speak. Georgiana winced. She'd been too preoccupied with the frustrated Lord Pichon to pay attention to what Her Majesty asked of her. "Of course she can," Lord Rochelle boasted. With a hand at the small of her back, he led her forward. "But she needn't. Once her father knows of the request, he'll be here as quick as he can." The Earl spoke as if he had control over Lucien's schedule. Georgiana didn't have a clue. How could this stranger? Georgiana glanced back at the other gentleman, Lord Pichon. A chill had crept in. She'd been warmer at his side, even if they were arguing. Perhaps they were connected, both heated from the marks of a fire. "It is not for lack of trying." Victoria's smile was tense. "I apologize on behalf of my father." Georgiana hadn't listened to the Queen's entire proposition, but she knew the difficulty of seeing her own father. "He works tirelessly and is difficult to get a hold of." The heavy gentleman from before nodded his head. "Aye, we had to wait months for him to come out." Victoria rubbed her temples. "If it took Mr. de Beaumont months to attend to a home, he will not be able to manage the exhibition. There are far too many locks." "And windows," the gentleman offered. "Then it's a good thing we have 2 de Beaumonts." Lord Rochelle clasped his hands together. He was trying too hard. Georgiana didn't know if his overconfidence was for her or the Queen. Victoria laid a hand on her swollen belly and sat with a sigh. "I was told Lucien was the best." "And he is." Georgiana came to her Queen's side. "If you are set against a woman locksmith, and if my father cannot help you, he can at least advise a replacement." Victoria's gaze flicked from Georgiana to the scarred nobleman. "Dom, what do you think?" Lord Pichon clasped his hands behind his back. "I think a great many things. You'll have to be more specific." Georgiana shot him a glare. He answered with a smirk. "I can bring him." Lord Rochelle stepped forward directly between Georgiana and Lord Pichon. "And yet you failed to bring him today." Lord Pichon's low voice carried. "Do you have the plans of the exhibition?" Georgiana asked Victoria quietly. "The thicker locks that could withstand a bullet should be on the outside gates, and the thinner locks for doors and windows. I can send plans for some of our newer locks later today." Lord Rochelle held out both of his arms, his smile eerily wide and forced. "She is a gem, is she not?" "I am merely a locksmith's daughter," Georgiana curtsied. "Your Majesty, I am at your service. If your wish is that I speak to my father, I will do so gladly. If your request is to look at plans and advise on security, I will do so with honour. Whatever you're needing, I am at your service." Victoria reached for her hands, squeezing them. The image of Georgiana's mother using the same gesture pricked her heart. Oblivious, the Queen stood and called out, "Thank you, gentlemen. We've had a productive meeting and shall reconvene next week." "You did brilliant." Lord Rochelle winked at Georgiana for the second time in as many hours. "I did nothing." She only filled in for her absent father. She tried filling in as the mother to her siblings, but failed in that position as well. There was one truth that could never be broken. Her parents were irreplaceable. "Thank you for coming, Miss de Beaumont." Queen Victoria smiled, warmth in her eyes. She was quickly engaged in another conversation with several of the surrounding gentlemen. Georgiana felt Lord Pichon stare and turned to face it. Like a predator, he watched her. There was a heaviness, a cold anger in his eyes. Lord Rochelle, her ever-present companion, chatted away, unaware of their audience of one. He guided her to the door. Lord Pichon came to her side, speaking over the preening Lord Rochelle. "Tell your father to expect a call." "Are your wits already failing you?" Her face blushed once more. What was wrong with her? When had she become so shrewish in her words? She shook her head and stepped back. "I do not normally speak this way." "Whose wit has failed now?" Lord Pichon's words were sharp. She pursed her lips. This man was impossible. "Did you not hear how busy my father is? He works hard to keep his clients happy, and yet you would take that away from him. You would demand time, his one precious commodity that he has none to spare." Lord Rochelle wedged between them. "Dom only meant—" "My father is not a nobleman." Georgiana straightened her posture. She would not cower. "He does not have a title to protect him, nor does he have the wealth that allows him to stare at the walls or engage in trivial conversation." "Trivial conversation?" Lord Pichon leaned in, a vein on his neck ticking. The man's temper was unreal. His frame cast a long shadow. "You think I'd search out a simple locksmith for a cup of tea?" "You've attacked his character, so you're not aiming to hire him." She motioned to the Queen. "Unless you have some new lock invention or another exhibition you'd like to debate, what could you possibly want to speak with my father for?" "There are other reasons a gentleman speaks to a father." Lord Rochelle grinned at the brute of a baron. Rochelle brushed phantom dirt off his coat. "Is that why you're wishing for a little chat with Lucien?" He elbowed Lord Pichon. "That's it, Dom, isn't it? She's a beauty even you can't resist." Lord Pichon sneered. The thought disgusted him. Georgiana lowered her eyes. If the great Lord Dominic Pichon only knew the scars beneath her clothes, he'd do more than snarl. "I will not take up any of your father's precious time, Miss de Beaumont." Without another word, he quit their company and lurked in the shadows on the opposite side of the room. Georgiana felt his gaze as she left. Silently, she cursed her behaviour. She'd spoken out of turn. She wasn't always this forceful. Heavens, the old dowager would have sacked her if Georgiana had behaved this horribly. Perhaps she was the reason her servants were so impertinent. Chapter 4. Dominic Pichon, London. With a solid scowl, Dom stood in the corner of Queen Victoria's committee, waiting for the last gentleman to leave. Like desperate vultures, each coward circled her, sidling up to her with practised ease. Dom hated each and every one. They would ask about her children and her husband, but none of them bothered to listen to the Queen's answer. This was the ton, the upper echelon of English society. Dom scoffed. They disgusted him. At least Gerard had the decency to depart first. Dom disagreed with the man's politics, but respected his candour. England could use a heavy dose of honesty. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The last gentleman bowed too low and left with the footman. "Put down your weapons, Dom." Victoria turned to him, a hand on her swollen belly. She might be England's Queen Victoria, but she would always be his cousin. "I've brought nothing but my smile." She chuckled softly. "A smile or a sword?" Dom shrugged. "Doesn't matter. My scars make everything hideous." Victoria rolled her eyes. If he'd made the comment to anyone else, they would throw apologies and denials over him like a bucket of cold water. She looped her arm through Dom's and dragged him to the window. The busy courtyard of Buckingham Palace was slowing, guards holding position and noblemen scurrying home. "Your demeanour will always overshadow your scars." "Your little band of admirers would beg to differ." Dom wasn't naive. Like his father, Dom had inherited the body of an ox, but he knew all too well that his scars were noticed first, his mood and frame second. His face disturbed everyone, except Miss de Beaumont. She hadn't winced. Perhaps she admired her work. He had his suspicions and could not be certain, but she had to be the woman, the reason for his sleepless nights. Her family was the only one at the inn that night. His temper stretched, eager to take control. Don't hire the de Beaumonts. Victoria arched an eyebrow. Is there a reason behind your demand? They're thieves. And murderers. Dom could still smell his flesh burning. The image of a young woman, flames devouring her, her panicked screams, stole his breath. Was Miss de Beaumont the one who lit the fire? Was she the woman that night? Dom! Victoria's voice pierced him, pulling him back to the present. Her wide eyes and open mouth told him he'd hid nothing. Tell me, Dom, what is wrong? Nothing. Dominic Pichon, do not play me false. She folded her arms, looking every inch a mother. Your skin is pale and you're sweating. She waved a hand indicating his frame. You're likely to faint. Do not tell me it is nothing. It is nothing if I cannot prove it. Prove what? Victoria leaned forward, concern framing her eyes. She was but a slip of a woman, her head well below Dom's shoulders, but her worry steadied him. I can't hire a locksmith if she's a thief. She? Dom stepped back. You're hiring Miss de Beaumont. Victoria narrowed her gaze. Are you anxious because she's a thief, or because she's a woman? Ah! Dom bellowed and jumped back. I am not the worthless swine in your employ. Those men are thick-headed. I am not one of them. Don't paint me to be a savage. She is a murderer and her father a thief. Victoria walked calmly to the worn desk and sat with all the grace of her position. She folded her hands, quietly, calmly. She is a murderer, you say? What are you doing? Dom glanced about the room. There must be a reason his cousin was suddenly stoic. She was far too calm. This is serious, Victoria. I have said nothing otherwise. You've said nothing, period. He scratched his jaw. What are you playing at? She patiently pulled a paper from a drawer, a pen in hand. I would look a fool if I employed a thief and a murderer to secure my husband's exhibition. We are to show the world Britain's supremacy. How can I do that if I've hired criminals? So, you do believe me? Dom pulled at his cravat. This bothers you? She didn't meet his gaze, but rather began scribbling away on her paper. No. It came out as a growl. Victoria laid her pen down and sat back. Then what exactly is bothering you? Why are you so put out with me? He held out his arms. I am not a child. Oh, Dom, stop acting like a toddler who's been stripped of his toy. She stood slowly, shaking her head. Do you honestly think I would engage with a family who's not been properly investigated? Under normal circumstances. Lucien de Beaumont worked for the French court, Dom. He's not some rat in hiding. She folded her arms once more. Quietly, she added, I know who she is. Then why are you— Stop it, Dom. Victoria's voice pierced him, her tone biting. I know she was there that night. Her words stung. He straightened his back, retreating from her. He'd suspected, but didn't know for sure. You are not the only one who was burned. You knew? Dom struggled to breathe. I know she was there. Victoria had known. The walls blurred. Miss de Beaumont was the woman. The room was hot. He threw his cravat on the floor. I did not know she would be the de Beaumont arriving. There was a hint of an apology, her words softening. I had invited Mr. de Beaumont, not his daughter. You knew? Dom could not move beyond that fact. He hated the whine in his voice, but he needed to know. His face heated, the memory of that night all too real. Flames devoured his clothes and features. Everything that once belonged to him was torn away. Dominic Pichon was alive only on the right side of his body, his left disfigured first by a fire and then by surgeons. "You have proof, and yet—" "I know that Miss de Beaumont lost her sister to the same fire you lost your soul." "My soul," Dom growled. His cousin had gone too far. His body was disfigured, but he was still the same person he'd always been. "How could you?" "Where is the cousin I love? Is he in there?" Victoria came to him, reaching for his hands. "Where is the big-hearted man I once knew?" "He was a fool," Dom snapped. The gentleman of before was nowhere to be found. That man held an appetite for women and beds. Neither would touch him now. His growing pocketbook was the only comfort that brought him any measure of warmth. "Have you no compassion for the woman?" "Have you none for me?" Dom raised his voice, his temper flaring. He paced, his long stride sending him to opposite sides of the room too quickly. Victoria was his family, more so than his own mother, and yet now she chastised him for being angry at the one person who'd altered his life forever. "You've welcomed the enemy into your bosom." "The enemy?" He pointed to his face. "How can you employ someone who's done this to me?" "She did not burn your face." "Yes, she did. She walked away without a scratch." Dom groaned and gasped. The blasted woman had turned Victoria against him. Miss de Beaumont had taken everything from him, his face, his friends, and now his beloved cousin. "Why now? You invite me here and torture me." "She lost her sister to the same fire. Her brother abandoned her, and her father works day and night." Victoria pursed her lips. "I've had a man posted outside her home, and her servants are not tight-lipped. They are eager to spread gossip of the family." Dom held out his arm. "Does that not speak volumes of their character? Their own servants do not hold them in high regard. How can you—" "Do you truly want me to point out the hypocrisy of your statement?" Victoria whispered gently. Dom wiped his face, muffling a curse. The world had, once more, turned against him, favouring the de Beaumont family, and leaving him to be the villain, and alone. "I did not mean to hurt you." Victoria was at his side, a hand on his arm. "Mr. de Beaumont has a talent for making the smartest locks and for finding weak points in security. Please tell me you see the irony in that." "There is no evidence to suggest he is a thief, nor is there evidence that the fire was nothing short of an accident. They're paying their debt. That fire ruined them." "Ruined them?" Dom retreated from her touch. He was the one ruined, not them. "There is no evidence that Lucien de Beaumont is a man of character." "He works non-stop to provide for his family, to raise them from their fallen state." She laid a hand on her swollen belly. "As a mother, I cannot imagine a worse fate than seeing your child starve." Miss de Beaumont did not look malnourished. Although her frame was more slender than most, there were enough layers of clothes that if she were truly starving, the floor would be hidden well. Dom shook the thought. He would not feel pity for that family. "She set fire to the inn." "Could it not be an accident?" "She fled." "Or did she rush to save her sister?" "Why are you so determined to defend her?" Dom had thought more of that night than anyone, his face bearing a continual reminder. "You've placed a man in front of her house. How could that possibly tell you the woman was her sister? How does that speak to her father's character?" He clenched his fists at his sides. "She looked me in the eye and ran." "What would you have me do?" Victoria's shoulders sank and her back rounded. "Lucien is the greatest locksmith, both here and on the continent. And yet he cannot spare a minute to even look at our plans. The man works tirelessly to pay off his debt." "His debt?" Dom had saved Nicholas Whitworth from the brink of bankruptcy a few too many times. Nicholas had always wished for more. His father, bless his soul, deserved the title Victoria had given him. His son deserved nothing. One look at Dom's hideous face and Nicholas shrieked like a frightened child. The friendship formed at university disappeared, evaporated once Dom no longer held court with the ton. Not even the Queen's affection could save Dom from scorn. Who cares about Lucien's debt? The man sneaks into homes and— Victoria held up her hand. I care about you, Dom. That is why I had the family looked into. They moved into a townhome over the summer. She worked for Lady Dashiell. Lady Dashiell? The dowager could wield an insult with skill. Dom couldn't fight the grin. The very same. Dom whistled. And she lived to tell the tale. Miss de Beaumont was just recently reacquainted with her father. No one would jeopardize that union with a crime. You're thinking like a parent, not a criminal. Dom's father would have endured anything for his son, but Dom's mother— she could not be bothered to leave her inner circle. It had taken her a year to know of Dom's injury. She looked in on her poor son only twice. Her last words were a plea to marry a friend's plain daughter. You, of all people, should understand that there's more to a person than an ugly face. He vowed to never wed. You're thinking like a victim, not a survivor. Victoria shook her head. Please tell me you have a better suggestion for a locksmith. We'll have a dozen gates to secure. If not Lucien or his daughter, whom do you recommend? Anyone else, he growled. His mood wasn't caused by Victoria, but rather the memory of his mother. Any hornswoggler would be better. Why not hire a hedge creeper while you're— Dominic Pichon, Victoria snapped, her eyes filling with fury. You've insulted a woman I invited to my home. You've berated my compassion, and you've desecrated this room with your filthy language. Oh, come off. No. Victoria stamped her foot. You will listen. For once in your life, Dominic, you will stop talking and listen to someone else. Someone not in your employ, and someone who will not bend to your pitiable behaviour. Pitiable? You've become cold, angry. Her voice shook. You are not the man I knew. She held up her hand when he opened his mouth. You care more about your pain, your history, and your face than the world around you. Dom flinched. She'd been tender and caring throughout his formative years, a balm when his mother left, and a comfort when his father died. Victoria closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. I want you to be so much more. I want you to be what my uncle would have you be. Dom swallowed the retort. She was blind. He could not be anything. You and I both know that could never happen. He was rejected. He would never be like his father. Victoria cupped his elbow and leaned forward, a hand tracing the side of his scarred face. This has nothing to do with your heart. Chapter 5. Georgiana de Beaumont, London. The clipping of horse-drawn carriages and the bellowing of vendors echoed into the quiet hansom. Lord Rochelle shifted on the bench opposite Georgiana. After going toe-to-toe with Lord Pichon, the Earl appeared rather small. His frock coat was of a slender cut, showing his lean waist and trim shoulders. He mirrored the depictions of a younger Prince Albert, the Queen's husband. Newspapers went mad over His Majesty's dress. Apparently, noblemen did as well. Georgiana cared little for fashion, only the machines that sewed the fabric. Lord Rochelle leaned forward. He'd gone from flirtatious inside Georgiana's townhome to over-eager at the palace. She was very much aware of how he'd begun to look at her. Her status had risen in his eyes. The Queen is quite taken with you, as are many others. Georgiana swallowed the rising frustration. She need only tolerate the man for another few streets before she could hide away in her room and dissect the morning's events. A meeting with Queen Victoria and her committee was not something Georgiana would easily forget or understand. She was still confused as to why her presence, or rather her father's, could help secure the massive exhibition. The committee didn't need a locksmith, they needed an army. He set his mark. And by he, you mean whom? Georgiana silently chided herself. She'd taken the bait. She knew Lord Rochelle spoke of the brooding Lord Pichon. I wouldn't worry too much about Dom. Lord Rochelle checked his lazy pocket watch, his lips forming a wide grin. Georgiana's fingers itched to fix the time. He smirked. Dom? She pretended to be confused. The less she appeared to know, the less she'd have to speak. Dominic Pichon. He tapped his fingers on the edge of the seat, his eyes roaming her face. You don't recognise him at all? No, Lord Rochelle, I do not. She'd noticed Lord Pichon's puckered skin along his face. Her hand flexed on her lap. Healing from a burn took years. Not just for the skin, but for the soul. Dominic. That was the burned lord's given name. Her heart melted a little. He was a brute, she'd grant him that. But she could not fault him. Facing his peers was an act of bravery. If her scars were on her face, she doubted she would speak at all. He's a baron, Lord Rochelle prompted again, from an old family line. I assure you that means little to me. Georgiana cared for her family. Her entire world was consumed with keeping them together and safe. She'd failed her sister and mother, and now her brother was half a world away. But her father, she would do anything, do everything to keep him well. His smile grew. Some of us are from new lines. So you mentioned. Twice in as many minutes. My father was given the title of Earl. So you've said. Again. He cupped his mouth and whispered conspiratorially. It's hard for some of the old folks to make shiny new friends. Humility is hard to come by. The horses were going far too slowly. She wanted to scream, or escape the carriage and run for home, or the hills. 'Tis true. Lord Rochelle beamed, completely oblivious to her sarcasm. Dom doesn't care about titles either. He's only a baron, but walks around like he's king of the castle. Georgiana stiffened. Only a man of substance would say, only a baron. Her grandfather was a baron, and that rank was completely unreachable to Georgiana and her family. Her mother wasn't born a son and therefore unable to carry a rank to her children or spouse. There were privileges and protections reserved only for titled gentry, something her father and brother would never have. He remembers you. Lord Rochelle leaned back and folded his arms. From where is the question? I'm blessed beyond measure for it, Georgiana said dryly. She'd never met the Baron before today. She would have remembered his face, and shared his pain. Ah, he nodded, satisfaction in his eyes. You've a bite, Mr. Beaumont. So I'm told. By your servants? Lord Rochelle raised an eyebrow. He'd hit his mark. Do you always interview those in my employ? She rubbed the bridge of her nose. This man was too much. He belonged in a painting or in a novel, but for heaven's sake not in Georgiana's world. He was too loud, too bright. It is a measure of flattery, Miss Georgiana. I wish to know more of you. Lord Rochelle inched forward. Would you care to meet my cook? Georgiana wished she could wield a knife in front of him. Not that she was talented in the kitchen. She cared little for food of late. Breaking bread alone had lost its appeal. She'd give anything to sup with her father, to have anything with her father, a word or a meal. Lord Rochelle chuckled, transforming his face. He'd caught on to her teasing. Perhaps my footman. How about the scullery maid? The uptick of his lips and the crinkling of his eyes chased the tension from the cab. The softness in his face eased her frustration. If he could only stay relaxed, she could be tempted. She stifled a groan. She'd never be tempted. We are not so very different, my lady. I'm not a lady. And I am not a gentleman. True. She ignored his chuckle. She shouldn't insult a gentleman, but she doubted he cared. The man's arrogance would soften any words she could wield. But you are titled. Ah, your bite is as beautiful as your face. He cradled his knee with his hands. He was far too relaxed in her company. Dom would have loved you. You'd be quite a match. Would? I don't believe he's passed on. He appeared to be very much alive. And Georgiana was very much aware of her station in life. Once considered well-bred, her family had fallen from grace. If her father hadn't clawed his way back up, she'd still be working as a maid. A match would forever be banned. Maids were never allowed to marry. But Lord Pichon, even with a marred body, his rank would protect him from loneliness. Georgiana forced a smile. What makes you think a match is so far off? Such fire, my darling girl. Lord Rochelle's eyes lit with mischief. If Dom wasn't so miserable, he'd sweep you off your feet. He shrugged and crossed one leg over the other. He'd toss you the moment he was bored, but I'd love to watch your spats. That's a match to you, sparring with your love. Georgiana's heart fell. She didn't actually fancy the Baron, but there was pain in Lord Rochelle's words. Both men were cruel. At least Lord Pichon had reason. A burn was an injury that took months for the skin to heal, and years for the soul. Are you not French? I thought your country was one of passion. Lord Rochelle jutted his chin. The carriage slowed. He straightened his back. My father is French, yes. She arched an eyebrow. The man had a lot of gall. My mother was English. I've lived here all my life, Lord Rochelle. His gaze flicked to hers. He held up his hands. I don't mean to earn your ire, my dear. I'm only waiting to hear the rest. Lord Rochelle furrowed his brow. Of what? The carriage stopped in front of her home. She tapped the glass of the cab. If my father was not French, what would be your reasoning for my passion? Before he could answer, she shook her head. The frustration with the irritable Baron had awakened something in her. She should hang her head in shame at how she'd spoken at the palace. But there was freedom. A fire burned in her. She craved more. Would it be my sex? Because if I am to show anything other than stoic servitude, there must be a flaw. That is not. Have a good day, Lord Rochelle. Georgiana nodded her head and slipped from the carriage, not waiting for the footman. Mr. Beaumont, he called after her. She hurried up the steps. He ran after her, a hand on her elbow. Georgiana. She spun around, whispering, I did not give you leave to address me so informally, my lord. But we've not yet discussed your schedule. Schedule? He smiled, his pride comfortably settled on his shoulders. We're to return to the palace next week. No, Lord Rochelle. My father is expected to return, not me. He rubbed his neck. Queen Victoria did not say your father. She expects you. The gentleman in that room would rather rot than hear security measures from a woman. Lord Rochelle tugged at his cravat. For a moment he at least appeared sheepish. They're not the most progressive lot, are they? Most men aren't. He raised his eyebrows. I beg your pardon. She approached her door. Would you have interviewed my butler if my father was here earlier? Lord Rochelle circled her, standing in her way. I would have interviewed a rat if it was to meet the Queen. Your sex had no bearing on my questions today. I doubt it. She pivoted almost to her door. He took his hat in his hands. The blasted man was assuming he'd be invited in. I meant no offence, Mr. Beaumont. I want to earn your favour, my lady, not your ire. My favour? Heaven help me. Georgiana knew her station. She'd heard enough whispers to know what Lord Rochelle was asking. Georgiana would not be considered as a match, only a mistress. The front door opened. Smith appeared, his face smug. Lord Rochelle, Mr. Beaumont. Lord Rochelle tipped his head to the butler. Good evening. Thank Thank you for your kindness. Georgiana pasted on a smile. Meeting the Queen is a day I'll never forget. Smith's mouth fell open. A tiny victory in their ridiculous war, but Georgiana would take any win. The arrangements have not been made. Lord Rochelle rubbed the bridge of his nose. Georgiana, leaving the carriage before him, had somehow caught him off guard. You will be requested again. And what a glorious day that will be. She cocked her head to the side. If only she were talented at play acting. Until then, I'm afraid my time is occupied. Chapter 6. Georgiana de Beaumont, London. The town home was cosy, every fire lit, and had been since Georgiana returned from Buckingham Palace. Her father was asleep upstairs, leaving Georgiana to pace endlessly in her workroom. She was tempted to sneak in and check on him again. Georgiana had promised her mother she'd do all in her power to keep the family together. There was nothing for her to do. There wasn't a clock or machine in sight. Not once had she been so entirely and thoroughly bored. Even while working for the Dowager in the north, she'd always tinkered with something. She'd give anything for a broken wristwatch, or blast it all, even a dull knife to sharpen. She was useless and antsy. Even the lamp hanging over her desk was filled to the brim and well lit. Her butler and housekeeper were suspiciously quiet and obedient. It had been a fortnight since she was summoned to the Queen, but everything had changed, except her father's schedule. A knock on the door and the butler whispered, "Lord Rochelle has come to call." Georgiana waited for the snicker. A second knock. Startled at his civility, she answered, "Thank you, Smith." "Shall I tell him you are home?" The low voice came, a touch, just a hint of respect. Smith had never bothered to ask before. She opened the door and stepped back. Smith stood with his head bowed and hands clasped in front of him. He lifted his gaze, a question in his eyes. She fidgeted. "I should wake my father?" The butler hesitated but offered nothing. "I should not wake him." Pushing propriety aside, Georgiana had little desire to speak to Lord Rochelle. The man was handsome, no doubt, but there was something off about him. Or perhaps that was how the noble behaved, as if his presence was a gift. Georgiana would rather an hour of solitude with her hands busy than her ears buzzing with another shallow conversation with the Earl. "I do not believe your father is in." Smith nibbled his lip. "Are you nervous?" "No, Mr. Beaumont." "You've never acted this way before." She narrowed her gaze. Something was amiss. She didn't trust the man any more than she trusted the housekeeper, or even Lord Rochelle. There was a reason the Earl had come calling, just as there was a reason her servants were suddenly subservient. "I heard my father come in last night, or rather, this morning." She'd gone to his bedchamber to check on him. He was fast asleep, his arms hanging off the bed. Even with his eyes closed, he'd looked haggard. She'd not seen him during the day in months. Her fantasy of her family being together had begun to crack. The last letter from her brother lay on the desk. She'd read it so many times the edges were frayed. He spoke of his adventures with such passion. Georgiana questioned her decision to stay with her father. "He did retire early this morning." Smith pursed his lips and rocked on his heels. He was hiding something. "So he is upstairs?" With a slight shake of his head, the butler sighed. "He left after resting for a few hours." "He left?" Georgiana rubbed the bridge of her nose. Smith gasped. Georgiana froze. She'd forgotten her gloves. Georgiana put her hand behind her back. "Please, tell Lord Rochelle—" "Is that from the lamp?" Smith's face had grown pale. He rubbed his forehead, his lip quivering. "I'd no idea that you'd get burned. No wonder you've been cold to us." "Cold to you?" Georgiana retreated into her workroom. "You've only just been kind to me, Smith. If there's—" "I beg your pardon, Mr. Beaumont." He hadn't heard her. He shook his head. Your father doesn't know, does he? Nor of the Earl or of your behaviour, she asked quietly. Of course he doesn't. He's not seen the scars, has he? His gaze flicked to the hallway toward the living room where the Earl waited. Does Lord Rochelle know? Smith! Georgiana straightened her shoulders. The butler assumed the injury was from lighting her lamp, and his sorrow was the realization of the cost of such a wound. His words pricked her, reminding her of all that was lost. If Lord Rochelle knew, if anyone knew, she would be branded unworthy. Her slim chance of a future would be snuffed out completely. We thought you were putting on airs, that you were pretending to be higher than the likes of... Smith? Georgiana needed order, and possibly more patience, but she was running short on both. He stopped, his mouth hanging open. Gone was the arrogance. He was just a man walking the very thin line between being employed and sacked. His brow furrowed, a flicker of panic crossed his face. Please tell Lord Rochelle I will see him shortly. She flexed her hand behind her back. She'd forgotten her gloves in her room. Smith straightened, his eyes sobering. Yes, Mr. Beaumont. And please apologise for my father not being home. Indeed. Without another word, the butler left. Georgiana raced up the stairs, pausing at her father's room. She peered inside. Clothes and papers were strewn about. He must have dressed in a hurry. She tiptoed through his things. The smell of stale air stung her nose. She pushed open the smallest window of his room. Papers rustled on his desk. She groaned. She'd not meant to make a bigger mess of things. Her heart sank. Being in her father's room should have made her feel close to him. She lived under the same roof, but felt further from him than when he lived in France. Curled into her mother's shoulder, Georgiana would listen to every word her father had written. She dreamed of having her father read to her, to hear his words tinged with his native French accent. Lucien de Beaumont returned to England, but had never shared a meal with his daughter. Her brother had given up and left for a life at sea. She picked up the papers strewn about and laid them on her father's desk, most of them in French. Georgiana's mother had refused French lessons, not wanting her family to appear anything but English. Having a French father did nothing for their situation. Their English mother was the daughter of a seventh son. The de Beaumonts were on the lowest rung of society. They'd slid further down with each passing year until a few months ago. Their father's work had finally raised them from poverty. Georgiana wasn't convinced her life was better here in London. Her service to the Dowager Countess Dashel hadn't been horrible. She'd had friends to speak with, and even the widow would pepper Georgiana with mechanical questions. The messy room before her gave little warmth, and even less hope. Her father was always amiss, and her relationship with the servants had barely begun to thaw. She gathered the papers off the floor and stacked them on the desk. A family crest on an envelope peeked out from underneath the stack, a lion on the left, a phoenix on the right. She'd assumed her father had begun taking on noble clients, but this crest looked foreign to her. The lion was used by the nobleman, but a phoenix? No, that hadn't been used. At least, not on any watch or carriage that Georgiana had seen. The address was foreign, possibly French. The sound of heavy footprints on the staircase echoed down the hall. Georgiana slipped the letter into her pocket and hurried toward her room. She snatched her gloves off the bed and ran toward the stairs. Smith nodded, averting his eyes while she wiggled her burned hand into the glove. She couldn't accept her butler's kindness yet. She didn't know the reason behind his sudden loyalty. With both hands covered, they descended to the living room. Nicholas Whitworth, the Earl of Rochelle, paced in the small room, his cane and hat abandoned. Smith had done his duty as butler, retrieving both from the gentleman on arrival. Georgiana's heart softened. Perhaps she should accept Smith's repentance. Lord Rochelle wore a new frock coat that must have set him back the same amount as Georgiana's rent, but not nearly as much as the new gold chain attached to the watch, the timing still off. "Your beauty never tires, my lady," Lord Rochelle said with a gracious bow. Georgiana curtsied, her mind scurrying for something to speak of. "Thank you for coming." "Oh, it's been too long since I've seen your face." "Lord Rochelle," she sighed, "please do not flatter me. Please, please speak plainly." He grinned. "You're a rare one." "Again," she clasped her hands together. "Does the Queen request me?" Lord Rochelle's eyes dimmed. "Not today, Georgiana." Her face blushed at the Earl's informal use of her given name. She felt Smith's inquiring gaze. He would tell the servants. Georgiana didn't know what would be worse, to correct the gentleman in front of her servants or play along. "Is there something I can help you with, my lord?" "You are not too busy?" There was a knowing glint in his eye. He settled onto the sofa, stretching out his long limbs. She'd studied Lord Rochelle as he stacked pillows behind his back and crossed his ankles on the table. The man was entirely too comfortable. "I might be terribly busy, my lord." The Earl's gaze flicked to her butler. A chill swept up her neck. "Do you know something I do not?" "Have you not noticed that your time is no longer occupied?" He patted the cushion next to him on the sofa. "Yours truly is to thank." "I beg your pardon." Her voice shook. She needed the work desperately, but she could not afford to admit that fact. Her father would not be working himself to the bone if they had a farthing to spare. If they didn't pay for servants, he would lose the little reputation he'd begun to build. "Oh, come now." He patted the cushion once more. "You can't be that put out. This will give us a moment to make our plan of attack." "Attack on what?" She barely spoke the words. Lord Rochelle tusked. "I believe you mean whom." "Please." She steadied herself, refusing to sit, and tried once more. "Please speak plainly, Lord Rochelle. You've the advantage. What are you talking about?" "Dominic is quite set against you." He cocked his head to the side, looking far too much like a puppy instead of an arrogant earl. "We need to have a plan." He held out his arms. "And we cannot have a plan if you do not have time for me." Time for me? That was all the foolish man wanted. Time. That was a luxury no de Beaumont had. "I am sorry, Lord Rochelle, but time is still not something I have in spades." He folded his hands over his middle. He was here to stay. "I've cleared your schedule, my lady." "I'm not a lady." "I've given your butler double his wages to ensure you're not disturbed." Georgiana threw a glare to a sheepish Smith. That was the reason for his sudden kindness. He at least had the audacity to appear ashamed. "And now I must take your leave." "Georgiana!" Lord Rochelle was on his feet. She winced at her name. The Earl was a rake. "Sir, now that you've cleared my schedule, how am I to keep my reputation if I am not working?" Georgiana hoped he wouldn't ask questions. She needed the money, not necessarily the reputation, although, for a woman, hers was more fickle than a man's. "I assure you, the Queen already knows your gift." Lord Rochelle's wide smile looked less like a charmed boy and more like a predator. "The only man standing in your way is Lord Pichon." Georgiana refused to point out that Lord Rochelle was quite literally standing between her and the hallway. He tusked once more and folded his arms. "It is sad. I pity him." "As do I." Lord Rochelle's gaze flicked to hers. A flicker of panic crossed his face. "You were not in jest?" "A feeling pity for a man's plight." She rubbed the bridge of her nose. She needed to escape this awkward conversation. Her mind raced to find a reason. "The other day," Lord Rochelle fidgeted nervously in front of her, "in my carriage. You said you were not so far beneath him. Do you fancy him?" Georgiana's mouth fell open. "I said what?" Lord Rochelle's eyes raked over her face before breaking into a raucous laugh. She grimaced at his laughter. She wasn't fond of the Baron, but at least he didn't laugh at someone else's expense. Lord Rochelle slapped his knee and let his head fall back. He was trying entirely too hard. "You were in jest." "My lord, I must excuse myself." Her throat went dry and her left hand itched. The scars started at her fingers, snaking up her wrist and arm. She'd not worn gloves on her left hand that night. She'd heard the scream and ran, dropping her glove as she ran toward her sister. "I should have known." He sighed into his hands. "Oh, I am sorry to doubt you. It would be strange, would it not, for someone like him to have someone like you?" "How so?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. She silently cursed herself for asking. Her hand flexed at her side. "A burn like that," Lord Rochelle shrugged. "Changes a man. Scars like that go deep. He's never been the same. I can't blame him. What a lonely life. No woman, no matter how lowly, could overlook scars like that." Georgiana blinked, praying she wouldn't cry. She whispered, "No one could overlook scars like that." "Oh, my dear, don't fret." His words softened. He took her hand between his. "I shall speak plainly." He cleared his throat. "I hope to speak to your father. I would like nothing more than to court you." "What?" Georgiana retreated. "You want to court me?" Lord Rochelle grinned. "Does that surprise you?" "We've only just met." She searched for the words. This was not happening. To turn away a gentleman could be a dangerous game. "We are but strangers." "I plan to remedy that." Chapter 7. Dominic Pichon, London. For the 100th time, Dom regretted coming to London. The people in sounds surrounded him, closing in on every side. He'd been south of town for the better part of the week, staring at the enormous crystal palace built for Prince Albert's grand exhibition. Victoria didn't need a locksmith. She needed a bloody army. Albert had built a gaudy temple garden before the entrance. There was no conceivable way to keep the entrance safe, let alone an enormous building made completely of glass. After the last committee, Dom had prayed Victoria would tire of Dom's irritable nature and send him packing. Instead, she'd begun sending Dom on errands. Today was no different. Victoria had kept her promise to not hire the de Beaumonts, but left the task of replacing Lucien up to Dom. He stood on the threshold of the Aldersgate Library, every door with the locks redone. In less than a month, this building would be converted from a private library to a public one, funded by council tax. Dom pursed his lips. Most of the staff had given their notice, unsure of steady funding. Council taxes were difficult to collect when the population didn't have enough food to eat. This wasn't the London of his youth. He'd spent countless months here while his father took his seat in Parliament, Dom's mother attending shows. Until one season when Dom and his father returned to Chirk without her. Their country estate was no longer tempting enough to entice Lady Pichon. Beside the front door, the librarian stood, her notes in hand. "Is there anything else you'd like to look over, my lord?" She pushed her glasses up her nose. She didn't meet his gaze. She looked everywhere but his face during the tour, as if speaking to him pained her. Dom swallowed the rejection. This was why he rarely left Chirk. "How long did it take the locksmith to do the building?" The woman shrugged. "I've only been here a week." "And you enjoy working here?" Dom eyed her. She was young, not a year or two from Miss de Beaumont. Her speech was fine. She could be a governess instead of a librarian. Had the whole country gone mad and lost its fortune? "Enjoy my work? I suppose so." She furrowed her brow. It's not been opened during the transition, so I'm not sure I can answer that correctly. No, I suppose you can't. Dom touched the handle of the lock. He was stalling. Every building he'd inspected had the same ancient set of locks, every building except the church on Margaret Street, the only building Lucien de Beaumont had worked on. The newly installed handles and locks blended seamlessly with the architecture, and according to the priest, the members of the church felt more secure, more safe. Dom whispered, "I've been a Zounderkite." "I beg your pardon?" The woman's face paled at his vulgarity. He dipped his hat in farewell and scurried down the steps before he could further offend the new librarian. He hated being wrong. Victoria must have known the vast difference between Lucien's handiwork and other locksmiths. Of course she would. She was a bloody Queen of England. Dom climbed into the carriage and slapped his knee with his hat. He'd spent too long in the comfort of his own company. He'd forgotten how to behave in front of the gentler sex. He hung his head in his hands. Victoria hoped Dom would become like his father, a man of character. The idea was a farce, a dream that would never become reality. His footman stood outside his carriage waiting for direction. Dom slipped him the address of the de Beaumont family. He wasn't ready to admit defeat. That family should never be hired, but at least he could find out the truth of their character. Far west of the inner city, his carriage stopped in front of a modern townhome. It stood before him and held only 3 levels in its slim existence. It looked like a man holding his breath. A garden, if it could be called that, was neat and homely. There was nothing spectacular about this home, and yet the Queen had found its residents fascinating enough to invite their counsel. Victoria's worried eyes haunted him. Her love felt more like pity than sympathy. He was fine. He wasn't that angry. He clenched his fists. Blast it all. He shook out his hand. His cousin was right. Again. Victoria had sought out the de Beaumont family because of Dom. He'd seen enough. He would not enter or engage in conversation. He pulled on his cravat, feeling suddenly warm. There was something unnerving about Miss Georgiana de Beaumont, the way her lips quirked as she spoke. Nicholas was right. She was a beauty. But there was more, a simmering beneath the surface. She was angry. By what or whom, Dom didn't know. Her eyes lit up, her face shining with each barbed word. No wonder Nicholas was intrigued. Another carriage was parked in front of the townhome, and like he was summoned from hell's presence, the familiar form of Nicholas Whitworth descended the steps, a grin firmly in place. He took a cane from his footman like the dandy he was. Dom had used a cane for months after his injury. Walking, moving in any way was excruciating for the first year. The pain would send Dom reeling, panting for breath. Nicholas twirled the cane and knocked on the de Beaumont's door. The man was as handsome as the devil. He would charm Miss de Beaumont and her father. A thought wiggled in. Perhaps fate was finally stepping in. A union of Nicholas and the de Beaumont family was a perfect match. Neither had morals. Dom's former friend handed his hat and cane over to the butler, the movement pulling memories of their shared friendship from Dom's mind. Nicholas once held Dom's clothes, waiting on the edge of a dirty room for Dom to pound his opponent, bets in hand. Dom's former pretty boy face was once disarming, while his lanky frame was not. Hours of pugilist practice had taught Dom how to use what God had given him. He glanced down at his gloved hands. He still practiced with the local farmers from time to time. Dom would no longer be welcome in any sporting room, pugilist or not. Nicholas could never hold a punch, but his candied tongue could lure the ladies. A twinge of pity struck Dom. Miss de Beaumont was ripe for the picking. Had he become so hard-hearted that he cared little for a lady? Victoria had accused him of such. She believed Dom was once a fine gentleman, a man like Dom's father, a man who would march into the town home and warn Lucien about Nicholas's roguish past. Dom descended his carriage. While Nicholas flirted with Miss de Beaumont, Dom could question her father. He knocked on the door. The butler greeted him with a bow. "I've come to call on Lucien de Beaumont." The butler offered for his hat and coat. "Only Miss de Beaumont is in, my lord." Dom straightened. "I just saw Nicholas, Lord Rochelle, enter." Lord tasted bitter on Dom's tongue. Nicholas was anything but noble. The butler frowned. "Yes, my lord, it was a mistake. We had thought Mr. de Beaumont was still home. Is she in need of a chaperone? Or did the woman even care for her reputation? She was, after all, Lucien's daughter. Character was not something Dom would accuse this family of having. Indeed. The man hesitated, his gaze flicking from Dom to the door behind them. "Is there something else? I should not have confided my mistake to you." He swallowed hard. "But I cannot interrupt the Earl. I've already injured the lady. She bears the effects of that slight on her hand." "Will Mr. de Beaumont sack you for this?" Dom needed little ammunition to condemn the family, but having a servant confess his failings was something new. The butler shook his head. "He will never know of it. Miss de Beaumont won't tell him. At least, she's not told him of my other failings." Dom leaned closer. This man was not an ordinary servant. "Is this your first employment as a butler?" The man cast his gaze to his feet. "Mr. de Beaumont left his daughter in charge of hiring. She was a maid up north, and I thought—" "Does she know the error?" Dom asked quietly. His head began to spin. He'd never had this much divulged from another servant before. No wonder the woman was irritable. "I believe she is beginning to suspect." Dom pushed his hat to the butler's chest. He would help, blast it all. He was still a gentleman. "And what of Lord Rochelle? He told the Queen you'd confess Miss de Beaumont's daily schedule of fixing machines to him." His shoulders sagged. "She'll sack me for sure now." "She already knows. He said as much a fortnight ago." The butler shook his head. "Lord Rochelle paid me to turn away her work. He's just told her now." "Why would he do that?" Dom murmured to himself. The morning had taken such a turn he didn't know where to begin. He'd gone from searching for a royal locksmith to engaging with a thief's butler. "What is your name?" "Smith." He held out his hand and then dropped it. Lord Rochelle wanted a moment of her time. He was tiring of her excuses. "She does not look forward to his calls." Dom grinned. "An idea forming. I'll not tell her." Smith's eyes turned hopeful. "You won't?" Dom hunched his shoulders and cast a long look, hoping he appeared concerned. "I've been worried about her, and her father. They need all the help they can get." The butler nodded emphatically. "They do. Mr. de Beaumont is never around. Miss de Beaumont is left all alone. Now that she doesn't have work, she paces in that awful room." "Do any of Mr. de Beaumont's clients come to the house?" Dom needed two things: information on Lucien and access to his house, both of which would be easily done with the butler's confidence. Guilt pricked his heart. Victoria would slaughter him if she ever found out. "No, my lord." Smith scratched his head. "He's all secretive. But don't mention that to Miss de Beaumont. She believes the man is a saint." Dom gave a handful of coins to the butler. "I'll compensate you. Let the girl work. Just keep me in the loop. I can't help the family if I don't know what they're up against." Smith rocked on his heels, his eyes nervous. "I don't know, my lord. I still feel guilty at taking the Earl's money. She's been horribly melancholy. She can continue her work. Perhaps her mood will lighten." Dom was a bit confused. His mother gloried in how little she did. She believed a lady should be lavished in comfort, her mind not capable of continual stimulation. And yet, here was a woman who apparently craved a puzzle, much like his cousin. "But As order of the Queen, I do need help with Mr. de Beaumont. Smith's eyes bulged at order of the Queen. He straightened and clasped his hands in front of him. How so? We've been working Mr. de Beaumont to the bone. I'll help out now and again, but I need to know where or which client he's assisting. Guilt twisted Dom's stomach. His lies were growing a touch too fast. The butler shook his head. I never know where he's going. Neither does he half the time. Dom's tongue was a bit too gifted at lying. Perhaps this is how Lucien started. It'd be more helpful if I knew when he comes and goes. We cannot pay him for time that he doesn't serve. Right, Smith nodded. He's a bit absent-minded. I think it's time to announce me. Dom followed the still confused butler to the quaint living room. Miss de Beaumont's back was to the door, her posture rigid. Nicholas had a foolish grin on his face, a hand extended in offering. May I present Lord Pichon? Smith bowed and left in a nervous hush. Miss de Beaumont turned to Dom, an eyebrow arched. The dark navy of her dress married her complexion well. Her dark eyes sparkled and her lips parted in question. She was a beauty. Bloody hell, the woman was exquisite. A fire burned in Dom's chest. She stood before him without a mark or a scar, while he was despised and ridiculed. Dom had never been a saint, but his punishment was cruel. Dom! Nicholas coughed into his fist, a flicker of panic crossing his face. He shifted uncomfortably and tugged on the ends of his sleeves. I did not think you were out. In the public. Miss de Beaumont clasped her hands in front of her, her gloves thin. For a woman refusing to stop working, she wore upper-class coverings, hiding her fingers. The tailor-maids wore fingerless gloves, the tips of their fingers feeling as they worked, but Miss de Beaumont did not. She cleared her throat. He was caught staring. Lord Pichon, why would you not be out and about? Dom doesn't care much for company these days. Nicholas smiled with a wicked glint. I care a great deal for company. Deserving company, that is. Dom hated the familiarity of how Nicholas spoke. Dom was a nickname reserved for close family and friends. Nicholas was neither. Thank you for the compliment, Miss de Beaumont said dryly. I am actually here on behalf of the Queen. If Dom was paving his way to hell, he was doing so at a rapid pace. The lies were falling from his lips with an uncanny ease. Nicholas laughed. Are you now? Word has spread that your family was once consulted for the exhibition's security. Dom smirked as Nicholas's mouth snapped shut. Victoria has a man watching your house, and you are to continue with your normal routine. Splendid. Nicholas flashed a dashing smile. He offered his elbow. A normal routine does not include calls from an earl. Miss de Beaumont's eyes crinkled. Before you arrived on my doorstep, Lord Rochelle, my days were consumed with fixing machinery. I do believe, she motioned to Dom, if I understand correctly, that I am to appear as I did before I visited the Queen, which would mean my days would be filled once more. Dom pursed his lips to keep from grinning. Miss de Beaumont's wit was sharper than he'd given her credit. Dash it all, Dom liked the feeling of bringing a smile to her face. Nicholas folded his arms and narrowed his gaze. Is this another jest? Dom shrugged. I'm afraid I lost my humour along with my face. Miss de Beaumont covered a growing smile with her dainty hand. She should have been properly mortified, not encouraged. Dom was making a mess of everything. He'd come to investigate Lucien, not save Miss de Beaumont from melancholy, or from the dandy of an earl. Without another word, Dom gave an awkward bow and marched from the house, taking his hat from the waiting butler. With his long legs, he was in his carriage in no time, his heart beating in his chest. He'd made a proper fool of himself. Before he could signal the driver, the front door of the townhome opened, Nicholas leaving with a strained smile. Dom fidgeted in his carriage, guilt twisting his gut. Nicholas's carriage left and the front door opened once more. Miss Georgiana de Beaumont appeared, her head pivoting as if checking for Nicholas. She didn't have a smile, nor did she appear to be satisfied with their little meeting. Dom shouldn't be anywhere near the house, and yet he stared, his focus stolen by the dark-haired beauty on the steps of a quaint townhome. Their residence was just a half-step from poverty. Something was amiss. If Lucien worked as much as Victoria and his butler claimed, they should have been able to clear their debt of the fire. The damage was contained to the barn and its attached room. The inn was not completely ruined. How did the family become destitute over such a thing? Dom growled. It wasn't his concern. He'd tried to press charges, but the magistrate refused, saying he couldn't find evidence of anything other than an accident. The truth was, Lucien and his daughter couldn't speak to answer the questions. Dom had once thought it was because they were heartless. Victoria's words echoed in his head. She'd somehow known the woman who died that night was Miss de Beaumont's sister. If Victoria was right, Lucien and Miss de Beaumont would have been in shock. Dom shook his head. Victoria was a woman about to deliver another child. Her sensibilities couldn't be trusted at the moment. Losing a sister was a tragedy, but her death didn't absolve the de Beaumonts of Lucien's crimes. He was a thief, and Dom would prove it. Chapter 8. Georgiana de Beaumont, London. In the heart of London, accents surrounded Georgiana as she strained to hear something familiar. Her father's letter was in her pocket. Something about the foreign crest made her ill. That, and the letter wasn't addressed to Lucien de Beaumont. There was a reason for him to have it. The crest looked familiar, and Georgiana didn't know why. Not that anything was normal of late. When she was younger, he would write to her mother in French. Georgiana would wait for her mother to read her father's words. Love came alive when spoken from her lips. Despite the continent separating them, Euphemia de Beaumont stayed devoted, praising Lucien to her last breath. Georgiana's morning had been strange, to say the least. Lord Rochelle had come to call, and, of course, Lord Dominic Pichon, the oddest man of the ton, had joined their conversation. One lord had triumphantly announced that he paid her butler to chase away her clients. Her stomach twisted at the memory. The other nobleman had just as proudly announced that she continue her routine. Neither man had claim on her, and yet her father, who would have a say in her dealings, was missing. Again. Georgiana walked faster toward Westminster and glanced around, feeling as if someone was watching. Lord Pichon admitted the Queen had posted a man in front of her townhome. Georgiana didn't know if that was a good thing or not. Her father had survived a coup in the French court. She'd rather not be watched at all. Her less than enthusiastic reception at the palace added to her hesitancy. Most of the men were decidedly against her. No one more than Lord Pichon. Georgiana needed a library. More importantly, she needed a family crest registry. Whomever had sent the letter sealed the envelope with his family crest. If Georgiana could find out whom, maybe, just maybe, she could help shoulder her father's worry, and understand why he'd taken a letter not addressed to him. Men and women hurriedly brushed past her. Georgiana missed the open air and slower pace of northern England. Her sister had worked alongside her, and her brother at a nearby post. The dowager was demanding but predictable. Georgiana knew when and what was expected of her. Living with her father was everything but routine. She had never shared a roof with him until recently, and now felt even less sure of him. Lucien de Beaumont was stressed, that was apparent, but she didn't know how to help or if she was the cause. Georgiana glanced around, feeling the hair on her neck rise. Lord Pichon's words had snuck into her head. She wondered if the Queen had a guard following her in addition to the one watching her home. Georgiana had written to her brother of her palace visit. Was she the reason rumours spread? Whatever the cause, she would be careful. Georgiana took a loop up and around St. James's Square twice before slipping to the back of the London Library. She pulled her bonnet low and made quick work of the lock, slipping inside the door. It hardly seemed fair sneaking inside. The library president had turned his nose when Georgiana offered to help secure the library. He'd continued sending the locks broken by transients, anxious for a dry floor to sleep upon. Not to her, but her father. Halfway up the service stairs, Georgiana heard the sound of the back door opening. She froze. Nothing. As silent as she could, she crept up the stairs to the 4th floor and ducked under the ropes. She tucked behind the nearest bookshelf and waited. No one. Georgiana groaned. Her mind was running away from her. She went to the Crest registry. Pulling the letter from her pocket, the guilt crept in, her shoulders tightening. She should have spoken to her father and asked him. But she hadn't seen him in days. The lie didn't sit well. It had been weeks since she'd caught a glimpse of him. If she could be brave enough, she would admit she was worried. Something was wrong. He wasn't the thief Lord Pichon accused him of. The letter in her hand made it very clear that Georgiana was actually the thief. But something was wrong. It had been the new year when her father had shown up at the Dowager's house, eager to make things suddenly right, hungry to have the family together. Her brother had lasted a fortnight before leaving to the sea. Georgiana skimmed the first book. No English families with a phoenix. She didn't bother looking for lions, most of those were common for English royalty. She hauled 2 other registries. Again, nothing. An older registry with a thick layer of dust was tucked away behind the others. She pulled the massive book, huffing as she shoved it onto the table. On the front was the same crest, lion on the left, phoenix on the right. The writing was foreign. She didn't know which language. Her stomach twisted. She was close. She had to be. Footsteps echoed up the stairs. Georgiana shoved the letter into her pocket and circled the registry, running toward the front. She hopped over the ropes placed at the public stairs and scurried down to the 2nd level. She grabbed the nearest book off the bookshelf and pretended to read and walk. Down the stairs once more, she placed the book on the reception area and walked out to the square. Outside, amongst the bustle of pedestrians, Georgiana breathed a sigh of relief. Far from the dingy streets of central London, she strolled to St. James's Park. She should be going home. She stopped. There was nothing at home. No work, no father. Instinctively, her hand went to her pocket. Guilt won out. With her fingers wrapped around the letter, she made her way south. With only a few streets to home, she saw the rounded shoulders and worn hat of Lucien de Beaumont. Georgiana rushed forward, mumbling apologies to the busy crowd. He entered a tailor shop. She paused in front of the window and cupped her eyes. The sign advertised a tailor, but the window was otherwise empty. A chill tickled her neck. The feeling of being watched came over her. She spun around to the next shop, a jewellery store. 2 young women eyed the rings and fussed over the counters. Georgiana had never been inside a jewellery shop. There was never a need, nor was there money. Even her mother's wedding band was given by a relative, the only jewellery she was allowed to keep after marrying a Frenchman. When Georgiana and her siblings would argue, their mother would tease, telling them they were silly French and Englishmen, unable to agree on the simplest things. Georgiana missed her mother's cheerfulness. Even in the darkest times, Euphemia de Beaumont was a joy. "Excuse me, miss," a young boy said, his clothes threadbare and fingernails dirty. His pallor was sickly. "May I help you?" Georgiana hadn't brought a coin. She'd left the house to learn about the letter's wax seal. She wished she had something to give this poor boy. He held out a watch. "You're Mr. Beaumont." "How did you know?" She glanced about. Her mind wasn't playing tricks on her. She'd not seen this boy before. He pointed to the jewellery store. "The boss said you're who we send our watches to." Georgiana breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. Yes. She took the watch, a similar model to that of Lord Rochelle's. It's a simple fix, but I'll need to take it home. The boy's shoulders sank. You don't have to be polite, miss. He reached for the watch. She closed her fingers around it and stepped back. What do you mean? I've been to your home. You won't take any watches. Oh, blast it, she groaned. The boy's eyes widened. She held out the watch. There's been a mistake, but I assure you I am taking watches. And sewing machines, clock mantles, the whole bit. A mistake? Yes, my little sir. She leaned forward, cupping her mouth. But I need your help. I'll fix your watch free of charge. You can keep whatever coin your boss was going to pay. I just need you to help spread the word. The boy beamed. Truly? Truly. He threw his arms around her. She closed her eyes. She'd been so long without affection, she couldn't remember the last time her father embraced her, or her brother. They'd once clung to each other. Her brother had looked like this, innocence in his smile and a light in his eyes. It wasn't so long ago that she was tucking his sleeping frame into their shared bed. They were poor, but at least they were together. A lump formed in her throat as she watched the boy glide away, his cheeks flushed with promise. A farthing wasn't much for the jewellery owner, but it was a queenly meal for a starving boy. Georgiana pinned the watch to her waistcoat pocket. She didn't trust sneaky street thieves. As if on cue, she saw the tall frame of Lord Pichon on the opposite side of the street. She rushed forward, but saw no one. Turning back around, she saw her father's subdued posture. Defeat was in the hunched shoulders and hanging head. He rubbed his neck and walked east along the Thames toward the tower. Georgiana kept her distance. Something was wrong. Very wrong. There was no reason for her father to be heading into rougher crowds. His clients were supposed to be on the upper echelon of London society. She tucked her chin and covered her nose, the stench unbearable. They neared Isle of Dogs, a lump forming in her throat. Her feet became heavy. A skinny girl with wilted flowers stood on the corner. Her father handed her a coin and took the last 2 clumps of flowers. Georgiana blinked. Her father might be busy, but he was always kind. Like a dream, she watched her father climb through a broken graveyard fence. When Georgiana's mother died, they couldn't afford a proper burial. And now, with the new Burial Act, they weren't noble enough to bury her in the city. Their meagre earnings gave Mrs. de Beaumont a cosy resting place with dozens of other working-class bodies. They were discarded without a headstone in the poorest cemetery in the lowest council of London on the banks of Isle of Dogs. Georgiana followed her father to the overgrown path to the mass grave. He stood over the headstone, trembling flowers in his hand. Without a word, she came to his side. He startled, dropping the flowers. Oh, Georgie. The fear in his eyes pierced her heart. Something was wrong, so very wrong. He'd lost weight and his red-rimmed eyes were puffy. The derelict cemetery was surrounded by abandoned buildings and dying businesses. Only the truly destitute souls ventured here. Are you all right, father? Georgiana's voice cracked. Yes, my dear. He reached for her, holding her hand between his. You are a dear. Father. He shook his head and squeezed her hand. It's all right, dear. Georgiana felt the same eerie emotion of being watched. She didn't dare look about. Her father was frightened enough. She squeezed her father's hand and kissed his cheek. Let's go home. He nodded. I'll be home shortly, love. Blinking away tears, she left the graveyard, each step heavier than the last. A wicked tear slid down her cheek. She wiped it away. Another followed. She grieved, not for the parent who passed away, but for the father she couldn't reach. Chapter 9. Dominic Pichon, London. Dom didn't give a fig that Nicholas left the de Beaumont's residence with a frustrated frown. Miss de Beaumont's nervous glance as she left her townhome was what pulled him from his carriage. He tugged his hat low, ignoring the confused looks of his footman and driver. Dom had a history of hiding, first to escape the notice of his mother, and now to escape the notice of everyone. He flipped the collar of his coat, leaving less of his face to be seen. His scars made him unforgettable. It would take only a gasp or two for Dom to be the centre of a gawking riot. Humanity was cruel. That was a lesson Dom knew well. Weaving in and out of the crowd, his eye on Miss de Beaumont's back, he remembered walking these same streets with Nicholas at his side. They would catcall beautiful women, or mock others for their poor clothing and pock-marked faces. He shivered at the memory of a woman's phossy jaw, a condition from years of matchstick work. The phosphorus in the factory had eaten her bones, disfiguring her face forever. Dom's throat went dry. The words he spoke that day now haunted him. Every few minutes, Miss de Beaumont glanced around, her eyes sharp. Dom would step down to the street, knocking a few inches off his frame, or circle a waiting carriage. The woman was deucedly hard to hide from. Her constant looking doubled Dom's initial suspicion. She turned up Bander Street, only to circle back around St. James's Square. Either the woman knew Dom was following, or losing a tail wasn't out of the ordinary. Turning round the back of the square, she kept to the shadows. Only criminals hid in the dark. For a moment Dom was worried. She was a woman. Any manner of evils could befall her in the shadows of London. Miss de Beaumont reappeared at the back entrance of the London Library. She bent over the handle and let herself in. The blasted woman picked the lock. Dom was wrong. Lucien wasn't the thief. Georgiana de Beaumont was the criminal. She spoke the truth at the palace. She defended her father because she knew of his innocence. She was the guilty party. Dom grabbed his hat and groaned. His cousin would pummel him now. Victoria would ask how Dom knew of Miss de Beaumont's guilt. Victoria would scream at him. He could hear her voice in his head. "You followed her." The only way to prove his point would be with evidence, cold and true. He skipped up the steps to the back door, easing himself inside. The hinge squawked. Dom winced. This was not how he'd planned his morning. Moaning, he climbed the steps. He was supposed to be pinning Lucien with a crime of thievery, not his daughter. He'd had her down as a murderer, despite Victoria's pleas for mercy. Georgiana de Beaumont deserved no clemency. The second floor and third floor were too open. Miss de Beaumont was nowhere to be found. The fourth floor, Dom peered around the corner. Georgiana stood in the centre of an oversized resource table. She flinched. She'd heard him. She shoved a letter into her pocket and rushed to the bookshelves. Dom stepped over the ropes. Light on his feet, he crept to the table where an enormous book was perched. In the very centre of the page was his family crest, both his father and his mother's line. He braced both hands on either side of the book. Georgiana de Beaumont was looking up his family. He stood, his head spinning with theories. Perhaps the fire at the inn wasn't a coincidence. Miss de Beaumont with her pretty face was a murderer, her father a thief. They were working together. The image of Nicholas's smug expression entered Dom's mind. Nicholas might be the newly minted Earl of Rochelle, but he was an idiot, a man easily deceived by Miss de Beaumont's beauty. Nicholas was nothing until his father was given an earldom and then promptly died. Nicholas couldn't afford a risk like her, if he knew. He'd abandoned Dom, too scared to be seen with a maimed face. Instinctively, Dom ran a hand down his scars. Miss de Beaumont was from the lower rungs of society. She wouldn't be able to decline Nicholas's attention. They deserved each other. And yet Dom didn't feel the relief he should have. She was Miss de Beaumont, someone he'd long ago decided to hate. He should feel happy at catching her in the library, but the disappointment was too much to ignore. He still didn't know for sure what role Miss de Beaumont had played that night in the barn. Dom descended the steps, opting for the public proper exit. A librarian with her arms full of books gasped, her mouth open in shock. Dom pulled his hat lower, humiliation flaming up his neck. Murmurs followed him out of the library to the open St. James's Square. The quiet in the middle of a bustling city stilled the panic. It was only one librarian, not a room full of men. His pulse slowed. He deserved it. He'd once been the bully, the boy intent on making others suffer. Dom and Nicholas were quite the team. Dom shook the thought. Victoria was right. Dom did lose his soul in that fire. Perhaps it wasn't worth saving. Posh, handsome carriages circled the square. A thought wiggled in. Dom's family had a solicitor in London. His office was toward the west end of St. James's. There was a reason Miss de Beaumont was in that library. His old solicitor should have some answers, or at least a bit more information on the London scene. Dom cut across the square and entered the same building he once visited as a young man. The white stone building, several stories high, ushered in a wave of nostalgia. The memory of his father's hand on his shoulder as he introduced Dom to the solicitor, instructions and procedures in hand. The late Baron had wanted Dom to know the particulars of the dower, moneys left to his mother, should he expire before her. Dom stepped inside and into another man, his eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light. Dom. Nicholas stood before him, his brow furrowed. Twice in one day. Is there a reason I've been blessed with your presence? I was unaware my presence was a blessing. Dom took off his hat. Two ladies waiting on the sofa turned to each other, urgently whispering, more than likely about his scars. Dom gripped the brim of his hat, silently cursing. What are you doing here, Nicholas? Our parents use the same solicitor. He grinned. The fool enjoyed his life of a nobleman, boasting of shared solicitors and invitations to the Queen. So it seems. Nicholas let his papers fall to the floor, a smirk on his lips. The two ladies hurried to pick them up. He didn't bother watching them, his gaze on Dom. Sir, one of the ladies scrambled to give him the papers. Here's your... She paused, her eyes widening. A marriage contract. Oh, so sorry, my lord, I shouldn't have looked. Congratulations to you. Her cheeks pinked. Nicholas gathered the papers from her, smiling widely. Oh, it's a secret, my dear lady. He winked at her. I've not yet proposed. Both ladies giggled and sat, their whispers growing louder by the second. Nicholas turned to Dom, waiting. Dom said nothing, nor would he. A moment before he'd caught Mr. Beaumont looking up his family crest. If Nicholas wanted to shackle himself to a worthless chit, that was his doing, not Dom's. Do you think your cousin will congratulate us? Nicholas took his time rearranging the papers. If you drop your papers in front of her, she just might. Subtlety was never his forte. But I doubt she would pick them up for you. You'll have to do that yourself. One day I will be at your wedding too, Dom. Nicholas folded and tucked the papers into his jacket. I cannot wait to celebrate that day. I doubt that. Why are you so determined to be friendless? Nicholas clasped his hands together, appearing the tried and tested parent. Can you not embrace affection, in word or deed? I would count your coins if you're determined to marry that girl. That girl? Nicholas grinned, mischief in his eye. He stepped closer. I've known you a long time, Dom. You cannot deny her beauty. Whispering, he added, Your face might be marred, but I know you see well enough. She's a treasure to behold. Congratulations. Thank you. Nicholas clapped Dom's shoulder. If not for the Earl's slight hesitation or the beginning of a fist with his hand, Nicholas would look sincere. But Dom had known him far too long. Nicholas was never engaged without a personal gain. Shall we hope for a winter wedding? Is there a reason you're needing to rush into matrimony? Dom couldn't shake the suspicion. Nicholas had strung several girls along for years, whispering promises of love and forever. He wouldn't commit to his own mother, a kindly woman who never recovered from the loss of her spouse. She and her daughter hadn't been seen in years. Nicholas wouldn't take care of them any more than he would take care of Miss de Beaumont. Oh, my dear Dom, are you wishing I didn't marry her? Nicholas looked Dom up and down, a smirk forming. The idiot thought he'd bested Dom. Marry her, throttle her. I don't care what you do with her. Dom's words silenced the giggling ladies. I've had the horrible misfortune of knowing that family for years now, and I wouldn't tie myself to a snake for any amount of beauty. It's your lot. I'm just wondering why a new earl is so desperate for this marriage. Has your luck with the ladies changed since you turned coat on your friends? Turned coat? Nicholas folded his arms and narrowed his gaze. He leaned forward, a vein ticking on his neck. You accuse me of abandoning you. Have you lost your hearing as well as your head? Dom knew Nicholas well, and if the man was given a title, he'd use the influence to place bets. My head? Nicholas swallowed hard, the frustration gone. What are you playing at? Can you afford a wife? Or rather, how in debt are you? Awkward silence filled the space between them, the ladies silenced by shock. Their hero was no longer swoon-worthy. Choose your words carefully, Dom. Nicholas wiped a hand down his face. I'd not throw you to the dogs. Why repeat history? Dom was the one cheated, not Nicholas. Nicholas blanched. I was not the one who abandoned you. He held out his arms in frustration. I came week after week to check on you. I was the one turned out. Week after week. Dom clenched his teeth. He shouldn't react, but the man was a liar. Nicholas had a gift for repainting history, his version typically brighter than Dom's. You came twice, and fainted once. Can you blame me? Nicholas reeled back. Again his eyes flicked to the women. He checked his watch and brushed phantom dirt off his coat. I'd known you all my life, my best mate, and your face was gone, and now you're crucifying me for fainting. He shook his head. You've gone dark, Dom, and now you're bent on destroying an innocent woman. She's not to blame for your loneliness. She hasn't told you. Dom refused Nicholas's words. He'd left when Dom needed him the most. That was the truth. He clenched his hands at his side. Nicholas sighed. Told me what? She's the reason for the fire. Dom waited for the indignation, for the return of his friend's mischief. Nicholas frowned. No, she's not told me that. Not that it would matter. I'd marry a woman so brilliant she was invited to the palace by the Queen. That woman. Yes, I'd marry her. Nicholas lifted his chin. And you look very much alive, so I believe that refutes your claim. She can't be a murderer if no one was killed. Her sister, you fool. And status. That's what you're after? Dom rubbed his neck. Nicholas had clung to Dom's curtails when Dom's presence guaranteed skirts and debt forgiveness. Just like Dom's mother, Nicholas left when Dom was no longer shiny. All you need is a beautiful face and a simple invitation. You said yourself the family is protected by the Queen. Nicholas squared his shoulders, a challenge in his eye. Even you can't argue with that. Dom ran a hand through his hair, the ladies gasping again at his scar. He scowled. I don't give a fig what you do, Nicholas. You threw the papers to the ground to show off your plans. You've boasted. You can't be angry when the audience doesn't clap along with you. She'll be my wife. Nicholas's voice was low. He arched an eyebrow. It may not matter to you, but she'll be a countess. She'll outrank you. Is that the true reason you detest her so? Dom coughed into his fist. Yes, I'm properly devastated that your fiancé will outrank me. My knees are shaking at the prospect. Have you no respect? No, I've none. Dom shrugged. He'd given Nicholas fair warning. He could have the beauty and her lies. Victoria tries desperately to get me to see reason, but as of yet she's not had much luck. I'm fairly proud of how my childhood prepared her to lead the country. If she can survive me, she can do anything. Without another word, Dom left the solicitor's office. He would come another day and sort through his mother's finances. He'd needed to speak to her directly about the family crest matter. Mr. Beaumont and her father were up to something, but devil take it, that fight could wait. His long strides rushed him toward their townhome in his waiting carriage. His driver and footman took one look at Dom's disgruntled face and backed away, waiting for his direction. A moment later they were headed for Dom's London home. Greeting the butler, Dom asked, "Is she home?" "No, my lord." With a sigh, Dom kicked off his boots at the base of the stairs. His mother would complain later. He didn't care. He wanted the silence. He climbed the steps and entered his old room. The back of a man stood in the centre of the room. "Who goes there?" Dom bellowed. The man flinched and ran toward the open window. Dom leapt, tackling the man to the ground. They landed on the floor. Dom pulled the man's jacket down, tying the sleeves. The man squirmed and groaned. Dom flipped him over. The haggard face of Lucien de Beaumont stared back at him. Chapter 10. Georgiana de Beaumont, London. Georgiana closed the parcel, the last watch lovingly mended and placed inside. The goldsmith's courier would be here any moment. The young boy was good to his word and spread the news of Georgiana's open schedule. Within a few hours her workroom was filled with broken gadgets. The afternoon had flown by in a flurry of bliss. She'd left her father at the gravesite, unable to watch his grief. The cemetery she truly wanted to visit was up north, where the local priest lent his charity, burying Georgiana's sister in the grave marked for his own daughter. Philippa de Beaumont rested for eternity next to the preacher's child, while Georgiana's mother lay with dozens of other strangers too poor to buy their own grave. Georgiana rang the bell for the butler. Smith came with a soft knock and an easy smile. There'd been an unexpected truce between them. "Thank you, Smith." She tied the last knot and handed over the parcel. "A carriage just arrived," he said with an apology. The couriers were on foot. Noblemen were in carriages. I should have taken longer with the watches. Georgiana was grateful for the work, but now she was left idle. Her father should be home soon. She assumed he would have dinner with her. It had been hours since they saw each other at the graveyard. He looked haggard and exhausted. She'd carried the letter in her pocket. She shouldn't have taken it, but she couldn't let it go. Something was wrong, and she was eager to help. "You are preoccupied or not in?" Smith asked gently. Whatever change had occurred, Georgiana would take it. She'd been terribly lonely since her arrival in London. Smith couldn't be her friend, but at least he wouldn't be her adversary. Heaven knows her family had enough of those. Lord Pichon made no secret of his hatred of her father. Georgiana slipped on her gloves. Her butler might have seen the scars, but she wasn't ready to showcase them to the housekeeper quite yet. A few steps into the corridor and Smith came rushing, eyes wide. "Miss de Beaumont, the carriage is for you." "Who is it?" Just a moment before he'd been willing to lie and say she was preoccupied, but the sweat forming on his forehead told a different story. Georgiana felt a flutter of fear. "Has something happened?" He opened his mouth but glanced behind. She followed his gaze. Lord Pichon stood with arms folded, his eyes filled with rage. His hair was dishevelled, as were his clothes. Anger flowed from him, his fury filling the corridor. She'd forgotten just how imposing he could be. His shoulders nearly touched the walls, and his head came dangerously close to the ceiling. She'd called him a bull at the palace. She now wondered how she'd been so rash. Lord Pichon clenched his jaw and spoke slowly. "If you care for your father at all, you will get in the carriage." "My father?" Her feet were rooted to the floor. "What have you done to him?" She never should have left him at the graveyard. "What have I done to him?" Lord Pichon's eyes turned dark, his breathing shallow. He stepped closer and spoke through gritted teeth. "What have I done?" "That is the question, my lord." Georgiana swallowed the rising panic. She was in her own home. She would not be pushed around by a spoiled baron. Lord Pichon ran a hand through his hair, his other clenched at his side. "I can't believe I'm doing this. I should have let the magistrate have him." "My father?" Her voice shook. Lord Pichon couldn't be speaking of her father. "What happened? I was just at the graveyard. He was there. What could possibly—" Lord Pichon let his hand fall. "Do not lie to me." "Lie?" Georgiana balked. The man had some nerve. He'd burst in with wild eyes and piercing accusations. She had never lied, nor would she. Fear stole her voice. Lord Pichon was a baron. His word meant something. Georgiana's did not. "I did not lie. I followed my father to the graveyard. I left him to grieve for my mother in a mass grave. Do you know what that is, your lordship?" Her voice cracked, not from fear but anger. Being near Lord Pichon sparked her temper like nothing else. "When not everyone in your little circle can afford a mausoleum, or even a headstone." She was poor, and this brute was reminding her of how little her place in life was. "Your grieving father broke into my London home." Lord Pichon spat the words. "Get in the carriage." He turned, leaving her in the corridor. Father? She couldn't move. Her father would never break into another man's home. He was a locksmith, not a thief. Her shoulders felt heavy, her mother's promise to keep the family together echoing in her mind. "Do you need help, Mr. Beaumont?" Smith asked gently. Georgiana wanted to crawl under the rug. He'd witnessed the entire exchange. Half of London would know of Lord Pichon's accusations. "I'm fine, thank you." By sheer will she took a step, and another. Lord Pichon waited outside of the carriage, his arm extended to help her in. He offered only his profile. Just a moment before he'd yelled in her home, calling her a liar. And now he stood, his expression stoic. The stark contrast between both attitudes made her nervous and unsure. She approached, her heart hammering away in her chest. Like a sentinel, Lord Pichon said nothing. Nor did he look at her. Hesitantly, Georgiana put her hand in his. With surprising gentleness, he helped her inside. She sat on the bench, wincing as he climbed in and shut the door. She gripped the cushions as the carriage lurched forward. "It appears you left just in time." Lord Pichon's voice came clipped. Georgiana followed his gaze to the approaching carriage. Lord Rochelle's. A groan escaped. She tucked her chin. She didn't want to discuss the Earl with Lord Pichon. They despised each other. "Is there to be congratulations?" he asked. "You tell me." She folded her arms to keep from pounding the bench in frustration. She wondered if there was a drop of her mother in her. Euphemia de Beaumont was sweet and kind. Georgiana had nothing nice to say, not to the Baron. "You call me a liar and accuse my father of breaking—" "There was no accusation, only facts." He clasped his hands and leaned forward, his lips curling to a snarl. "I came home and he was in my room, my wax seal in his hand." "No!" Her pulse raced. He could look menacing when he wanted. She should back down. Her mother would have. I cannot help but think that you, your father, and your beau have begun to play me for a fool. Blast it all. She would never be Euphemia, only Georgiana. Does it count if you are so willing to play the part? Choose your words carefully, Miss de Beaumont. The future of your father is at stake. Georgiana swallowed her pride. There must be a mistake. Oh, there was a mistake. He leaned back. That I'm certain. He was at the graveyard. She hung her head in her hands. I just saw him. So you've said. Georgiana lifted her chin. Is this a trick? An elaborate joke? I assure you, madame, I have no humour. His gaze flicked from her to the window. But apparently your one true love does. I have nothing of the... She stopped herself. The carriage was following them. Oh, please, no. Did I interrupt his courting? He scoffed. How terribly rude of me. No. Unfortunately, that is one thing I would not hold against you. She pursed her lips and wrung her hands. But now I have become a liar. Before he could add some ammunition to her claim, she added, I've told him I'm too busy fiddling with watches. She motioned to the bench where she sat. Yet here I am. If he follows us, he will know I have Lucien. You're holding my father hostage. He would not speak to me. Lord Pichon's voice began to rise again, the anger reappearing. I wanted an explanation, and he said nothing. Not a word. I could toss him over to the magistrate. I'd caught him in the act. There's been a miss... I want answers, Miss de Beaumont. He scowled, his hand in a tight fist. For some stupid reason, I thought bringing you along would inspire honesty. She tucked her chin and whispered, I do not inspire anything, least of all to my father. You've inspired one dashing hero today. Georgiana sighed. Not the one I want. And what do you want? His voice was warm, tempting. She risked a glance. His face had softened. A look of curiosity had replaced the fury. The change in his demeanour eased the tightening in her chest. You look me in the eye. She straightened her back. Am I not supposed to? He looked away, his lips taut. Most women do not. Most women do not tinker with watches either. His lips quirked, his gaze flicking to hers. That is true. For a moment they stared at each other, the silence comforting. A strange feeling danced along her skin. Lord Dominic Pichon, a man from one of the most ancient lines of nobility, was opposite her in every sense. This same gentleman, determined to ruin her family for eternity, believed they were actively set against him. But her pulse raced when his gaze met hers. She should feel this way with the Earl, or someone not trying to imprison her father. She finally whispered, I do not know why he was in your house. I cannot let this go, Miss de Beaumont, not with my seal in his hand. Her heart sank. Promise me. Her mother's words pleaded with Georgiana. What will you do? That depends entirely on your father. A flicker of sorrow crossed his features. He pulled his gaze from hers. I've told no one, yet. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. The warmth in his words pulled at her heart. Strange how a man so furious one moment could reassure her the next. Lord Pichon added, Why would a man break into another's home? He's not a thief. Her voice had lost its conviction, but the rumours couldn't be true. The gentle, loving parent who still grieved for his wife was not a malicious man. There has to be a reason. If he is not a thief, then what would compel him to do such a thing? He rubbed his neck. Dratted bed-swerver. Georgiana blushed fiercely. She'd not heard language like this since her brother left to sea. He thought it entertaining to teach her this new vocabulary. He's not giving up. Lord Pichon massaged his palms as if readying for a fight. He ran a hand through his hair. The movement accentuated the scars, pricking Georgiana's heart once more. She was in a carriage with a man who hated her and her father. She should be furious with Lord Pichon. She should demand for her father's release, but in her heart of hearts she'd known something was wrong. Her father wasn't a thief, but he was very much in trouble. "Please don't tell Lord Rochelle," she whispered. "I don't want him to know anything. Please." Not until the whole misunderstanding could be fixed. And it would. That's what Georgiana did. She tinkered and mended until everything was smooth again. That's what she would do. That's what she always did. Chapter 11. Dominic Pichon, London. The carriage swayed, the traffic in the inner city becoming more cramped with each passing day. Dom's opinion of London had never been positive, today even less so. Not even the comforting sound of horseshoes on cobbled stone could relax him. Dom was an utter fool. This was his chance to get revenge on the family, and now Dom was waffling. He'd bound Lucien's hands and left his footmen to guard the thief instead of shipping him to the magistrate. Dom's duty as a nobleman was to report Lucien, but the bloody man wouldn't speak a word. Dom had asked him question after question. Lucien only stared, like a man without a soul, until Dom peppered him with questions of Miss de Beaumont. As much as Dom hated the family, the look in Lucien's eyes haunted him. There was something far more dark in the man's history, and Dom felt a compulsion to know why. His cousin had wanted Lucien for a locksmith, but did she know of his deeds? Victoria had his house watched, but didn't have him followed. When Dom had brought up Miss de Beaumont in his interrogation, Lucien's eyes lit up, not with love, but with worry. He'd still held his tongue, but Dom had his attention. Dom promised to retrieve Miss de Beaumont if Lucien didn't speak up. He still said nothing. And here Dom sat, making good on that foolish promise. He didn't know if he was the prey or the predator. Both father and daughter were slippery to catch. Miss de Beaumont was hiding something as well. She'd researched Dom's family crest. She was up to something. Dom would keep her in his sights. She sat across from him, her dainty hands clasped together in her lap. Her large dark eyes begged for help. She'd spotted Nicholas's carriage and didn't want the coward to know of her father. Dom couldn't blame her. Nicholas had as much depth as a toothpick. He'd turn on her just like he'd turned on Dom. A month into Dom's recovery, Nicholas wrote to his mother, offering condolences and thinly veiled threats. He needed money and would keep the secret of Dom's condition. His mother was only too quick to appease. Nicholas would squeeze a farthing from a corpse to feed his gambling habit. The woman squirmed on the bench. "Please tell me your horses can hurry." "I would not deliver you to the wolves, Miss de Beaumont." That was as far as Dom would promise. He didn't trust her, but he couldn't toss her to Nicholas. At least, not yet. "You would deliver my father, though, wouldn't you?" The fire he'd seen weeks before at the palace was gone from her eyes. Miss de Beaumont was convinced Lucien wasn't a thief, but she'd not fought against coming. She must know something. "He's a good man." "My dear, how would you know?" Dom shouldn't have asked, but the truth needed to be said. "You and the Queen and half of London cannot get a hold of him. How can you know a man's character if you never speak with him, never see him?" Her shoulders sank, pulling at his heart. Dom was a devil. His father would never injure a lady. She cocked her head to the side, recalling a memory. "He is kind, gentle, I do not wish to hurt you." His breath hitched when she met his gaze. Drat, she would tempt a saint. No wonder Nicholas was following them. Any man with eyes would know Miss de Beaumont was a rare find. Dom's fingers itched to touch her skin, to run a hand through her toffee-coloured hair. Miss de Beaumont shook her head, appearing to rally strength. She took a fortifying breath and said, "That may not be your wish for me, but my father is all I have." My father is all I have. The words pierced him. He sat back. Dom's father was all he had for ages, but his father was a ghost. The late Baron's character was a guide that Dom failed to follow. "I am sorry, Miss de Beaumont." She pursed her lips and turned to the window. Dom didn't know what to do. He'd not been accustomed to the gentler sex aside from Victoria, and she hardly counted. She'd pummel him with a punch, knowing Dom wouldn't retaliate. As a wiry girl, her knuckles hurt. Dom's stomach twisted. Miss de Beaumont had levelled him, only with words instead of a fist. The red brick of the old palace came to view. The building never looked like a home built for royalty or nobility. The gilded interior was hidden behind walls worthy of a fortress or military prison. The exquisite palace inside was forever kept from the public eye. Victoria had teased Dom for being the same, his heart hidden deep inside a stony shell. Dom's carriage circled the courtyard, stopping in front of the iron gate. The guards took one look at the carriage and ushered them in. He hated London, but loved coming home to St. James's, where he could meet his cousin in relative secrecy. Not even his mother would know when he'd come to town. "Where are we?" Miss de Beaumont's eyes were wide, appearing doe-like, innocent and unassuming. Dom shook the thought. Her father was caught, Dom's late father's wax seal in hand. He didn't bother telling her that he'd changed his crest after his injury. Not even Nicholas knew of his change in seal. The damage that could have been done. Dom was the Queen's cousin. He was only a baron, but his crest meant more to unsuspecting noblemen than most dukes, or foreign kings. His word held more weight than Dom cared to admit. He needed to speak with his cousin sooner rather than later. He should be angry at the woman across from him, but she had a way of siphoning the fury. "We are at the old palace." Only he and Victoria called it that. Everyone else called it St. James's. It all felt a bit pretentious. He hated staying at Buckingham Palace. The pomp and circumstance suffocated him. Dom refused to stay at his family's London home near Westminster, although that had more to do with his mother's use of the home, and now it held the memory of Lucian's burglary. Dom occupied the upper floors of the old palace, a well-kept secret until today. If Nicholas ever found out, he'd be pining to be Dom's longest friend again. Viewing the inside of St. James's was a privilege only Victoria's inner circle enjoyed. "You're close to her." Miss de Beaumont's gaze was on the tips of Buckingham Palace peeking above the trees. A generous garden separated the palaces. Dom cleared his throat. "The Queen and I are cousins." "Family." Her face took a wistful turn. "You are lucky." He smirked. Was she mad? One look at his face would cure her sentiment. He was not lucky. Fate had cursed him. Or rather, Miss de Beaumont had set him down a path of loneliness. She was the reason for his injury. The anger began to rise. He would never have been in this carriage if not for her actions. "I am not lucky." She didn't look at him. Rather, she glanced at her clasped hands. "Neither am I." The carriage halted. Dom bounded down the steps before his footman. He needed fresh air, and to be far from the nymph in his carriage. Dom turned, the gentleman in him unwilling to bend. Her hand, so tiny, so fragile, was placed in his. He helped her down, her frame light as a feather. Warmth spread from the touch of her glove. "Where is Lord Rochelle?" Her hand was on his forearm, her fingers gripped him, her eyes pleading. He stared at her. If she'd asked him for the world in that moment, he would have given it. He retreated, surprised at his thoughts. He's at the gate. She spun around, watching the guards shoo Nicholas's carriage away. Lord Rochelle is persistent. He's stubborn. Dom waved at the gate as if he could make the idiot disappear. And stupid. Why do you hate each other? Her dark eyes peered up at him. He waited for the disgust. In broad daylight, with the sun highlighting every twist and turn of his puckered, marred skin, she would grimace. Maybe even turn and run to the fool at the gate. Miss de Beaumont waited. No shiver of fear. Nothing. She arched an eyebrow. Another pause. Then a smirk. Are you surrendering? Dom snapped to attention. To what? A battle of wits. Mischief lit in her eyes. She motioned to Nicholas's carriage. I asked you a simple question, and you cannot answer. I believe that's proof enough. Dom stepped back, her hand falling from his arm. This woman hadn't reacted to his face. At all. His vision blurred. In a moment he was back in the barn, flames licking his skin. He touched his scars, feeling the tug of his surgeon's tools. He retreated and snapped. Are you blind? Miss de Beaumont leaned forward, her eyes cold. Can you go a minute without insulting me? My face, woman. He pointed to his scars. You stared at my face. And didn't gasp. And what of it? She flexed her left hand and turned from him. Dom didn't know what to do. His heart raced wildly in his chest. He held her father inside, strapped to a chair like a criminal. No, he corrected himself. Lucien was a thief. Dom knew that for certain. But Miss de Beaumont... she was a mystery he wasn't sure he wanted to solve. Chapter 12. Georgiana de Beaumont, London. In the courtyard of St. James's Palace, Georgiana's mind raced with the memories of the past few weeks. Today was just as dizzying as when she'd arrived at Buckingham Palace. Not an hour before, Lord Pichon had arrived at Georgiana's townhome with anger in his eyes and accusations on his tongue. He'd supposedly found her father in his room. It couldn't be. But Lord Pichon seemed very confident in that fact. He was a man who was accustomed to being obeyed. From the plush carriage to Lord Pichon's immaculate dress, wealth surrounded him. No, Georgiana tossed the thought. That wasn't it. There was something intangible about Lord Pichon. There was a power, a pull to him that she felt. It wasn't wealth. It was... Drat. She didn't know, nor did she understand it. But Georgiana had followed him from her home. She had done his bidding and climbed into the carriage, and went right into St. James's Palace. Lord Dominic Pichon was everything Georgiana would never be, and never have. Like her grandfather, he was a baron. He could move in and out of society with ease. The brute had a frame that could command an army. He'd never worry about his next meal or how to keep his family together. He, Georgiana assumed, had coin and homes to spare. Just a moment ago he'd insulted her, asking if she was blind. She'd wanted to gouge his eyes out. He'd already accosted her from her home and confessed to having her father. Father? Georgiana swallowed the rising fear. She still had his letter in her pocket. She'd wanted answers from the registry, but, like most things with her family, she was found wanting. Her father was not a thief. That simply could not be true. She allowed herself to be led through the curved doors of the palace, or rather, the old palace, as Lord Pichon had said. His familiarity between both Buckingham Palace and St. James's Palace flamed her fear once more. This man had privilege and the Queen's ear. Her father's fate was doomed. Lord Pichon could finish off her family with just a word. Even Lord Rochelle, the poor sop still arguing at the outer gate, had more than Georgiana could ever dream of. He claimed to come from nothing, but his shrewd eye measured the value of her gloves, her face, and worst of all, her sudden rise in stature to the Queen. That had been obvious from his first word. She might be a daughter of a locksmith, but she was not desperate enough to entertain flights of fancy from anyone. Georgiana knew what happened to girls like her, genteel women who forgot their place. A few too many of her childhood friends had lost their heart with stolen kisses to a gentleman who'd never truly be theirs. The double staircase and grand ceiling greeted them. Georgiana became aware of her outdated dress and simple hair. She flexed her hands, remembering her worn gloves. Golden frames of Queen Elizabeth and King James clung to the walls, marble busts in every corner. The generous windows just below the ceiling set a reverent tone. The vacant stairs of royalty from centuries ago followed her as she walked, their portraits covering the walls. Stoic guards lined the corners. Georgiana felt smaller by the minute and wondered if she could crawl under the furniture and hide. She reached for Lord Pichon's arm, her fingers gripping him. He was completely unaffected. Georgiana's hand was on his arm, but there was a massive gulf between their worlds. The colours, gold and red, were everywhere. The lamps, the walls. She struggled to breathe. The building and the power it stood for fell like a weight on her shoulders. She blinked, utterly confused at her feelings. Lord Pichon gently lifted her hand and wrapped an arm around her waist. "We'll take the back staircase." Georgiana could only nod, her mind now consumed with his every move. The strength in his touch guided her forward. He should be intimidating, his size and temper, but the temptation to turn ever so slightly and hide inside his coat echoed with each step she took. Georgiana cursed. She'd lost her head. Lord Pichon chuckled, his chest against her back rumbling from her curse. Blast, he'd heard her. "Apologies," she mumbled. "You need never hold your tongue on my account." His voice warmed her, his lips far too close to her ears for comfort. "You will regret your words." The heaviness fell from her shoulders. How could someone so bent on injuring her family give her such comfort? Guilt settled in Georgiana's stomach. She'd promised her mother to keep her family together, not help a baron tear them apart. "I regret many things. Teasing you is not one of them." Again, the warmth. Georgiana turned to him, her hand reaching once more for his arm. His eyebrow arched. He'd not expected it. She held his gaze and waited. Nothing. The warmth was gone. Lord Pichon was just a man. She stepped back, mumbling a thanks. He straightened, his jaw setting hard. She'd said something wrong. Or perhaps she wasn't meant to look him in the eye. Lord Pichon held out his arm. "This way, Mr. Beaumont." Up and around they climbed, to a muted version of the grandeur. Georgiana still felt underdressed, but the offence was less obvious. This palace had welcomed kings and nobility for centuries. The silence between them invited tension. Georgiana's mind searched for something to say. Her hands became sweaty in her gloves. She wished for a fan to wave in front of her face. Lord Pichon nodded to the nearest guard, but said nothing. "Are you now sharing wits?" Georgiana's voice cracked, betraying how nervous she felt. "You aren't conversing, so you must be sharing the same mind." It was easier to poke the Baron than deal with how dire the situation truly was. Not until she stood in a gilded living room did she understand the potency of Lord Pichon's visit. He'd caught her father. Her family was ruined. Again. "Breathe, Miss de Beaumont." He'd not taken the bait. "I know how to breathe." She sighed. Her cheeks flamed, the heat spreading down her neck. "Blast it all, I didn't mean to say that." Lord Pichon smirked. "Do you kiss your father with that mouth?" "My father?" Georgiana sank to the sofa, her head in her hands. Lord Pichon kneeled before her. "I did not mean to hurt you." "But you have," she whimpered. Why must she be so desperate? Georgiana had pieced her family together after her mother died. She'd found work for her and her sister at the dowager's house. She could fix this. If only she could stop the shaking of her voice. "I sound pitiful." "You are concerned for your father." He pulled her hand from her face. "Miss de Beaumont, I am aware of your daughterly affection." He stood slowly. "My joke was in poor taste. I do apologize for that. But I am duty-bound. He broke into my house. I quite clearly saw him with my own eyes and tackled him with my own hands." "You tackled him?" Her voice rose. Lord Pichon could have killed her father. "You're twice his size." "Would you prefer I keep a hand behind my back while an intruder bursts into my home?" He matched the fervour in her voice. Perhaps she shouldn't have taken the Baron to task over reprimanding her father. Georgiana was very much aware of his stature, and his temper needed little encouragement. His eyes turned cold once more. "What are you not hearing?" "First I am blind, and now I am deaf." The man was mercurial at best. How could he say such things? How had the day taken such a turn? Georgiana had thought fate was shining on her once more. Her work had returned, and she'd been able to see her father, even if his face had been haggard and he'd been grieving his wife. "Lord Pichon." The same guard from earlier entered and stood a few feet from them. His dark eyes flicked between Lord Pichon and the door. Two younger guards walked in with her father between them. His hands were bound and his head down. "Father!" Georgiana rushed to him. His face was drawn, his eyes hollow. The older guard stepped forward and held out his arm. "No, miss." "I dare you to stop me." She would embrace her father with or without the guard's permission. Her father's head snapped up. "Georgie." "Your hands." She pulled on his ropes, her gloves slipping on the knots. "Get these off." She looked to the guard, anger pulsing in her veins. Her father's hands were ice cold, his fingernails blue. "Please tell me they did not throw you in a dungeon like a murderer." "No, child." He shook his head, his words slurring. "These knots are not for you to untangle." "What is happening?" She gripped the rope in her hands. The whites of his eyes had yellowed, his face lined with worry and exhaustion. He'd aged in the few months they'd shared together. She couldn't ask, with Lord Pichon in the room, but she wondered if today's events had to do with the letter she found. "Father." "I've made my bed, love." A tear fell down his cheek, startling Georgiana. He trembled, unable to look her in the eye. Something was terribly wrong. "And I'm about to lie in it." "What does that mean?" Her voice cracked. She'd promised her mother and spent every breath in devotion to fulfilling that promise. "No, no, no, no." "Might I have a word alone with my daughter?" her father asked, a slight wheeze to his words. "To the door," Lord Pichon said quietly. The guards hesitated only a moment before obeying. He stood by the sofa where she'd sat, his back to them. Georgiana glared at the Baron. He would leave or she would push him out of the room with everything she had. "I'm afraid you lost your wits again." Tossing over his shoulder, Lord Pichon said, "Would you rather I invite the guards back in?" Georgiana scowled. "Insufferable." "I quite agree," the Baron said with a grunt. Georgiana leaned closer to her father and whispered, What is wrong?
None of this is your fault.
His eyes crinkled. He squeezed her hands. A look of longing appeared, the same expression he'd given her sister and brother.
You look so much like your mother.
You will not bid me farewell. She dropped his hands. They were a family. They would get through this, together. I forbid it.
I am not a thief.
Lucian's shoulders sank.
But I cannot say what I am.
Why not? She hated the whine in her voice. Tell me what I can do. Tell me how I can fix this.
If I tell you, child, it will all be for naught.
His lips quivered. That doesn't make any sense. Keeping her back to the Baron, she pulled out the letter. His eyes widened. She snuck a glance at Lord Pichon. Her father shook his head, motioning for her to put it away. She slipped it back in her pocket. What does it say?
There is a reason you were never taught my native tongue.
A tear slid down his cheek.
Do not solve this mystery. I cannot keep you safe if you chase after my demons.
Speak plainly, father. She grasped his hands once more. Please, father.
I am not my own master.
None of us are. Lord Pichon was at her side. Drat! Georgiana jumped, startled at the Baron's arrival. She hoped he'd not seen the letter.
I was unaware of how truly terrifying I am, Lord Pichon said with a sniff.
It was me, she blurted. I was the one who broke into your home.
Interesting. I suppose we could arrange for a doctor to cure your madness.
Lord Pichon pulled at his cravat. You wouldn't. Georgiana pursed her lips. She'd backed herself into a corner. The Baron was taking full advantage.
Lord Pichon grinned. I do believe you were angry with me for tackling your father, but what is your view on accosting a lady?
My father isn't the thief. She held out her wrists. I am.
As much as I love your sudden honesty, I'm afraid I cannot release your father. I'm not a thief, Lord Pichon, Lucian murmured. You found your tongue.
The Baron arched an eyebrow. He lifted his chin, a smug expression on his face.
So, gathering your daughter was the trick. I do apologize, but I needed you to do exactly that.
Each word was highlighted with a whisper of a wheeze. Lord Pichon scowled. A Baron was not used to being a pawn. Lucian shouldn't have admitted to using Lord Pichon. Georgiana's throat went dry. She'd already lost one parent to sickness. Are you ill, father? He shook his head.
You are safe. What game are you playing, Lucian?
Lord Pichon's patience was done. He'd not taken kindly to Lucian's declaration.
I'll not take orders from a criminal. I can return your daughter this instant.
Keep her safe, Lord Pichon, Lucian begged, his bound hands pleading. If you return her, you'll find our home ransacked.
Like you tried to do to my rooms.
Lord Pichon pointed a finger at Lucian's chest.
Forgive me for not trusting your word.
I needed to match your seal with the letters, to see if you were behind it or... He grimaced, his posture shrinking. Her father had let a secret slip. What letters? Georgiana asked. She only knew of the one in her pocket.
Lucian shook his head. No, child, you must stay clear. You owe me an explanation, Lucian.
Lord Pichon leaned in, the vein on his neck ticking.
Your family has injured me for the last time.
Last time? Georgiana slid between the men. You've accosted my father and damaged his reputation. What harm have we ever caused?
The fire at the inn.
Lord Pichon ran a hand down his face.
This is your doing.
Chapter 13. Lord Pichon, London. The informal living room of St. James's had always been home. The walls and floors were filled with memories of Dom's childhood with Victoria. The old palace had been their sanctuary, both hiding from their mothers. And with only a few words, Dom had desecrated the sacred room. He'd spoken of the inn and the fire. In a silent agreement with Victoria, they never spoke of his injury here, even during his several surgeries, as Dom chose to recover in the old palace. They would tease and argue, but never, not once, would they speak of his marred body. But Dom had changed that with a simple sentence. Miss de Beaumont had flinched, recoiling from him. Her eyes flicked between her father's face and Dom's feet. Out in the courtyard, she'd stared at him without blinking. But now, Miss de Beaumont could not meet his gaze. The colour drained from her face and neck. Her delicate mouth hung open. Her voice trailed off. Dom was grateful. He didn't want her pity. He'd had enough to last a lifetime. Miss de Beaumont's horror pierced him, throwing him back in time. He felt the heat on his skin, the cries of the woman, the day, months, years of recovery. The ending result was a patchwork quilt of skin. Lord Pichon's face still didn't smile back at him in the mirror, and never would again.
Lord Pichon, I didn't know you were in the barn.
Her shrill voice pulled Dom back to the present.
I cannot imagine.
Dom folded his arms. He needed to resist the memories. He couldn't relive the pain. He knew the de Beaumonts were at the inn, but he'd not known with certainty, until this moment, which members of the family were there. Neither the father nor the daughter could raise their chin enough to speak confidently. They were the guilty parties. But Dom couldn't wade into the past. Not today. Not when Lucien was before him with his hands bound. Dom needed to focus on today's misadventure. Why were you in my room? Lucien swallowed hard, his eyes nervous.
I was unaware you were in residence. I'd heard you were in Chuck.
That does not answer the question. But the man had finally found his tongue. It had only taken hauling Lucien to the old palace and delivering his daughter. Dom tugged on his cravat. This family was deucedly difficult to manage. He'd spent the last few years overcoming his injury, only to have the pain come haunting. You had my wax seal in your hand. Look at the crest. Lucien motioned to him with his bound hands. It's cracked. There must be another seal used. Dom pulled it from his pocket. It wasn't actually his seal, but his father's. He'd changed his seal after the fire and not used since. Victoria had thought changing his seal would be a new birth. Dom was still undecided if she was correct. Cracked or not, why were you in my room?
I'm sorry, Lord Pichon.
Lucien looked down at his shoes, his daughter pacing behind him. I cannot answer that. You can't, or you won't. Dom rubbed his neck, unsure of what to do. Titled men of the highest caliber were bowed to him, and now this paltry locksmith refused to answer him. You're forcing my hand. Miss de Beaumont paused in her pacing.
What does that mean?
I've told you, Dom growled. He never should have taken her to the old palace. He'd thought bringing them to his one safe haven would put Dom in control. But his world had shifted. The little minx with her caramel-coloured hair and fairy-like features was to blame. Her true beauty was a figment of his imagination. She was a skilled liar, not a damsel in distress. I am duty-bound to report this, just as I did the fire.
You reported the fire?
Her face flushed, her left hand ringing.
There was no crime. You would fault us for an accident.
Of course I reported it. Dom should have dropped off Lucien and been done with the family. Miss de Beaumont's words were twisting his mind as if he were the villain, not them.
That is why you hated me.
Miss de Beaumont walked to the large window facing the courtyard. She placed a gloved hand on the glass.
I thought your prejudice was against my father. But it was me, wasn't it?
Your father has a reputation. Dom held out the wax seal. He waited for her to face him. A well-deserved one, it seems.
They're rumours.
She left the window, her chin lifted. She seemed to gather a cold wind of fury from the glass. The topic of her father's reputation turned Miss de Beaumont to ice.
Every goldsmith is accused of switching stones, and every locksmith is blamed for theft.
Dom held up the seal. This is not a rumour.
If your seal was so important, you would never have left it in a room.
She circled him like a cat ready to pounce. She was rather protective of her father, while Lucien didn't seem as worried for his daughter.
You would have kept it on your person.
No, Miss de Beaumont, that is not at all what I would have done, Dom said dryly. She didn't need to know that the ring on his finger was a new family crest and used as his current wax seal. You seem to know my mind better than me. Is there anything else you'd like to inform me of? She narrowed her gaze. A storm was brewing behind her eyes.
You said the seal was at your home, which means it wasn't here, the place you seem to be staying. There's something missing.
Dom rubbed the bridge of his nose. The sun was starting to dip. He was exhausted from this strange fantasy. This family lived in a world that had lost all reason. Are you done playing detective, Miss de Beaumont?
Why are you the only one allowed to question?
Her hands shook. For all her bravado, she was nervous. Because I am the only one who was wronged. Dom had had enough of them. He would not be manipulated. He'd been injured one too many times by the de Beaumonts. Your father will be taken to the magistrate. And you.
What?
Her tone was clipped. She let her hands fall limp at her sides, as if clearing her chest for an arrow to be shot in her heart. The woman was ridiculous.
And what would you do with me?
Send you home, Miss de Beaumont. What else did the woman want from him? Dom wouldn't harm the lady. He wasn't that far gone from his father's ideals.
If my father is imprisoned, I have no home.
She glared at him. The blame of her father's crime was now levelled at Dom, an absurd accusation. The fault lies with your father. Dom had tried to get Lucien to explain, but he'd stayed silent.
Have you no mercy?
Her voice had gone shrill again. Lord Pichon. Lucien stepped in front of his daughter, his pallor sickly. The man was working himself into an early grave. I am the one at fault. Send me to the magistrate, I beg you. Dom shook his head, his temper flaring. He shouted, For the last time, tell me why you were in my room. Lucien paled, whispering, If I tell you that, all will be for naught. Dom pointed to Miss de Beaumont. Your daughter will lose the roof over her head, and yet you say nothing. If I speak, she'll lose her head.
What are you saying, father?
Miss de Beaumont took a shuddering breath, the anger gone. She rubbed her left hand as if it hurt. What Lord Pichon says is true. I was in his home. The words were void of emotion. Lucien had become a hollow man. Something had gutted the locksmith. How revelatory, Dom deadpanned. Tell me something I do not know.
Why?
Mr. Beaumont whispered, her gaze on her father. Why did you do it? Why leave me now, after everything? Why?
No matter how hard I try.
She swallowed hard.
I can't keep my family together. Philippa was angry with me that night at the inn. You'd gone out. Christian was asleep. It was just Philippa and I. She left the inn because of me. We argued. Everyone leaves because of me.
Georgie, Lucian cooed, that isn't true. Dom wanted to scream, yell, do something other than listen to the tender feelings between a father and daughter. Their pain pierced him, and he hated it. His mother would interrupt him after he'd complain of his burn wounds. She'd tusk at him, her finger in the air. There are others who have it worse, my poor boy. Think of them. He was never allowed to feel wronged, not with his mother. She could regale him with a list of all that he had, herself at the top of his blessings. It wasn't your fault, Georgie, Lucian repeated. A thought wiggled in. Lucian was gone when the fire in the inn had started, and now he'd broken into Dom's home. There was more going on with Mr. Lucian de Beaumont. Why was the family so far north that fateful night? Dom needed to wait for another crumb. Miss de Beaumont sniffed.
Philippa didn't want to live in London. She'd met a man who flattered her, who didn't mind that she was sickly.
Lucian winced at a man who flattered. Finally, a crumb for Dom. She continued.
When I caught them in the barn, the man ran off. The lamp was on the ground. I don't know how or why.
Dom began pacing. The magistrate had said nothing of another man. He was told of the two women, no one else. I was the only man that night, and I assure you I would not dally with your sister.
You would have been tempted.
Mr. Beaumont put a hand on her hip. She looked the part of a scolding nanny instead of a desperate woman. Your friend Lord Rochelle told me of your rakish ways. Those days are long past. Dom was ready to throttle her pretty neck, and pummel Nicholas. The man was a hypocrite. He had a list of stolen kisses that could overflow London twice over. No one would touch me now.
No one would touch you now?
She looked at her hand and blinked. She shook her head and straightened her posture. She pierced Dom with questions in her dark eyes.
We are not speaking of now. My sister's bow was noble. That I know.
Lucian nudged his daughter. With furtive glances he whispered,
Georgie, it doesn't matter. It's long past.
Dom held out his arms in an effort to show his innocence. This conversation had taken a mad turn, but he needed Lucian to keep talking. Her father was the criminal, not him. I was checking on tenant farmers, not ladies and their skirts. Her face screwed up in frustration. That had not been the answer she'd hoped for. She wanted a scapegoat. Blast it all, so did Dom. And he would find answers, with or without her father.
Let me take his place.
Mr. Beaumont folded her arms, her pride at the ready.
You're duty-bound, as you've said. You need to deliver someone to the magistrate. Take me.
I cannot deliver you when you are not in my room. Lucian said nothing, his gaze on his hands. Dom scoffed at the good-for-nothing father. He should turn down Mr. Beaumont's ridiculous idea, but the desperation in her gaze pierced him. She pulled at her sleeves, the skin below looking puckered. Dom blinked while she covered her arm. Dom looked between the two. Lucian was willing to let Mr. Beaumont take his punishment. Her father wasn't a thief, he was a meter, a coward unworthy of his own blood. Miss de Beaumont clasped her hands together, her lips trembling.
Take me to the magistrate. I'll sign whatever confession.
And what of your father? I just let him loose to pillage other homes. Dom scowled. This was madness. The locksmith stayed still. Not a sound. Dom couldn't walk away. He was still a nobleman's son. He would grant this one kindness. He glanced at Lucian. The Queen has demanded your father's attendance for quite some time. Perhaps he can work on the exhibition. He would be at her side."
Her father shook his head, his eyes wide. Miss de Beaumont lifted her chin, hope blossoming in her eyes. If my father was working on the exhibition, the Queen would have her locksmith, and my father would be safe. She turned her gaze on Dom, her large, doe-like eyes filling with moisture. And you would have your thief. Your duty would be fulfilled. Chapter 14. Georgiana de Beaumont, London. In the cosy carriage, Georgiana ignored the glares and barbs Lord Pichon shot her way. She was giddy with exhaustion, and still shocked that the Baron agreed to her plan. Lord Pichon scoffed again and shifted on the bench opposite her and her father. Georgiana looped her arm through her father's, the carriage inching toward Buckingham Palace. The route was short, far too brief for Georgiana's liking. She'd asked for the ropes to be taken off her father, but Lord Pichon, the brute, refused. She swallowed the frustration. She should be grateful for the Baron's mercy, but she wasn't. She was angry. She knew it was silly, but she felt lost and out of control. She blinked at the passing carriages, unable to look at her father's exhausted face any longer. He'd changed. Or had she ever truly known him? The man who came alive through her mother's letters had never made an appearance in her daily life. She began to wonder what was real and what was fiction. Her mother had loved him, revered him. And to what end? The carriage slowed, the iron gates squawking as they let them pass. They circled once, and guards immediately surrounded them. "What are they doing?" Georgiana gripped her father's arm. The guards were not part of her negotiations. "We are delivering your father to the Queen." Lord Pichon pursed his lips. His resolve had turned icy since leaving St. James's. He'd been comforting just before showing Georgiana her father, and then he'd accused her of the impossible. He believed she'd set the fire in the barn. She hadn't known of anyone else getting hurt. "You're delivering him to work, not be arrested." Her father could secure the exhibition. Everyone would benefit. That was the arrangement. Georgiana had fixed the problem. The lump in her throat said otherwise. "He's sick. Can't you hear him wheezing?" "We had an agreement." Lord Pichon stared at her father, waiting for a response. He curled his lip when Lucien stayed silent. Georgiana didn't know what to think. Her father was resigned to his fate, whether at the Queen's side or with his neck in a noose. From his letters home, she'd believed he was a man of intellect and passion. "He's French, my darling," her mother would say wistfully. His ancestry was a double-edged sword. It allowed for her father to work on the continent without suspicion, but put his English family under constant scrutiny. The unrest on the continent was fertile ground for revolutions. The letter in her pocket. Was it for sure French? She would need access to a library to confirm. Stifling a sigh, she sat back. She would not have access to anything. She'd promised servitude to Lord Pichon. At least work was an area where she had experience. The Baron opened the door and helped her father descend the steps. She slid down the bench and waited for Lord Pichon to extend his hand. He turned and shut the door, motioning for a guard to stand in front of it. Georgiana banged on the glass. The guard didn't budge. Her pulse raced. No, she needed her father. At least a goodbye, an embrace, something. "Lord Pichon!" she yelled. He didn't pause or slow his steps, neither did her father. The Baron whispered in her father's ear. He nodded. Georgiana banged on the door. She didn't get to say farewell. No last embrace. Nothing. "Father!" she banged again. Lord Pichon and her father entered the palace. She clung to the glass. She was a silly girl. who pledged servitude to a brute. This wasn't happening. With both fists she railed against the walls of the carriage. She'd made a terrible mistake. Lord Pichon had made no secret of his hatred. This was revenge. In what seemed like hours, the Baron returned, his face hard and cold. The guard moved aside, allowing him back in the carriage. Lord Pichon took one look at Georgiana's face and sniffed with disdain. "Your father will be visited by a doctor. Victoria will ensure the utmost care." Georgiana glared at Lord Pichon in righteous indignation. How dare he speak to her after denying a final embrace? He was no gentleman. He was the devil wrapped in fine clothing and a silver tongue. Her father hadn't murdered or ripped families apart. He'd broken into an empty house, and now was held hostage by the Queen. At least, that's what Lord Pichon had said. She didn't know for certain because she'd been left in the carriage. She didn't trust the Baron or anything he said. Georgiana hugged herself. She'd failed her mother, her family. Georgiana had embraced her brother until he begged for release. She'd kneeled before her sister's grave until her knees ached. Was it too much to ask for a moment alone with her father? She'd promised her life to the Baron. Was Lord Pichon so cruel he could not spare her a goodbye? Hours stretched on, the traffic fading along with the lights of the city. Night filled the sky and tension rolled in. "Where are we going?" Georgiana finally asked. "She speaks," Lord Pichon said dryly. He crossed an ankle over his other knee. "Pray tell, what other request do you have of me?" "Ah, this is all my doing, is it?" she snapped. He was partly at fault as well. "I've never tossed my father over to the Queen, so excuse me if I'm not proficient at abandoning my family." "You did ask to trade places with your father." He peered down at her. His fury was on full display. This man hated Georgiana. "I've accommodated your request, and yet you appear angry." "I've pledged myself." "Of your own accord." He held up a finger when she opened her mouth. "You did ask to take your father's place, yes or no?" Blast this wretched man. Fuming, Georgiana answered, "Yes." "And yet you're angry." "You didn't let me say goodbye," Georgiana cried out. Her breath came shallow. Her heart ached. This wasn't happening. Her father would be found guilty. He didn't even try to plead his case with the Baron. "I don't know when I'll see him again. I don't know what's going to happen to him. He's gone. Everyone's gone." "Your father is in the Queen's custody." Lord Pichon pulled a watch from his waistcoat. Georgiana hated that the quality was excellent. The care it had been given even more so. The carriage lurched forward. "Where are we going?" He sighed, exhaling slowly, like how her mother would when her patience was gone. "To my home, Miss de Beaumont. I believe this was already discussed." She huffed. "I watched you escort my father, between guards. That wasn't discussed." "And that angers you?" Lord Pichon pursed his lips. He seemed properly stunned. The fool didn't seem to comprehend the loss of a parent. The idea set Georgiana's nerves on edge. She thought of dozens of reasons why Lord Pichon was the devil. The most pressing was his temper. He deserved a resting place heated by his sins. Georgiana glared at him while he sat with his clasped hands and stoic expression, completely nonplussed. The chill of the night crept into the carriage. She hadn't prepared and didn't dare ask to return home for her things. "He was escorted in like a criminal, guards on all sides." "He is a criminal." He folded his hands, extending both index fingers against his lips. He appeared to be contemplating. Georgiana wasn't buying it. The man was too crafty for his own good. "I'm the criminal, not him." Lord Pichon smirked.
I'll not argue with you on that account.
I took his place. She clenched her fists.
I did not take him to the magistrate, he offered, his eyes taking her in. I spoke with my cousin. She knows of your father and the wax seal.
You told her?
Georgiana was going to murder the fool across from her with her bare hands. She knew the Queen would have to know something, but by the way he spoke, he'd told her everything. Her father would never see the light of day. Georgiana reached for the handle of the door and cried,
You lied to me. I trusted you.
Lord Pichon placed his hand over hers. Only her. Victoria will not say a word.
She's the Queen of England.
Georgiana wasn't a fool. Her father would hang. Lord Pichon was the Queen's favourite. That was clear from the moment she met him at Buckingham Palace. And she's my cousin. Georgiana scoffed and sat back.
And that means what?
That she's going to keep him guarded at all times. The situation had gone from horrible to dire.
You mean under lock and key?
Victoria seems to believe he's being set up. Like him, she thinks Lucien's life is in danger. Lord Pichon shrugged and uncrossed his legs. He didn't care what happened to her father. Georgiana swallowed the rising fear. Her father had looked haggard, not scared, but he'd held his tongue. She'd not been given much information. Her mother had been open. Georgiana had been included in the family decisions. Her life before seemed a world away.
And what do you believe?
Despite your accusations, he will be safe. Her committee is scared of their own shadows. The increased guards will make everyone tickled. He'll be guarded and watched. His lip quirked. The bloody fool was proud of himself. Victoria is thrilled to have the locksmith for Albert's pet project.
Lovely.
She noticed he'd avoided answering. He spoke of what Victoria thought and her committee, but nothing about his own opinion. This is what you wanted, is it not? He folded his arms, one hand rubbing his jaw.
Yes, you are quite the saviour.
Georgiana flexed her fingers. His father was never taken by guards. He'd never had to hold the family together and utterly fail. You both are safe.
Safe?
Her father wasn't safe. He was walking a thin line, unable to know if his work would save him from prison or put his neck in a noose. Safe? That word meant nothing. She needed family, and her family needed her. That wasn't the goal, he tusked. What else do you want, Miss de Beaumont? Shall I grant you the moon as well? She groaned and faced the window. The Baron wouldn't understand, nor could he. She couldn't blame him. She should be grateful for the part he played. Her father was as safe as he could be. It wasn't her end goal, but it would do for now, for the moment. Chapter 15. Dominic Pichon, Holtwhistle. The morning sun peeked above the horizon, welcoming the day. Dom wished it to bring more than warmth. He needed patience, and his companion needed hope. Not that he cared. His stomach twisted. His body didn't agree with his idea of not caring. Miss de Beaumont and Dom had taken the train to the northern tip of Wales and stopped at his usual inn. He'd taken to heart his cousin's warning. She believed the de Beaumont family was being targeted, even if she didn't know who was behind Lucien's fear. She'd placed a man outside their townhome and, true to Lucien's word, the place was ransacked. Alone in her committee room, not even a guard to witness, Dom and Victoria promised each other that no one would know of Miss de Beaumont's offer of servitude. They didn't know who they could trust. Miss de Beaumont would reside in secret at Chirk, Dom's castle on the Welsh border. Not even her father would know where she was. In her desperation, Miss de Beaumont had unwittingly provided the perfect solution. She offered herself in place of her father,
while Lucien worked on the exhibition. Both de Beaumonts would be under careful watch. Victoria had a soft spot for the family. Dom blamed the Queen's tendre on her pregnancy. She wanted to believe in the best of her fellow countrymen, but some people were beyond repair. Dom had watched both de Beaumonts, questioned them both. Lucien had been stoic instead of caring, while his daughter had been passionate about Lucien's innocence. Dom wouldn't confess to Victoria, only to himself, that Miss de Beaumont's stubborn belief in her father was her Achilles' heel. If they were indeed victims of some conspiracy, the woman would be easy to manipulate. Miss de Beaumont would do anything for her father, and Lucien would allow her. Even now, Miss de Beaumont was curled into the corner of the carriage. She was exhausted from defending her father's character. She closed her eyes, her hands relaxing in her lap. She shifted, her right arm pulling on the sleeve of her left arm. A scar piqued at him, drawing his attention. He leaned over. She moved again. The lip of the glove slipped, revealing a webbing of burn scars. A lump formed in his throat. Miss de Beaumont was burned. Impossible. She shifted and folded her arms, her sleeve riding up. The scars ran along the entire exposed skin. He sat back, his mind reeling. He untied his cravat, the carriage far too warm. Burned. He shook the thought, but his gaze kept drifting to her skin. He sat there, his resolve dissipating. Dom unlatched his bench and grabbed a blanket from underneath. He tucked the ends around her, his pulse racing. Miss de Beaumont had been burned. The thought echoed over and over again in his mind. On the train she'd huffed and puffed, throwing barbs the entire journey. She was furious at how Lucien was taken into custody, and even more so when Dom had paid men to stand outside her door at the inn last night. She would have completely lost her head if she'd discovered the man posted below her window. But she'd never mentioned her own wounds. Dom waited for the woman to complain of a headache or whine about not having enough rest between the train and the carriage. Her grievances were only of her father, not of her own comfort. Miss de Beaumont was so very different from his mother, or any of his former belles, when Dom had once been on the marriage market. The beautiful woman before him had been scarred, like him. She'd weathered greater storms than any other woman he'd ever met. His pulse raced. He'd been cruel. Unforgivably so. Miss de Beaumont would have done well as a debutante. His mother would have called her an incomparable, a well-bred and rare beauty. In truth, her low birth and lack of money would have put her too far below his mother's notice. Dom's face warmed at the thought. He would have pursued Miss de Beaumont to ruffle his mother's feathers. A chill came over him. His mother would have ruined her. Miss de Beaumont would have been the centre of his mother's sharp tongue. Her scars would have been the talk of the ton. The morning light filled the carriage, highlighting the curve of her jaw. Miss de Beaumont stirred. She sat up with a start, the blanket falling from her. She lifted her chin and patted her hair. Dom's mind emptied. He knew about her burns and how he'd treated her, but now his mind and body refused to work. What would the woman do at Chirk? She believed she'd offered herself as a servant. Dom hadn't quite thought the particulars through. Even Victoria was shocked at his willingness to help. He'd lost his head, and now that Dom had seen her scars, he was even less certain. He'd not had time to ask Victoria about Miss de Beaumont, only Lucien. Dom's experience with the gentler sex was nothing more than faded memories. He fidgeted. The carriage was deucedly warm. Like a cat, Miss de Beaumont sniffed out his discomfort. She narrowed her gaze. He'd suddenly felt like the mouse. This blasted woman knew exactly how to prod his temper. Other than his mother, Dom had never met a more aggravating woman. She flashed a smile, a peace offering,
or a cloaked dagger. He wouldn't know the difference until it was too late. Miss de Beaumont was a force to behold. "Dare I ask what is giving you pleasure?" Dom's voice shook. He cleared his throat. The little nymph had turned the tables on him.
"It's not the riveting conversation."
She arched an eyebrow, punctuating her words. "I'm sorry you're left unsatisfied with your own wit. Two could play this game. If you're bored, you've only yourself to blame."
"No one would accuse you of being witty."
Sarcasm dripped from her delicate lips. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "And yet, I bested you." Nonplussed, she shrugged.
"When you are judge and jury, how could you ever be disappointed?"
How could something so pretty be so harmful? Dom couldn't admit he was impressed with her wit. She had a barbed tongue that kept his mind dancing. If they'd met before his accident, or in different circumstances, she would be a catch. Dom snuck a glance. Her face had paled. "Are you all right?" Miss de Beaumont sat back, her shoulders sinking. She looked rather put out for such a simple question.
"Do you stop long enough to hear what you say?"
Guilt tugged at his heart. Dom had injured her somehow, again. He'd thought they were playing a spirited battle of wits, but perhaps he was still the bully of his youth. "I did not mean to."
"1 minute you are throwing insults, the next you are concerned."
She leaned against the side of the carriage, her brow furrowed.
"You're hard to read."
"Miss de Beaumont."
"I suppose I don't have a leg to stand on, do I?"
Miss de Beaumont sighed, her gaze turning to the passing landscape.
"I become the worst around you. Pleasantries are completely forgotten. Everything my mother taught me fades away, as if I was raised by heathens."
"Better to be raised by savages than actually be one." Dom was rewarded with a tentative smile. Their dance was a difficult one, neither partner sure of the music or the steps. Partner. He placed his hands on his knees, palms up. He couldn't remember the last time he'd danced, or the last time he'd touched a lady. Assisting Miss de Beaumont into the carriage didn't count. She would very soon be in his employ and unreachable, if her status of thief hadn't already precluded her. And yet, the knowledge of her burns had softened him.
"Do you think of yourself as a savage?"
She wasn't looking at him. There was a double meaning in her words, but Dom didn't understand.
"Are you as devilish as I am harmful?"
And there it was. She was asking if Dom truly thought her a murderer. "Are you speaking of your words or your actions?"
"Oh!"
Her eyes widened, her mouth fell open. He followed her gaze. Off to their right sat Chirk Castle on a hill. Dom's shoulders relaxed. Its round towers were stout and brown, a place of safety. His ancestral land was ancient. The castle was built for defense of the Marcherlands, not for decor. The walls were several feet thick, and the drawbridge replaced hundreds of times. Several wars, and Chirk had never fallen. Nothing about the castle was beautiful or inviting. When Dom was a boy, he preferred the excitement of London, the temptation of the Tun and all its grandeur. But when his father died, Dom had taken solace in the cold walls of Chirk. The castle was impenetrable, much like Dom. Only a winter draught could sneak into the walls and unnerve the residents. Dom eyed Miss de Beaumont. Her delicate features reminded him of a fairy or a breeze. Perhaps Dom was welcoming an entirely different draught into his home. The question was, would Chirk finally fall? She turned to him, her eyes wild with wonder.
"This is your home?"
"It is." He watched her. She turned back to the glass, her lips forming a tempting smile. Dom had invited the wolf into his den, and he would do it again.
Chapter 16.
Georgiana de Beaumont, Chirk. The castle on the hill stood like a beacon, a promise of hope for the last leg of Georgiana's impromptu journey. There were still a few miles to go. Lord Pichon had grown quiet, but castles had always been kind to Georgiana. The dowager had given Georgiana and her sister a wage and a purpose. Her grandfathers had offered a refuge while her mother was alive. And now the castle stood like a soldier, ready to defend the wrongs against her family. She frowned. The castle was the Baron's home. Perhaps she had it backwards. Her family was under attack by the castle's owner.
Where are we?
Georgiana had been too preoccupied with her father's plight to pay attention to their travels. They'd taken the train to the northern tip of Wales, but the carriage had carried them farther from civilization. Chirk. His expression turned wistful. Georgiana couldn't blame him. They'd followed a river flanked by moss-covered poplar and shady oaks, the afternoon sun bouncing light into the surrounding leaves. The pale pink of dog rose and purple buddleia seemed to welcome her with open blooms. Her grandfather's castle was on the opposite end of England. The sea bordered her mother's childhood home, while Chirk appeared to border Wales and England. Georgiana had spent most of her life on the fringes, her birth placing her at odds with her future. The carriage slowed as they climbed the hill toward the castle. The trees seemed to close in around them, blocking out the warmth of the afternoon sun. Georgiana shivered. A faint howl sent a chill down her spine. The once beautiful landscape turned eerie in an instant. Exhaustion wrapped around her shoulders. She'd lost her father and her freedom. She needed to write her brother, tell him of the news. She shook the thought. Christian was the youngest and the most angry. He blamed their mother's death on an absent father. His resentment grew when their sister, Philippa, passed away. There had to be a way to still write Christian without letting him know what she'd done. Christian thought their father selfish and called him Lucian, never father. If Christian knew Georgiana had bartered, sacrificed in any way for their father, Christian would be on the next ship back with his fists ready to fight. Welcome to Wales.
I thought we were on the border.
Georgiana couldn't meet Lord Pichon's gaze. Her emotions were too close to the surface. She blinked and tucked her chin. The boundary has moved back and forth depending on the century. The glow of the late afternoon sun spilled into the carriage, softening Lord Pichon's scars. His jaw and cheek appeared regal and handsome. Georgiana stared at him, her chest tightening. In a moment she saw a beautiful man, and with a snap she felt the loss. Strangers and family alike had told Georgiana of her own beauty. Her brother teased her. He swore Georgiana was given more leniency because of how she looked. Lord Pichon was born to nobility. He was born to the ton, ancient families who gathered shiny things. Her heart became heavy. Georgiana was the cause of his loss. The details of that night in the barn all those years ago were faded memories at best. She only remembered the one man who scurried off the second he'd been discovered. Georgiana hadn't realized there was someone else. Philippa was delicate and gullible. It wouldn't take much to lure her. Or maybe she was sitting across from her sister's one-time love. There wouldn't be any other reason for a baron to be in a barn. He had servants who would do his bidding. The carriage rumbled over the drawbridge. Lord Pichon was out the door before the wheels had fully stopped. He held out his arm, his eye on the grand entry. Gently, he lowered Georgiana, his hands lingering a moment longer than necessary. Her cheeks flushed, warming her neck and face. The inner courtyard was nothing like the rough exterior. The top level was a patchwork of red and grey stone, a mark of more ancient construction, while the ground floor corridors were decorated with delicate glass archways. Lord Pichon had recently renovated the bottom floor. The shine of gilded metal was new, and by the look in his eye, he was quite proud of the work. Georgiana circled, taking in the glorious artwork, and froze. Just above the drawbridge was a familiar crest etched in ancient stone. a lion and a phoenix, the same family crest on the letter in her pocket. She swallowed the rising fear. Her father was in the Queen's custody because of a wax seal. What would Lord Pichon do if she had one of his letters? Her father was surrounded by guards. She hadn't saved her family, she'd sacrificed them. The Baron wasn't protecting her father, he was delivering him. "Are you all right?" He was at her side in an instant.
"I'm fine."
Georgiana retreated, a hand to her head. She shouldn't feel relieved when he touched her, not with his letter in her pocket. There was something ill at hand here, and she needed to get to the bottom of it. Her father's future depended on it. Was it too much? Lord Pichon cocked his head to the side. The travel, was it too hard for your constitution?
My what?
He held out his arm. My mother said ladies should not travel without rest.
I am not a lady.
Lord Pichon smiled softly. Georgiana's heart lifted. She scowled. She shouldn't be affected by him. That was dangerous ground. His lips quirked. Lady or not, you are the gentler sex.
That does not mean weaker.
I do not think you've ever been accused of being weak. 2 servants came running from the house. Lord Pichon nodded to them. Close the drawbridge. Only a moment's hesitation marked their surprise. Georgiana's heart sank. The crank of the gears and the loud snap of the drawbridge closing echoed into the courtyard. Her freedom was gone. The housekeeper was on the steps, a maternal look of pride on her face.
"Oh, Lord Pichon, it's good to have you back."
Lord Pichon smiled, his face once again soft like it had been in the carriage. Georgiana felt like she was intruding on an intimate moment between mother and son.
"And the lady is staying?"
the woman said with a shallow curtsy. She is. Lord Pichon placed a hand at Georgiana's back. Georgiana froze. His movement showed respect or affection. She was not his belle, but she couldn't step away. Georgiana had come to serve. She'd given her word in exchange for her father's freedom. She blinked, confused at the welling moisture in her eyes.
"Oh, it's been a journey, has it?"
The housekeeper wrapped an arm around her, shuffling her into the house. A high-pitched howl pierced the air, filling the night with warning. Tears fell down Georgiana's cheek. She angrily wiped them away. Another howl answered. Georgiana paused in the grand entry.
"Oh, 'tis the wolves, child. They've come down from Scotland the past few years. They stick to the woods."
The woman shooed Georgiana into an upstairs room.
"Rest, my dear. You'll be right as rain soon enough."
On cue, another howl echoed into the room, calling to Georgiana. The housekeeper shut the door. Georgiana snuck to the nearest window, the view on the courtyard. Lord Pichon stood in the centre, issuing orders. The housekeeper appeared before him, more than likely telling the Baron where Georgiana rested. His gaze drifted to the window. Georgiana didn't hide. She should have. When her mother became ill, she wasn't supposed to summon the doctor. Only the wealthy could afford care. She'd cut her hair to pay the physician and the postage to her father. When her sister lay dying in the hospital, she helped the nurse administer ointment. She'd not understood until later that her service had helped her own burns heal. Georgiana had never been good at cowering. Blast it all, she would fight. For her father, for her family, for her mother's promise. Chapter 17. Dominic Pichon, Chirk. The fire in Dom's study crackled alive. He threw another log and waited for the rain to pass. Lightning punched through the sky, thunder following behind. The storm had waited until after their journey before unleashing the wild Welsh winds upon the castle. Dom had sent for Miss de Beaumont's things before they'd left London. He wondered if they would be waterlogged during their trek. Thankfully, he was still on good terms with her butler,
The poor man was nursing a severe knock to the head. Whoever had broken into the house had turned every belonging upside down, except for Mr. Beaumont's workroom. They'd left that alone. Dom had paid handsomely for the room to be packed up and brought to Wales. He'd issued orders to move the butler as soon as he was ready as well. Dom couldn't leave a loose-lipped servant in London. It wouldn't take much to buy his loyalty. Dom would know. He'd been guilty of the same trick. Pacing in his study, Dom wasn't ready to face the day. Mr. Beaumont retired for the evening early and didn't come down for dinner. She'd not admitted to her exhaustion, but the dark circles under her eyes had confessed her worries. She had no idea Dom was trying to keep her safe. He didn't believe the woman was entirely innocent, but knew that someone was after her. Or her father. Why, was the question. Unless the family had a habit of starting fires, there wasn't a reason for the family to be hunted. Lucien was a locksmith, not a king. Mr. Beaumont tinkered with watches and machines, not kingdoms. Dom added another log to the fire. The castle offered warmth to an overcast day, like it had when Dom's father had passed. He couldn't help but feel guilty at Mr. Beaumont's grief. He knew all too well the pain of losing a father. Dom was supposed to be the victim, but felt more like a bully. And he didn't know how to change his course. He offered Chirk as a safe haven, a structure built to protect. The long road leading up the hill kept intruders in full view. A surprise attack wasn't possible. Dom pulled at his cravat. Mr. Beaumont was very much a surprise. From the town, the castle looked large and able to house an army, but, in truth, the castle was only 2 levels, each story enormous, giving the false impression of a 4-storied home. The house only required minimal servants. Dom was quite content having few people to trust. Except today. He needed someone to speak with about the woman upstairs. Her heart was breaking, and he was the cause. But all he could do was stare through the window of his study. The town at the base of the hill offered little comfort. The only man Dom regularly spoke with outside the castle was the telegraph operator Dom had installed at the town's post office. The man had helped loop Dom's personal machine into the line. If there was news to be had from Victoria, Dom would know within minutes. But the machine was still. Dom had never been good with silence or stillness, and he couldn't very well ask Victoria how to comfort the daughter of a criminal. He walked the corridor near Mr. Beaumont's room twice last night. He didn't trust her, no, not an inch. But after spending the better part of a week travelling with her, and, truthfully, after seeing her scars, Dom didn't quite know what to do with himself. Or her. There was still a part of him that was angry. He still had to look at himself in the mirror. Mr. Beaumont had a beautiful reflection. Dom had nothing but scars and reminders of all that was lost. A knock on the door. Mrs. Gale peered around the door. "Breakfast is ready." "Is she?" The housekeeper beamed. "She is." Dom hesitated. He didn't like the knowing look in Mrs. Gale's eye. Mr. Beaumont was not a marriage prospect. He didn't need another servant. He passed the telegraph machine. Perhaps he did have something for Mr. Beaumont to do. Without a word, he brushed past Mrs. Gale to the dining hall. Mr. Beaumont stood nervously, her hands wringing in front of her. She didn't appear to do well with stillness either. She spun around at Dom's entrance. "Lord Pichon," she rocked on her heels. "I've asked Mrs. Gale where the chamber pots are, and she nearly fainted." Dom froze. That was not exactly what he expected. "You are in need of a chamber pot." Her face blushed a brilliant red. Her eyes went wide in embarrassment. "No, not exactly." Dom's worry fell away. There was something delightful about watching a woman blush. "Is there something I can help you with?" She shot him a glare. He couldn't help but smile at her ridiculous temper. She flew from distraught to fury in seconds. "I am here, am I not?" Do you want me to answer that question? He stifled the chuckle. Gods, this was too fun. Miss de Beaumont flared her nostrils.
What am I to do?
She pinched the bridge of her nose.
I am to serve you, but the chamber pots are emptied. I cannot.
You checked my chamber pot? Dom braced himself on the nearest chair. The woman was a rare find indeed. His mother would not be caught dead in another man's room, let alone help clean a chamber pot.
I...
She swallowed hard, her lips trembling. Why? Dom held up his hand. He wasn't quite sure he wanted the answer. Is there something you need, Miss de Beaumont?
A job, Lord Pichon, she sniffed. I pledged myself to serve you. I am a woman of my word.
Mrs. Gill entered on the heels of her words. Miss de Beaumont. A moment. Lord Pichon motioned to his housekeeper. He did not need ears for this conversation. Mrs. Gill left with a nod. Miss de Beaumont folded her arms, the frustration turning to fear. Her eyes began to take in the tall ceilings and the tapestries hung along the walls between the windows. Please. Lord Pichon held out a chair. Sit for a moment. She hesitated. It is not a trick, Miss de Beaumont. His voice was tired. He'd not slept well. His worry for this woman had chased much-needed rest away.
I'll not back out on my word, Lord Pichon.
She didn't sit.
I promised to be a servant. I would do anything to keep him safe.
You'd be an impertinent one at best, he said dryly. He paused. Is that why you were in search of chamber pots? Miss de Beaumont tucked her chin. He'd found his mark. She found her obedient and sat.
I can serve.
I need my telegraph machine serviced. Leaning on the back of a chair, he eyed her. The woman was his charge now. Victoria had made that clear. His cousin wanted her safe. Dom was offended at the notion he'd harm Miss de Beaumont, but Victoria had quickly pointed out his tendency to call Miss de Beaumont a murderer, and her father a thief. Dom had promised Victoria that the little nymph would be safe, but he didn't exactly trust the woman. Miss de Beaumont tilted her head, a far-off look in her eyes.
I've never looked at a telegraph machine before.
Oh. Dom hadn't thought of that problem. He'd assumed all machines were the same, and that if she could tinker with a watch, she could understand the telegraph. When he'd invested in the industry, the idea had seemed simple, straightforward. He sighed. Nothing with Miss de Beaumont was simple. She stood.
That doesn't mean I can't.
Wonderful. Dom sat. Perhaps they could work on something similar to the telegraph machine, if such a thing existed. Awkward silence hung between them.
Lord Pichon?
After a moment, she glanced away nervously.
Are you going to show me where it is?
After breakfast.
Oh.
She clasped her hands and shifted next to him. The realization dawned on him. Miss de Beaumont. He held out his hand, motioning to the chair she'd just vacated. I promised Victoria that I would keep you safe. Part of that is keeping your residence a secret. Her eyes widened.
Oh.
If we tell Mrs. Gill that you are here as a servant, you would need to provide her with references. Dom watched her, her mind working out the details.
And what have you told her?
Nothing yet.
If she thinks I am a lady, rumours will spread quickly.
She leaned forward, whispering.
Ladies don't touch machines.
Dom smiled despite himself. Then we'll use that. We'll tell her we have a secret for her to keep.
That's brilliant. She'll think she's saving my reputation from society.
Miss de Beaumont beamed with mischief. Her eyes crinkled. She placed a hand on his arm.
She'll think me odd, but then I won't have to worry so much about being proper.
Dom nodded along, unable to focus with her hand on his arm. A thrill crept up his arm. The nymph had no idea the power of her touch. He wanted to close his eyes and pretend that she was a lady, and that he was still worthy of marriage. Chapter 18. Georgiana de Beaumont, Chirk. Alone, in her borrowed room, Georgiana held her father's letter in her hand, unsure of where she should stash it. The brute of a baron had somehow changed during their travels, and she didn't understand why. Lord Pichon's mood could still sour, but there was a growing gentleness with him. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. The housekeeper appeared at the threshold. "Miss de Beaumont, Master Pichon would like your assistance." Georgiana followed the housekeeper to the grand entryway, abandoned nails donning the walls. "Where are the portraits?" Mrs. Gill paused, a frown crossing her lips. "Master Pichon has removed them." "All of them?" She shrugged. "Aside from an occasional picture of his late father." "Why?" Georgiana ran a hand along the wall, where the faded outline of a frame was once hung. "I suppose he doesn't like to be reminded of how he once looked." Mrs. Gill swallowed hard. "He was once a handsome boy, Miss de Beaumont." His scars were not so hideous to hide the lines of his jaw, nor could they mar his Roman nose. But more than anything, he possessed an ability to draw her in and make her feel safe. Georgiana whispered, "He's handsome still." A glint appeared in the housekeeper's eye. "That he is." Her smile widened with affection for her employer. "I am glad we share the same mind." Georgiana felt her face flush. She should have kept her thoughts to herself, but ever since Georgiana had spoken to the Baron and his cousin, the Queen, she'd felt more free, and so had her temper. Master Pichon might have been raised with wealth and status, but he takes his responsibilities very seriously. Mrs. Gill leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "But sometimes I fear he has become too serious." She waved her hand, indicating the naked wall. "He's forgotten what it's like to live and love." The housekeeper held Georgiana's gaze, a question in her eyes. Georgiana stepped back, unsure of what Mrs. Gill was wanting. "Of course." Georgiana was a fool. Of course. What did that even mean? She offered a tentative smile. "Do you happen to know what Lord Pichon was needing?" Mrs. Gill straightened. "Oh, yes." She began walking once more, tossing over her shoulder. "His family's great clock hasn't run in ages." Warmth spread through Georgiana. She'd offered herself as a servant, but Lord Pichon had made it clear that Georgiana working would only raise suspicion. The opportunity to solve a puzzle, and a great clock at that, was more than Georgiana could wish for. Stepping into the entryway, noble profiles in gilded frames greeted her. Paintings of different sizes covered the walls from floor to ceiling. Not one of them was Lord Pichon. Georgiana's heart quickened. The castle needed a profile of its master, scars and all. Mrs. Gill reached for Georgiana's hands, squeezing them as she left the room. Georgiana felt the blush once more. She shouldn't have admitted her thoughts on the Baron's features. She shouldn't have done a lot of things. Accidentally burning the Baron was one of a long list of mistakes. Like an overly dramatic sentinel, Lord Pichon stood next to the enormous great clock, with his back straight and brow furrowed. "This clock has not worked in years." His lips quirked to a half-smile, his posture relaxing. "I knew your father was a locksmith. I'd no idea his daughter would be a horologist." Georgiana beamed. She'd never been called a horologist, a professional fixer of clocks. She'd been a locksmith's daughter, or the strange de Beaumont miss. Truth be told, she loved anything that twisted, clicked, or moved with gears. There was nothing more satisfying than solving a problem. If only people could be so easily mended. I am astounded you know the proper term. He shrugged and turned, his scars hidden in the shadow. My father sent for a horologist several times to fix this clock. If he'd not said those exact words, I would still live a life of ignorance. She circled the Baron and inspected the toe mounting. The back of the clock was flush against the wall. She would be able to open the glass-covered belly of the clock, but she'd rather see the entirety of the machine, front and back. She'd fix the Dowager's great clock. Georgiana was reminded of her success every time the woman's clock chimed the hourly melody. Is it attached, or can it be moved? I'm not sure. Lord Pichon ran a hand along the trim down the side. I just know it hasn't been moved in my lifetime. Georgiana opened the glass cover, the hinge squawking. It's an 8-hour clock, not a 30. And here I thought it was quality. Georgiana grinned. An 8-hour clock is quality. Lord Pichon was at her side, bending over and peering at the pendulum inside. His shoulder brushed against hers. My great-grandfather had it made. Georgiana breathed in the scent of him, a hint of vanilla and musky spices. Her grandfather had smelled the same. She felt the flush of her face and looked down at her feet. She shouldn't be blushing. She was being ridiculous. His frame seemed to fill the entryway, and her mind. She swallowed hard. He reached up above to the crest carved into the top of the clock with his right hand, his left brushing against hers. Their fingers were entwined. She froze, not knowing if she'd been the one to accidentally wrap her fingers around his. She held her breath. How could she have been so foolish? The Baron didn't pull away. What if he threw her out? Her behaviour had crossed a line. He was a nobleman. He wouldn't have been the one to initiate. Unlike Lord Rochelle, the Baron took his responsibility seriously. He whispered, And what would you call that? I don't know. She didn't bother meeting his gaze. He tapped the metal pendulum. And you call yourself a horologist? Her gaze flicked up. He was teasing, asking about the clock, not their hands. Her mouth was dry. The touch meant nothing to him. She dropped his hand and stepped back. It's the timekeeping device. An advantage. She took another step back, avoiding his gaze. Some call it a harmonic oscillator. She waved her hand in a semicircle. It swings back and forth in proper, precise time intervals. It all depends on the length of the pendulum. Lord Pichon left the clock, his eyebrow arched. A curious expression crossed his features. He mirrored her steps, as if they were dancing. Georgiana retreated. He took a step closer. Like a tender caress, he whispered, And does the length of the clock affect the timekeeping element? Georgiana shook her head, grateful for the subject to be on clocks, not hand-holding. No, so long as the clock is stationary. If there's motion or any movement, it'll change the rhythm. Lord Pichon nodded thoughtfully. Ah, I see. And what if there were scratches on the outside? Would that affect the timekeeping ability? No, my lord. Georgiana saw the uptick of his lips. He was still teasing her. Her shoulders relaxed. She was safe. The Baron was safe. This was what they did, tease and banter. Why on earth would you think the outside would affect the inside? Before he could answer, she circled him and pointed to the long gear chain. This is a gridiron pendulum. It's not been properly oiled in decades, but once it's serviced, it'll be back to the original accuracy. Lord Pichon folded his arms, squaring his stance in front of her. Nothing on the outside could change the superior quality of the inside. And you were concerned of my hearing ability. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Only a moment ago she was humiliated at the possibility of holding his hand, and now Georgiana was ready to elbow him like she would her brother for teasing her. Oh, blast it, she was being ridiculous. She covered her mouth, praying she'd not cursed out loud. Lord Pichon came to her, gently pulling her left hand from her face, his eyes lingering on her glove a moment too long. She swallowed hard. If he only knew what lay beneath the fabric, he'd shy away. Only a lord was allowed to have flaws, not the daughter of a locksmith. Her scars were fatal. He did not release her hand. Do you believe that to be true?
That you cannot hear?
Her voice cracked and her pulse raced. He leaned closer still. Do you believe that abuse on the outside of a clock, or perhaps something else, could affect inward quality, Miss de Beaumont?
Georgiana's mind raced. They were no longer speaking of clocks or things. She resisted the urge to trace the burn marks on his face. The giant of a man had turned tender. Every chip in the wood and dent in the metal tells a story. Goosebumps crept up her neck. It was difficult to focus on words with her hand in his, her left hand. The thought sobered her. The Baron had no idea what he held. She met his gaze, a question in his eyes. Georgiana's heart quickened. Lord Dominic Pichon was no brute. He was kind and tender.
A story, you say? He squeezed her hand, his thumb gently caressing her knuckles. The clock shows the wear and love of a family. If it were in my ancestral home, those scars would increase the value. She reached up, her palm against his cheek. The sound of heels on stone pricked her conscience. She pulled back, taking giant steps away from the Baron.
Master Pichon, Mrs. Gill announced, the telegraph operator has accepted your invitation.
Lovely. Sarcasm dripped from the Baron's lips. His posture stiffened. He marched to the clock and shut the glass door before leaving Georgiana alone in the entryway. She leaned against the wall and squeezed her eyes shut. What had she done? She'd held his hand and then put a palm to his cheek. She'd lost her mind. Georgiana opened her eyes to see a thoughtful expression on the housekeeper's face.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Gill. Were you speaking to me?
No, my lady, only observing. She smiled widely. I am grateful you came to stay at Chirk. The castle needs you more than the Baron will ever admit. Without another word, Mrs. Gill left, amusement in her eyes. Chapter 19. Dominic Pichon, Chirk. The wind howled with a temper while Dom paced in his room. As a child, he'd crossed the same doorway in search of his father. He'd not realized how unusual his upbringing was until after he left for university. From scrapes to studies, his father was involved, not his mother, nor a nanny. When storms would haunt the halls with eerie sounds, Dom would enter his father's room and into an affectionate embrace. The late Baron was grey and arthritic when he'd married Dom's mother. He hadn't cared for social niceties or anything other than duty when he'd become a father. Dom had understood that his father had loved his mother, but doubted if Lady Pichon had ever cared for any of the Pichon men. When Dom was young, he'd promised his father, with all the solemnity a 5-year-old could possess, that Dom would be a devoted father and husband. That future died in the fire. With the telegraph operator arriving any moment, Dom should be downstairs in his study, but he could not be anywhere near Miss de Beaumont. He was a cad. He was the worst sort of man. He'd welcomed a desperate woman into his castle, and under the guise of looking at a clock, he'd wrapped his fingers around hers. She was supposed to be the nymph, the liar. And yet... He sank softly to his bed, his head in his hands. Dom could still feel the warmth of her hand against his cheek. He'd not been touched since his accident. Helping his cousin, or even Miss de Beaumont from a carriage did not count. Victoria had touched his scars before, but Miss de Beaumont's touch was different. Miss de Beaumont had looked softly into his eyes, her gloved palm against his marred face. She'd never flinched, nor had she balked at his appearance. Nicholas wanted Miss de Beaumont because of her fine features. Dom wanted her because she ignored his ugliness. He froze. He'd not admitted his feelings before. He shook his head. He was living a fantasy. Miss de Beaumont could have the highest choice of men. Her beauty was undeniable. He ran his hands through his hair and groaned. A familiar knock on his door stole his thoughts. Mrs. Gill peered around the door, her smile a touch too bright. "I believe the operator will be here any moment." "So you've said." He winced at the bark in his voice. Her smile only grew. "Will you be inviting other guests?" Other guests? Dom had not entertained in years. He'd felt rather foolish just a moment ago with Miss de Beaumont, the first woman and person he'd invited to Chirk since the accident. "You appear to be happier with Miss de Beaumont, and now that you've invited the telegraph operator—" "Happier?" His voice had risen. He sounded like a schoolboy, not a grown man. "I am not happier. I am merely being a good host." "If I may, Master Pichon." "You may not," Dom blurted. He stood and pulled at his cravat. The room had become insufferably hot. Or perhaps he was the insufferable one. "Apologies, Mrs. Gill." She nodded, a knowing glint in her eye. "Miss de Beaumont seems to be a lady of refinement." Dom coughed into his fist. "She is a woman of many talents." But refinement was not a word Dom would use to describe Miss de Beaumont. Mrs. Gill folded her hands behind her back and rocked on her heels. "Mutual admiration is a beautiful thing, Master Pichon." Dom coughed again into his fist and cleared his throat. It was difficult to breathe. He marched to the window and flung it open. Feeling the housekeeper's gaze on his back, he answered, "Ah, yes, mutual admiration is a tricky thing. Both parties must. You find her beautiful, yes?" Mrs. Gill opened the other windows, her voice calm and steady. "Any man with eyes would find her beautiful." Dom waved his hands in the air, hoping to erase the words. He turned to his housekeeper. She'd been too long in his employ, and his father's, to not suspect a matchmaking session. Dom had long ago given up on that type of future. "What is your point?" Mrs. Gill turned to him, her eyes soft. "Because she believes you are handsome, Master Pichon." "You must have misheard." Mrs. Gill shook her head. Dom recoiled from her, shaking his head. She was being kind. The housekeeper tucked her chin. She blushed after admitting it. As anyone should. He rubbed his neck. She was embarrassed at saying such nonsense. That is why she blushed. "I do not think she meant to." Mrs. Gill came to his side, saying softly, "Miss de Beaumont is not like other ladies. She doesn't seem to notice your scars. And you seem not to notice yours when she's around." "For more than the obvious reason, Miss de Beaumont is out of reach." Dom's voice cracked. He groaned, wanting to put an end to this ridiculous conversation. "What obvious reason?" Mrs. Gill asked, a touch too innocently. She's... Dom couldn't admit that Miss de Beaumont was the daughter of a suspected traitor, or that she was not a lady. "She's here without a companion. I should act as a chaperone, not a suitor." Mrs. Gill frowned and slowly walked to the door. "Chaperone or not, I would not let a woman like that slip through my fingers." Before Dom could answer, the door was shut and he was alone once more. "She believes you are handsome." The words echoed in his mind. His housekeeper was wrong. No one believed he was handsome, least of all Miss Georgiana de Beaumont. He'd called her a liar and a murderer. If anyone had reason to find fault with Dom, it was the woman who just a moment ago had placed a palm to his cheek. Mutual admiration is a beautiful thing. Yes, Dom would agree, if that was in fact the case, but it was not. With toffee-coloured hair and doe-like eyes, Miss de Beaumont was an incomparable beauty. No man could deny that fact. And no woman or man could look beyond Dom's scars. Chapter 20. Georgiana de Beaumont, Chirk. Georgiana raced down the steps. The screeching of the drawbridge could be heard throughout the castle. She picked up her skirt and scurried toward his study. Lord Pichon had invited the town's telegraph operator to teach Georgiana the basics. She stopped a moment, waiting for her breathing to slow before knocking on the study's door. Lord Pichon was at the window, his hands behind his back. "You are the tiniest elephant I have ever heard." "I am not sure if that is a compliment or an insult." Georgiana fought the smile. Tossing barbs at each other was a dance they were accustomed to. She chided herself. She should be trying to find evidence of the Baron's involvement with her father. The letter with his crest was still in her pocket. The Baron turned, an eyebrow arched. "I believe the entire castle could hear you race down the stairs." She shrugged. "Subtlety is not a virtue I possess." He smirked. She felt the warmth of approval. A knock on the door interrupted them. The butler entered. With a nod, he said, "Lord, what the devil are you doing, Dom?" Lord Rochelle burst into the room. He tossed his hat and cane to the sofa. He stopped with one look at her. "Georgiana!" Lord Pichon's expression hardened. He turned to her, his eyes becoming cold. "Georgiana, is it?" Her face warmed. She felt her forehead. She was blushing something fierce. "Lord Rochelle, I never gave you leave to address me so informally." Lord Pichon's gaze flicked from Rochelle's to hers. He lifted his chin. "What does he have on you?" Lord Rochelle rushed to her, hands outstretched. "Sir, what are you doing?" She retreated, pushing his hands from her. "Gather your things." The Earl pointed a finger at Lord Pichon. "He cannot harm you any longer." "Harm me?" Georgiana's mind raced. Her father was the one in danger. "I am safe with the Baron." "You are too innocent to understand," Lord Rochelle tusked. He sighed and let his head fall back, his gaze on the ceiling. He looked very much like an actor on a stage. His voice was booming and his gestures too loud for the small audience of only the Baron and Georgiana. Lord Rochelle sighed once more. "If he holds you, an unwed maiden, hostage, you will be forced to wed." "Wed?" she repeated dumbly. This wasn't happening. That wasn't part of the negotiation. "Nicholas, what are you playing at?" Lord Pichon's voice was a low growl. "What is the real reason you're here?" "What am I playing at?" Lord Rochelle circled the study, his arms outstretched. He pounded his chest with more enthusiasm than needed. "I did not snatch a lady and destroy her home. That was your crime." "Destroy my home?" Georgiana balked. She'd been with Lord Pichon every day since her father snuck into his home. Lord Pichon couldn't have done anything to the town home. Doubt snuck in. He could have paid someone. She caught Lord Pichon's gaze. He gave a subtle shake of her head. It wasn't him, but he'd known. She whispered, "You knew." Lord Rochelle paused in his pandering, his head pivoting between them. "You didn't know?" "What else?" Georgiana straightened her back. She just wanted the truth. "Please tell me what happened." "I will." Lord Pichon turned to Lord Rochelle. "But as it is a family matter, I will tell only you." A wave of gratitude came over Georgiana. She nodded and prayed the tears wouldn't come. Her home! The little townhome in London was the only roof she'd ever shared with her father. His warning echoed in Georgiana's mind. Her father had known the home would be ransacked. Lord Pichon must have gone back to check. She didn't know what part the Baron played in their recent misfortune. She only knew that her father had snuck onto his property. And the letter. She'd been too unsure to leave the envelope in her room. Lord Rochelle scoffed. "You cannot expect me to believe that you, Miss de Beaumont, are here of your own accord." His words were like honey, soft and alluring. They were free of the barbs so frequently used by Lord Pichon. It would be so easy for Georgiana to take the Earl's hand and run off into the sunset. But she'd promised Lord Pichon and her mother. She stepped back. She'd thought of the Baron first, her mother second. She took another step, her calves backing into the sofa. Without thinking, she sat. "My darling, you are in shock." Lord Rochelle kneeled before her. "Let me get you home."
"Home,"
she groaned. When had her mind abandoned her?
"Blast it all, there is no home."
Lord Rochelle recoiled while Lord Pichon chuckled. The sound swept the fog from her mind. Her throat cleared, calling the attention of all three. A lanky man with hands too big for his frame bowed in front of them. "I've come to help with the telegraph machine."
"Yes."
Georgiana brushed past Lord Rochelle.
"I've so many questions."
Lord Pichon gave a quick shake of his head to the operator. "Would you give us a moment, good sir?" The man bowed, confusion written in his furrowed brow, and left. Lord Pichon closed the door. "Nicholas, if you have any amount of affection for this woman, you will leave."
"It is my affection for Georgiana that has driven me here."
Lord Rochelle set his jaw. He pulled his watch from his waistcoat, the time still off, and tusked once more. "I'm not leaving without her." Georgiana held up her hand.
"Lord Rochelle!"
"Nicholas, my love." Lord Rochelle grinned like a Cheshire cat. He grabbed her hand and kissed it. Georgiana's mouth fell open.
"What are you doing?"
"If Dom hadn't stolen you."
"Lord Rochelle, he didn't steal me."
The fool just stood there. Her pulse raced.
"How did you find me?"
"Did he threaten you?" Lord Rochelle squeezed her hand. "Tell me. I can help you." She pulled back from his touch.
"You need to leave. Please."
Lord Pichon was at her side, his chest against her shoulder. "Has it ever occurred to you that Miss de Beaumont wants to be here?" Georgiana leaned into Lord Pichon. The Baron didn't retreat. He didn't disappear. She felt him place his hand at her back. He was behind her, bracing her. She blinked, the emotion catching her by surprise. Georgiana was the one to fix things, to help others. But the brute, not her father, stood behind her, supporting her. Lord Rochelle snickered. "Look at her, Dom. She's petrified."
"I am quite eager to work on the telegraph machine."
The words were shaky. They were born of fear. She was scared of Lord Pichon, but not the way Lord Rochelle believed. Her heart raced at Lord Pichon's touch. She didn't trust the Baron at all, and yet the temptation to cry into his chest grew with each moment. She was weak, not like the debutantes that frequented the Dowager's dancing hall. She didn't simper and bat her eyelashes. She was Georgiana de Beaumont, the locksmith's daughter. "You came to Northern Wales to work on Dom's machine." Lord Rochelle folded his arms, disbelief in every word. "Then why was your home ransacked?"
"Why didn't you tell me?"
She turned, peering up at Lord Pichon. A flicker of grief crossed his features, sympathy. Her heart raced. He felt sorry for her. That was all this was. He didn't hold a tendre for the simple de Beaumont daughter. He was just a gentleman who pretended to be heartless. "I am sorry," he whispered. His arm tightened behind her. Why would someone do this? Georgiana fixed watches and her father created locks. They were no threat to anyone. And yet her father was pale, sick with fear. Lord Pichon gave the same subtle shake of his head from before. He wouldn't speak in front of Lord Rochelle. She nodded. Georgiana. Lord Rochelle leaned in, reaching for her hand. She shivered. Lord Pichon's arm became taut. Georgiana straightened and pulled away from both men. She patted her cheeks, warm. She was blushing again. She would love to disappear. What was that? Puffing out his chest, Lord Rochelle sniffed at Lord Pichon. Have you no honour, Dom? Says the man in debt up to his neck. Lord Rochelle narrowed his gaze. You wouldn't even look at her. She was beneath you. And now that I've shown charity to her, now you've swooped in. Georgiana froze, her heart in her throat. Charity. That was her worth to Lord Rochelle. You called her a murderer. Lord Rochelle raised his voice, making sure Georgiana heard every word. You accused her father of being a thief. Georgiana winced. If Lord Rochelle knew the truth, her father's reputation would never recover. She waited for the Baron to tell Lord Rochelle of her father's crime. And you've drawn up a marriage contract without ever speaking to her or her father. Lord Pichon sat on the edge of his desk, his long legs reaching the ground. Aside from the set of his jaw, he appeared relaxed and in control. Miss de Beaumont is very aware of my feelings. I am, she whispered, hating the truth. Lord Pichon hated her family. She was the cause of his burns. Her father tried to rob him. The kindness Lord Pichon had shown her a moment ago was just that. He was a gentleman. And Georgiana was just the daughter of a thief. Chapter 21. Dominic Pichon, Chirk. Chirk was one of the oldest castles in the kingdom, well guarded and removed from London. Few families had even heard of the barony, fewer still cared to make the trek to the outskirts of the country. Dom had promised Victoria that no one would know where he'd taken Miss de Beaumont. If Nicholas knew, Dom was followed or they were overheard. Not even Lucien was told. There were no guards in the room that day. Dom needed Nicholas to leave. He had an urgent telegraph to send. But Nicholas was far too interested in performing his monologue. Shakespeare would have been proud. Dom folded his arms to keep from strangling him. The idiot had barged into his home, demanding to steal Miss de Beaumont, or Georgiana, as he'd repeatedly called her. Dom flexed his hand. He'd seen the desperation in her eyes and placed his palm to her back. His hand was still warm from the touch. She'd leaned into him. For a moment he'd felt as large as a mountain and strong as an ox. He would have done anything for her. This was a dangerous game, sharing a roof with a beauty like her. She was the daughter of a proven criminal. Dom still didn't know Miss de Beaumont's role in her father's game of lies. Lies. Nicholas had accused Dom of damaging her reputation. Nicholas wasn't wrong. Dom hadn't thought of the personal consequences. He'd only thought of his old wax seal and the country, not Miss de Beaumont. Dom winced at his selfishness. He hadn't thought of Miss de Beaumont as an equal. She wasn't part of the ton. Dom wasn't the gentleman his father raised him to be. He hadn't thought it through at all. Her father doesn't even know she's here. Nicholas lifted his chin, a smug expression on his face. He pointed a finger at Dom's chest. Does your mother know? If the Queen of England knows, what would it matter to my mother? Dom barked. Miss de Beaumont winced. Blast it, Nicholas. Why did you come? You've not spoken to her father, so what reason do you have? You are not her betrothed. You are not family. You do not have a claim on her.
And you do? Nicholas rubbed his jaw, an eyebrow arched. Or is this your way of staking your claim? The de Beaumont family is protected by the Queen. I believe you witnessed a few moments of the committee meeting. It was childish to remind Nicholas that he'd only been there for a quick moment, but Dom didn't care. Nicholas could rot with the devil for all he cared. And yet your sweet cousin called me to gather Lucien, he beamed. Victoria more than likely thought she could help patch an old friendship. Some fences were never meant to be mended. An oversight on her part. Dom hesitated. Why would Victoria call upon Nicholas to bring Lucien? That didn't make sense. Nicholas wasn't on any committee. Lucien was difficult to get a hold of. That was a common complaint. Victoria had somehow believed Nicholas, of all people, would be able to bring the locksmith to the castle. Dom's gaze flicked to the telegraph machine. Something was missing. Could Nicholas be in league with Lucien? Miss de Beaumont's hesitation made Dom doubt. She was clearly not comfortable with the Earl. Nicholas gestured to Dom, but spoke to Miss de Beaumont. Your Capt had just committed treason. He just spoke ill of the Queen. Miss de Beaumont stood with a snap. Lord Rochelle! Nicholas, he said with a wink, don't be shy around Dom. How can I be shy when I'm never allowed to speak? She flexed her fingers in front of her, her eyes dimming. Dom winced. He knew why her left hand bothered her. She would stare at it sometimes, grief crossing her fingers. Lord Rochelle! She emphasized Lord. Dom couldn't help but grin. I am not being held hostage here. I came of my own accord, and as Lord Pichon can attest, I was rather forceful in my suggestions. Nicholas rolled his eyes. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Her mouth fell open. Her gaze found Dom's. And you accuse me of not having my faculties. Nicholas held out his arm as if she'd proven his point. And this is why we're leaving. This is unbelievable. Miss de Beaumont rubbed the bridge of her nose and began pacing. She stopped, pivoting slowly toward Nicholas. How did you know I was here? Ignoring her, Nicholas arched an eyebrow. I won't let this go. It's not for you to decide. Dom stood, standing several inches taller than Nicholas. A brief look of panic crossed his features. Dom relished the thought. They'd spent too many hours in stodgy pugilist rooms. Nicholas knew very much what Dom was capable of. I believe it's time for you to leave. She's not like the others. Nicholas shook his head and held up a finger. For once in your life, Dom, don't think of yourself in this. You can't just toss her out when you're done with her. Anger coursed in Dom's veins. He was no longer the rake who stole kisses in the shadows of London. He'd stolen nothing here. No one. How dare you? Because that's what you did with me, isn't it? Nicholas held out his arms baring his chest. You couldn't use me any more, so you tossed me out. You wrote to my mother bartering for silence. Dom stepped toward him, his hands clenched in tight fists. He didn't miss how Nicholas flinched. You knew she'd do anything to keep news of my burns a secret. He jutted his chin. You've got it wrong, Dom. Enlighten me. Dom didn't care what the Earl had to say. He'd seen the letters with his own eyes. He'd never confronted his mother or his former friend. He'd let it simmer in his heart, cooking the fury deep in his bones. I didn't ask for a farthing. Nicholas shifted his feet, glancing nervously at Miss de Beaumont. Your mother knew of your gambling. Dom didn't care who began the communication. His mother and closest friend were ashamed of him. That was the terrible truth. The honesty that kept him alone meal after meal.
The stone castle separated Dom from the ignorance of before to the sad knowledge of today. She was worried about you. Nicholas gathered his cane and hat. We were all worried about you. He pointed his hat at Miss de Beaumont before placing it on his head. My dear Georgiana, I know how you love your work.
Do you?
Her voice was quiet.
You paid my butler to turn away couriers.
Nicholas chuckled nervously. I was worried.
This is what I need.
Miss de Beaumont walked to the telegraph machine in the open armoire.
My father is needed for the exhibition, and I am needed here.
This is not over. Nicholas placed a hand over his chest. It is far from over, Dom warned. I shall count the days, Georgiana. I will be back to set you free. Nicholas offered a bow and left, his footsteps echoing. Tension filled the room. She groaned.
I never gave him leave.
I don't think Nicholas cares. Dom was aware of her every move, every sound.
He knows I'm here.
Dom rubbed his temples. I don't know how he knows.
He followed us to St. James's, she offered.
Dom tried not to react to hearing us cross her lips. She tapped her fingers on the telegraph machine, her brow furrowing in concentration.
Does he really have gambling debts?
Did I shatter your image of the great Nicholas Whitworth? She wrinkled her nose.
No, not at all.
He might truly care for you. The words pained him. Dom wouldn't stand in the way of love. A lump formed in his throat. In truth, he'd begun to care for the impertinent chit. She was unlike anyone he'd ever met. She hadn't fallen for Nicholas's silver tongue, nor had she shrunk from Dom's hideous scars. Perhaps Miss de Beaumont truly had confessed Dom was handsome to Mrs. Gill.
Lord Rochelle doesn't really care for me.
Miss de Beaumont tucked her chin, a habit she only did when she struggled for words. She made a little wave indicating her dress.
Can you truly care for someone when this might not be what it seems?
It's better than this. He ran a hand down his face. What if this is what you see? Instead of wincing, she smirked.
You make it so much worse than it is.
And now I know you're lying. But there was comfort in the woman trying to soften his scars.
Are burns really so hideous to you? She asked quietly.
His gaze flicked to hers. She blinked and looked away. Dom felt as if he'd waded into dangerous waters. His burns shouldn't affect her so. He stepped closer. It doesn't matter what I think. She nodded and wiped her cheek.
I'll ask Mrs. Gill to send in the telegraph operator.
Dom stood watching her leave. Something had shifted. He'd answered her question wrong. He brought a hand to his face. He was used to the gasps and grimaces of his scars. His own mother always positioned herself on his right side. But Georgiana, no, Miss de Beaumont, was saddened, not by his wounds, but rather the way Dom spoke of them. The woman confounded him at every turn. A draught snuck into the study, sending a chill up his spine. There was a storm brewing, and Dom was not at all prepared. Chapter 22. Georgiana de Beaumont. Chirk. The outside wind had let up, allowing the sound of Georgiana's pacing to echo in the Baron's quiet study. She'd learned the ins and outs of the telegraph machine, and was bored out of her mind. She'd already tweaked the great clock in the entryway and the smaller clock on the Baron's desk. Her gaze kept drifting to the telegraph machine. Guilt crept in. She'd done more than just learn how to operate the telegraph. She'd learned everything about how it worked. Lord Pichon was her ever-present chaperone while the town's operator was in the room, but after receiving a telegraph from a certain Drina, the Baron had gone to London in great haste.
He'd not said a word to Georgiana, not an explanation, nothing. After Lord Rochel's sudden arrival, Georgiana had hoped Lord Pichon would confide his theories in her. She wanted to know just how Lord Rochel had found her. Worry followed her, keeping to the shadows of the castle. If Lord Rochel, a self-absorbed earl who couldn't see past his own desires, knew of where Georgiana hid, who else did? Her London town home was ransacked, her workroom contents still en route to Chirk. As the days passed, worry turned to fear, leading Georgiana to pacing daily in the Baron's study. Her gaze continually drifted to the silent telegraph machine. The first few hours of Lord Pichon's departure was a brief respite. She'd breathed a sigh of relief. It had been the first time she'd been alone with her thoughts in weeks. She'd not heard from her brother, not that he knew where she was, nor had she heard from her father. She wasn't quite sure if he was allowed to write her. And now, with the Earl's knowledge of Georgiana, she didn't want to risk any communication with her father. She was almost certain the Earl didn't know of her brother. She'd never told him about Christian. Georgiana leaned into the window. She hadn't told Lord Rochel anything, not of her brother or her sister. The one person who knew the most about her family was the Baron, the man who was actively destroying the de Beaumont name. Georgiana's restlessness had allowed her hands and mind to go wild. She'd taken apart the telegraph. Only twice she'd gotten stuck and had to retrace her steps. Part of her was silly with excitement. Her head raced with how the clicks and wires transformed communication. But the euphoria dimmed with each passing day. Shadows crept in from the outside. The drawbridge was shut. She was supposed to feel safe. She felt rather caged at the moment. She sat on the sofa, a palm to the window. At night, she heard the howls of the wolves. They called to each other. The castle wasn't quite as warm with Lord Pichon gone. His manner was rough and his words not always pretty, but there was a steadiness in him that she missed. In the dead of night, when the shadows and wolves came calling, Georgiana would toss and turn. When Lord Pichon was in his room down the corridor, the sounds were smaller. His enormous frame and hot temper kept the outside world in check. She could still feel the warmth of his hand on her back. Lord Rochel was titled and handsome, but it was Lord Pichon who'd made her feel safe. She groaned. Her feelings were disloyal. Her mind was just addled from loneliness, that was all. Georgiana wrapped her arms around her knees. She was supposed to be a servant, but even Mrs. Gill wondered what Georgiana's role was. There was only so much a person could do with a telegraph. Georgiana wasn't the watch-and-wait kind of woman. If she didn't find something to occupy her time soon, the entire castle would be rebuilt. With a sigh, she traced his family crest on the window. Georgiana was indeed mad. Only a woman of an unsound mind would be wishing for the return of her father's arch-nemesis. She grinned. Arch-nemesis sounded like something Lord Rochel would have said. The man was more in love with the sound of his voice than of his audience. He'd come to rescue Georgiana from the terrible clutches of the Baron. She smiled. Lord Pichon wasn't as terrible as Lord Rochel's vibrato. Georgiana stood and walked to Lord Pichon's desk, her finger trailing along the top. One of his drawers wasn't closed completely. Odd. He normally kept his drawers locked. Her mother did the same, sharing only the letters addressed to the family. Some things are between husbands and wives only, darling. Georgiana glanced at the door. Mrs. Gill made a point to keep the door open when Lord Pichon was away. Georgiana was not to be trusted yet. Keeping in front of the desk, she leaned, peering into the drawer. There wasn't much to see. Checking the door, she leaned over more, prying a bit more with her finger. A family crest, not Lord Pichon's. She squeezed her finger in, moving the top envelope over. The next one held the same broken seal. Lord Pichon was reading someone else's letters. The quick footsteps of the housekeeper startled Georgiana. With a shove, she pushed the drawer closed, the lock latching. Georgiana rolled her eyes. She could have picked that lock with her eyes closed. He'd not shut it properly, but that would hardly protect him from her prying. The truth stung. She could have picked every drawer, but she hadn't. Her mother would have been disappointed. She, not Lucien, had taught Georgiana how to pick locks and fix gadgets. It had all started as a game to keep Georgiana occupied while her mother cared for a young Christian. Knowing the inner workings of a lock had made Georgiana feel close to her father even when he was abroad, and, for the most part, a stranger. But Georgiana had chosen the Baron over her father. She'd had every opportunity to get information. Instead, she'd spent her time tinkering with a machine. She could have sent a message to her father, but she hadn't. Georgiana hugged herself. She was being rather foolish. There was no friendship or feelings between the Baron and her. She knew that. Lord Rochelle had accused Lord Pichon of stealing her affection. The Baron didn't bother refuting. Lord Pichon was just as much of a rake today as he was before his scars. She tugged the glove off her left hand. Her marred skin was still hideous and puckered in all the wrong places. She'd waited to be alone before playing with the machine. Georgiana didn't need Mrs. Gill to see her scars. Some secrets were better left hidden. No one needed to see her hand. Lord Pichon had made no secret of his disgust. Georgiana pulled her glove back over her hand. Perhaps it was time she stopped pretending that all would be well. She'd once thought her brother too weak for her father, but maybe Christian was the strong one. He'd had enough courage to make his own way in the world. Christian spoke of America and how they didn't have nobility or rank. His future there was what he made of it. The telegraph machine seemed to wink at her. She'd already mastered the modern sewing machine. She could just as easily make a living working on telegraph loops. Christian would help secure passage to America. He'd offered before. She sat at the desk. With borrowed pen and paper, she wrote to her brother. If she hurried, she could have it posted before Lord Pichon returned. She'd given her word to serve, but they both knew it was just to keep her occupied and out of the way. Georgiana snooped around for an envelope. Something fell on the floor with a ping. She patted the floor, finding something circular. She held it up. The wax seal her father stole, a lion on the left and a phoenix on the right. A crack down the middle threatened to split the seal. "Can I help you, dear?" Mrs. Gill chirped. Georgiana gasped, dropping the wax seal. "Oh, no!" "Don't fret. He hasn't used that in years." She rushed over and picked up the seal. A wistful smile crossed her face. "His father used this one, and every baron before him." "Did he ever replace it?" Georgiana felt foolish. Of course Lord Pichon had replaced it. There was a crack. Anyone with eyes could see that. "Aye, he replaced it all right." Mrs. Gill placed the seal on its head. "I wish he hadn't changed it." "Change it?" Georgiana stood and motioned to the courtyard. "But it's the family crest." "Aye." She frowned. "I suppose everything changed after the accident." Guilt squeezed Georgiana's lungs. She was the reason everything changed. She'd chased her sister to the barn, desperate to change her mind. The lamp dropped because Georgiana couldn't fix everything, least of all her sister's heart. "It's a bit tongue-in-cheek of him," Mrs. Gill chuckled sadly. "He thought replacing the lion with another phoenix was a nod to his injuries." She shook her head and mumbled incoherently. "Another phoenix?" Georgiana was treading a thin line. She'd already peeked into the drawers. The letters were stamped with a wax seal, one with a phoenix on either side. He changed his crest to the 2 phoenixes after the accident. She kept her tone measured, as if she'd already known most of the facts. "Oh, you thought it always was the 2. Mrs. Gill pursed her lips. Georgiana swallowed hard. Lord Pichon wasn't reading someone else's mail.
and her father had stolen a wax seal that the Baron hadn't used in years. A chill swept up her neck. Her father's words echoed in her mind. I needed to match your seal with the letters, to see if you were behind it. Her father was trying to decide if Lord Pichon was behind the threat. Whoever was using the seal had to have known the Baron for years, and have access to his London house. Lord Pichon wasn't part of the problem, but possibly an innocent victim. You must have only known him afterwards. She glanced at the seal. In a way, you get a younger version of him. He's much more like the boy his father raised now than when his mother was around. Chapter 23. Dominic Pichon, London. Dom waited for the arrival of his cousin in the same living room where he'd blamed his scars on Miss de Beaumont. The old palace didn't feel like home anymore. The castle up in Chirk called to him, pulling his thoughts. Dom grunted and sat on the armrest of the sofa. Victoria would chide him when she saw him. He'd rushed to London the moment he'd received her telegraph. She'd used her old nickname, Drina. She'd found something. Yet she'd waited days before coming to the palace. He could have stayed in Chirk for another day. He didn't like leaving Miss de Beaumont by herself. Nicholas had found her, and Dom didn't know how far he'd spread the gossip. A draught snuck into the room, reminding Dom once more of his castle, and the woman who occupied it. Footsteps echoed up the stairs. A moment later, guards filed in with Lucien in the centre. His face was haggard, the skin loose and wrinkly. He'd lost weight in the weeks since Dom had left him at Buckingham Palace. Dom was grateful he'd left Miss de Beaumont at the castle. She would be in hysterics if she could see her father now. Lucien was guided to the sofa where he sat, his breathing just as laboured as when Dom had left him. "Where is Victoria?" Dom asked the nearest guard. "Dom!" A familiar voice called to him. He winced. He spun around, his mother at the door of the room, a taut smile on her lips. She extended her arms for an embrace. Dom stepped back. The woman was never demonstrative. His father would shake Dom's hand enthusiastically or wrap an arm around Dom's shoulder, but not his mother. She stepped inside, taking in the splendour of the living room. His mother had rarely been to St. James's. Lady Anna Pichon would be telling her friends of her visit the moment she returned to the London home. Victoria had never invited the Baroness before. St. James's was a refuge from the cares of the world. Dom and Victoria were united in their love for Dom's father and their avoidance of scheming relatives. "It's been an age since I've been here." Dom's mother took a slow turn in the centre of the room. Her admiration for the gilded portraits was evident. She gave little gasps of delight. Her performance reminded Dom of Lord Rochelle. Perhaps Dom was once as dramatic. He'd never regretted leaving the Tun, and by his mother's performance, Dom would never return. "Lady Pichon." Victoria entered the room, surrounded by another set of guards. There were dark circles under her eyes. "Why is my mother here?" Dom didn't hide the irritation. He didn't trust her and would divulge nothing in front of her. "I was invited, my dear boy." His mother glided to the sofa opposite Lucien, never bothering to look at the locksmith. "But why here?" Dom hated the whine in his voice, but this room was sacred. He'd chastised himself for destroying the peace when he'd spoken of his scars, but he'd hoped to restore the balance soon, not find his mother in the centre of it. Victoria nodded to the guard at her right. "What is discussed here will not leave this room." "That goes without saying," Dom said slowly. The hair on his neck stood on end. Lucien wheezed, his laboured breathing a distraction. Dom looked from his mother to his cousin. Neither seemed to notice. The door was shut, with the guard offering a bag to Victoria. She pulled out a stack of envelopes, his old seal on the back. "These were found."
His mother arched an eyebrow, levelling her son with a gaze. "Do you have something to confess, Dom?" I could ask the same question. Dom hadn't actually thought of his mother as suspicious, not until she'd waltzed into St. James's. Victoria had brought her for a reason, although his cousin didn't have her surrounded by guards. These were not written by him. Victoria pursed her lips. She held them out to Dom with one hand, the other bracing herself against the back of a chair. Sit. Dom grabbed the envelopes and helped his overly pregnant cousin to the chair. The hem of her dress swished, revealing swollen ankles. She sighed and laid a hand on her belly. Guilt fell on his shoulders. Victoria had a country to run and a baby to bear. She didn't need to be meddling with Dom's affairs. He untied the ribbon holding the envelopes. Each one was sealed with his old crest. The letter was dated months ago, just before Victoria begged Dom to come to the committee meeting. He flipped the envelope over. This was addressed to the Prime Minister. "He knows it wasn't you," Victoria sighed once more. "How does he know that?" Dom's mother said with a scoff. She was ready to throw Dom into the nearest prison. He should be surprised, but he wasn't. "Why are you so eager to leave me to the wolves?" She sniffed the air. "It is hard to argue with your own hand." "You've not seen the writing." The suspicion grew. Dom's mother was far too earnest in her thinking. Lucien had tried stealing the wax seal, thinking Dom wasn't in London. Who would have given Lucien information on his whereabouts, even if they were wrong? For a woman who lives and dies by society's opinion, you appear to be at ease with a traitor as a son. His mother placed a hand over her chest. "I care more for the Queen's good opinion than of the ton." "I shall have to deprive you, Lady Pichon." Victoria frowned, and with a tired shake of her head she added, "You are the only person with access to Dom's old seal. The letters stopped when Lucien was caught with the seal." Lady Pichon made a show of looking at the locksmith, mock disbelief in her tone. "And I assume you are Lucien. You stole my son's seal." The locksmith didn't bother meeting her gaze, or anyone's gaze for that matter. He was a shell of a man. "Lucien," Dom asked gently, "your daughter is safe?" The man raised his view, his eyes heavy. Still he said nothing. "Your son, Christian, is he still sailing along the American coast?" Dom kept his tone light. He needed to oil the rusty mouth of Lucien de Beaumont. Ever so slightly, the locksmith nodded. "I have to ask, did you tell anyone where Georgiana is?" Dom wondered if the defeated man before him had sold out his daughter. Lucien glanced to Dom's mother and shook his head. Murmuring, he said, "I don't know where you've taken her." "Someone came asking after her." Dom tossed a glance over his shoulder to Victoria. He'd already told her as much in a telegraph. She nodded, encouraging Dom. Somehow, this person knew exactly where she was, and that I was there. "Oh, Dom, don't be silly." Lady Pichon waved away her son's words. "If you're there, we all know where she'd be. You'll never leave that silly castle." Dom's gaze flicked to Victoria. She cleared her throat. I'm sorry to say, Lady Pichon, but Dom has been quite a few places. I have been keeping him busy." "Oh." Mother straightened her back and folded her hands in her lap. "I apologize, Your Majesty. I just assumed if Dom left his home he would visit his mother, but I can see he's been too preoccupied." "I believe travel can go both ways." Dom's mother was not waiting at home with bated breath for her only child. That he knew. "You made time in your schedule to come here." "We found other letters," Victoria blurted, pulling Dom's attention. "All of them outline a French plan to infiltrate Parliament and spur a revolution. They were quite specific, listing by name who the targets were, myself as one.
the Duke of Gerard another, and, of course, you were supposedly the author of said letters." "From who?" He glanced at the bulging bag. He pulled a few envelopes from the top, most of them in French, his father's seal on all of them. "The bloody Dom," Victoria and Mother said at the same time. "I'm being framed, but I'm not allowed to be angry about it." Victoria shifted in her chair. "You have every right to be angry." She waved a hand indicating the room. "But do not desecrate this room." She held his gaze. Dom knew what she meant. This was a room that held more secrets in its walls than Buckingham Palace. This room would not be soiled with curses. "Why is my mother here?" Victoria turned to his mother. "I was hoping she could answer that." "Are you accusing me of—" Her face screwed up in frustration. "Of whatever this is?" "Fraud. Treason." Dom folded his arms and stood directly in front of his mother. "You were the only person with access to the wax seal." "Pish!" Lady Pichon shook her head. "You've a mountain of servants." "I haven't used that seal in years, Mother." The facade crumbled, revealing the frightened look of a criminal. The same expression Lucien had when Dom had caught him in his London home. "That doesn't mean it was me." "The other letters," Victoria turned to Dom. "Would you rather read them yourself, or shall I give you—" "Just tell me." Dom sank onto the chair opposite his mother. He stared at her. She shivered dramatically. He didn't care. She was like every other woman of the ton. They simpered and whined and shrank from his hideous face. Dom felt better away from an audience, away from the reminders of all that he lost. His mother would still be colder than the stone in his castle, but if he'd not been burned, she wouldn't recoil. What was worse, to be ignored or be hideous? "Lady Pichon, would you like to offer any insight before I begin?" Victoria sat up, hope in her eyes. She was granting a favour his mother did not deserve. "I'm afraid I'm as surprised as you, Your Majesty." She blinked, feigning innocence. Whatever accusation Victoria was about to make, Dom felt the truth in his bones. His mother was guilty. His gaze flicked to Lucien. The man had regret etched in the worry lines of his face. He didn't deserve Miss de Beaumont's loyalty. Victoria took a deep breath, propping her head on her folded hands. "Dom, you're being framed as a French spy, a traitor to your country." "Is that all?" He stared at his mother. She didn't flinch. His temper pulsed. He placed a hand to his neck, his vein ticking. Like Lucien, his mother would sacrifice her child to benefit herself. And to whose advantage? "Sadly, we are still working out the puzzle." Victoria leaned back into her chair. She was clearly uncomfortable and should be confined, not righting the wrongs of the Pichon family. "We know Lady Pichon is deeply in debt." Tom's mother lifted her chin. She patted her hair. "Like you said, you don't know for certain. The puzzle hasn't worked itself out quite yet." "Oh, no," Victoria smiled sadly. "That part is well documented. Your solicitor had thought something was wrong when he started receiving letters with 2 separate wax seals. He's been most helpful." His mother's mouth fell open. She recovered quickly, her gaze flicking to Lucien, then back to Dom. "Your father left me with nothing." "He left you with a dower, Mother." Dom had spent many a day in St. James's Square. His father was determined to teach fiscal responsibility to his young son. "I've read the accounting myself." "She's overspent by several £1,000s," Victoria whispered, rubbing her belly. "The London home will be sold." His tone was clipped. He felt the satisfaction at his mother's horror. "You would leave your mother without a home?" "You will come with me to Chirk." Dom stifled the grimace. There would be no peace for anyone.
Perhaps he would relocate here to the old palace. Victoria caught his gaze, sympathy in her eyes. He shook his head. Even though you should rot in debtor's prison. His mother snapped her mouth shut. We have not uncovered the full extent of her debts, Dom. Victoria's voice was hesitant. What does that mean? He levelled his mother with a smouldering glare. She fidgeted under his scrutiny. She might owe favours to a common enemy. Victoria let her hands fall to the chair's cushion. We know of at least 3 parties involved. Lucian, mother, and who else? Dom stood and began pacing. I am not certain Lucian was a full participant, Victoria said gently, her gaze on the locksmith. A man who hides behind the name Taylor is involved. Lucian furrowed his brow, recognition in his eyes. Who else could it be? Dom's voice boomed. Who else could be an example to show my mother how to sell her own flesh and blood to the highest bidder? Come now, mother, did your friend Lucian here help you navigate those waters? You are both talented at tossing your own children to save yourselves. Lucian's gaze snapped to his. A flicker of grief crossed his features. Then nothing. He sank back against the chair, his eyes haunted once more. We will have answers soon, Victoria said loudly, which meant she hadn't the foggiest idea what was happening. She was saying it for the benefit of the criminals. We are closing in on the 3rd party. Once we know for certain, we can plan accordingly. A look of relief crossed Lucian's features. Dom paused. The locksmith was hiding something. That wasn't revelatory, but he was hoping for Victoria to uncover something, or rather, someone. Dom furrowed his brow and glanced at his cousin. She gave a knowing look. She'd witnessed Lucian's expression. Between the locksmith and his mother, he would trust Lucian. The thought sent him reeling. He hated the de Beaumont family. They were the cause of his misery. But he could not crucify a man drowning in regret while his mother hadn't bothered to show anything other than arrogance. With a hand on his forehead, Dom tried another tactic. Do not be merciful on my account. His mother narrowed her gaze. Clap her in irons, he motioned to his mother. Have you no pity? She asked, her tone clipped. For the mother who betrayed me, who sold me to the enemy without so much as a thought, and when she was caught, didn't bother apologizing? Dom's voice rose with each word. Is that who I should have pity for? Dominic Pichon, his mother jumped to a stand. How dare you speak of me this way? You betrayed your country, your son. He held out his arms. How else would I speak of you? You found me guilty without evidence. Her voice shook, her hands clutching her skirt. Has it occurred to you that I was hurting too? I was a widow, and yet you snubbed me. Your mother. I was alone. My only son was burned, and yet you turned away from me. How does any of that excuse your treason? He spat. She thought only of herself. And now, when I'm accused of a crime I did not commit, you're ready to throw me in prison. She sent a pleading look to Victoria, who sat watching the exchange, expressionless. If you did not commit the crime, then confess what you do know. He didn't believe her. His father would never have left him to grieve a parent alone. As a boy, Dom had his fair share of scrapes. His father would dress his wounds and calm his fears, while his mother would shoo him to the kitchen, scared of the blood staining her skirts. Lady Pichon glanced from Victoria to Lucian. She straightened her posture, her hands at her side. She closed her eyes and whispered, I needed money and was told to deliver letters. I do not know what they contained. I only sealed them. Lucian narrowed his gaze at the woman, but again kept quiet. Dom didn't believe his mother. She was a nosy fool. You never once opened the letters." His mother sniffed. "You clearly do not believe me." "You raised me, mother dearest. I know your penchant for rummaging through my communication." He waved a hand to Victoria. "I will not burden you with my mother."
"Burden?" Lady Pichon scoffed. "Is that what I am?"
"You've racked up a debt and painted me a traitor. Is there another term you'd prefer I use?" His patience was gone. Dom took in the room that once held warm memories and endless joy. The same walls witnessed Miss de Beaumont's grief over her father, and now the betrayal of Dom's mother. He couldn't stay here, not any more. "We leave for Chirk immediately." Dom left the living room, ignoring Victoria's pleas to return. He would apologize to his cousin later, the only family he truly had. Chapter 24. Georgiana de Beaumont. Chirk. The rain had come steady for days. The moat surrounding Chirk Castle was filled to the brim, and Georgiana was very close to losing her mind. She'd followed Mrs. Gill around, begging for a chore or two. Georgiana had never been patient, or still. There was a reason Georgiana's mother had given her gadgets to fix at such a young age. Georgiana could sit for hours tinkering. As long as her hands were busy, her mind was quiet. But Mrs. Gill was a stubborn woman. She wouldn't budge an inch. "Master Pichon would have my head, Mr. Beaumont." "I promise you he would not." The man couldn't care less what Georgiana did, so long as she didn't repeat her father's offence. "A lady cannot do a servant's work." Mrs. Gill had thrown up her hands. "Is there no other clock for you?" Georgiana had taken 2 steps back, the housekeeper's voice sounding eerily like her mother's. Neither woman knew what to do with her. Georgiana sulked back downstairs, staring at the same dark wood panelling of Lord Pichon's study. She took another piece of paper, writing another letter to Christian. 3 envelopes sat on the corner of Lord Pichon's desk. She didn't know if she was allowed to send any communication yet. She fiddled with her pen, only to sigh and gather the letters. She couldn't be in the castle for one more moment. As if on cue, the sun peeked through the curtain of dark clouds. She might not have much time before it began to rain again, but Georgiana would take anything she could get. Calling for the housekeeper, Georgiana rushed to the front door. Mrs. Gill came running, her eyes wide. "I'm going to head to town." Mrs. Gill's mouth fell open. "Master Pichon said the drawbridge was to stay shut until he returns. And that is why I'll be going through the side gate." Only a thin little pathway, wide enough for one person, linked the iron side gate to the overgrown trail. "I cannot spend another day with nothing to do." "Master Pichon has plenty of books." "Most of them are in languages I don't speak," although she did find out that her father's letter was indeed in French. "I need fresh air, and I need to post these letters." "But—" Mrs. Gill was at a loss for words. Lord Pichon was clear on keeping the drawbridge closed. He said nothing of the side gate. Georgiana kept her smile wide. She needed Mrs. Gill's approval, or she'd have to pick the lock, and that could earn Georgiana Lord Pichon's foul temper. By some merciful miracle, Mrs. Gill reluctantly nodded and led Georgiana to the drawbridge. "Please be careful." The housekeeper's frown was severe, but she gingerly unlocked the side gate. "Thank you," Georgiana beamed. Freedom, blessed freedom. She reached for Mrs. Gill. "I'll only be a few hours." "I'm sure Master Pichon could have posted that for you." She peered down the road and wrung her hands. "He'll be so grateful for all you've done with the telegraph machine. He's a most generous host." Georgiana squeezed the housekeeper's hands. "I do not mean to slight Lord Pichon, but this is a letter to my brother. I've not heard from him in weeks." She held the letters tight against her.
I just want to feel closer to him, even if that warrants a horrible climb back to the castle."
Mrs. Gill's eyes widened. An idea was churning in her mind.
"Oh, we can send for the carriage. That way your walk will be cut in half."
That would require the drawbridge to be lowered. The housekeeper's shoulders hunched in response. Georgiana peered up at the sky.
"And Lord Pichon has the only covered carriage. It does not look like rain at this very moment, but that doesn't mean much. If it does begin to rain, I'll just stay in the office until it clears."
"Shall we send the chaise in an hour?" She leaned up on her toes. The poor woman had far too much hope in her eyes.
"You would risk Lord Pichon's wrath?"
Mrs. Gill chuckled. "He won't be mad at me for sending the chaise to retrieve you. No, Mr. Beaumont, leaving is what you'll have to answer for. I only have to gather you in." Georgiana nodded to appease the housekeeper, but in truth she didn't care. A drawbridge or a chaise, neither could truly keep Georgiana at chirk. She'd learned to pick locks before she learned her letters. Only her respect for the Baron kept Georgiana within the walls.
"Send for the chaise in an hour. That should give me plenty of time to post a letter. And it doesn't look like it'll rain before then."
She'd once been stuck in a chaise with a sudden downpour. The wheels had sunk, and she'd sat like a drowned rat until the storm passed and another carriage had come to the rescue. She'd rather not repeat history. "Be careful, Mr. Beaumont." Mrs. Gill stood at the side gate. Georgiana glanced back to see the housekeeper still there. Twice more she looked over her shoulder, and Mrs. Gill hadn't given up her post. Down the sloping road Georgiana felt a watchful gaze. The woods were quiet, eerily so. No birds chirped, and the familiar howling of distant wolves was gone. Nearing the town, she felt the strange sensation of being watched. She could no longer see the drawbridge. No, this feeling was closer. Every crunch of her footstep became louder, the forest swallowing the sounds. The snap of a twig startled her. She jumped to a run. Rushing toward the post office at the edge of the town, she gripped the door handle and swung open the door. She sank into the chair just inside. She turned to the window. Nothing. There was no one. Her mind had run away with her. She sighed into her hands. A giggle escaped. Oh, if Lord Pichon had seen how scared she was, he'd laugh until he cried. They would trade a few barbs. Their dance was predictable, comforting. Georgiana missed him. The thought made her pause. She shouldn't miss Lord Pichon at all. She gripped the letter in her hand. In her own words to her brother, she confessed to feeling lonely. She was about to tell Christian of their father and the accusations, and for the first time she was going to beg for a favour. Georgiana would leave England. She hoped her brother would encourage, not condemn her. It would be at least a fortnight before Christian would receive the envelope, and another week or so before she'd be given an answer. She glanced around. The telegraph operator wasn't in. She stood. No one was in. She rang the bell at the front, wincing at the sound. Slowly, an elderly man walked to the office. He wasn't the operator Georgiana had met before.
"I'm needing to post a letter."
The man nodded along and held out his hand. He didn't ask for the recipient address or specify an amount. Georgiana handed over an extra coin, assuming it would cost more coming from Wales than London. The man nodded again and disappeared to the back, her envelope tucked under his arm. She wondered if she should stay to make sure the letter was sent correctly, but she held no authority. Not here. Not anywhere. Georgiana left the post office, the sky darkening above. The wind whipped around her, pulling at her hair. She relaxed. She could deal with temperamental weather, much easier than people. Machines and weather were expected to be mysteries. People shouldn't be. She took the long way around the building, wishing she'd not agreed with Mrs. Gill to send the chaise.
Georgiana had forgotten the pleasure of solitude. Instead of walking straight back to the castle, she took a tour around the town. In London, she'd walked the streets when a machine was being difficult. Her mind would clear a path, and the solution would unfold almost as soon as she returned home. There wasn't a machine waiting for Georgiana's arrival. She'd tinkered with the great clock in the living room, the time perfected. The watches left in the study were of greater quality than even the dowager's. The Baron appeared to be intrigued by technology, collecting gadgets and machines within his stone walls. Georgiana ascended the first bend from the town. The uneasy feeling of being watched came back. Birds refused to sing. Even the trees appeared to be holding their breath. She walked in a circle, searching her surroundings. A carriage came barrelling down the road, dust billowing in its wake. Dumbly, Georgiana stood there. It looked like Lord Pichon's carriage, but his was still at the train station, waiting patiently for his return. The sun peeked out from a dark cloud much lower than Georgiana expected. Her tour had taken longer than she thought. The carriage stopped in front of her. Lord Pichon burst through the door, his eyes wild. He glanced up and down the road. The afternoon light softened his face, smoothing the scars. He stepped down toward her, his eyes scouring their surroundings. "You're home!" She rushed to him and threw her arms around Lord Pichon, and froze. He didn't move. Neither did she. For a moment they stood, her arms around him. She felt him breathe, and her heart race. They didn't speak. She slowly peeled herself from his chest. Her face was feverish. She kept her gaze on her feet. She touched her cheeks. She was blushing. Why on earth had she embraced him? She was just a woman. No, she was much worse. Her father was under suspicion. She wanted to crawl under the carriage and hide. Lord Pichon just stood there. Her humiliation was complete. "Please say something," she whispered. Georgiana risked a glance. His face was properly stunned. If she'd not been on the verge of complete embarrassment, she would be tempted to giggle. His eyes stared straight ahead, his mouth hung open, and his arms hung limp at his side. "Lord Pichon!" Her behaviour had sent the poor man to the madhouse. Her brother had teased her, calling her a handful time and again. He snapped to attention, his brow furrowing. He rubbed the back of his neck. What are you doing here?" "I was sending a letter to my brother." "I could have posted that for you." In the shadow of a darkening sky, he looked tired. Dark crescent circles underlining his eyes. "Get in the carriage."
"I didn't want to be a burden," she answered softly.
He offered his arm and helped her inside. The warmth of safety returned.
"You're home."
He cleared his throat and sat against the bench. He appeared frightened, as if she might throw her arms around him again.
"You're safe, Lord Pichon."
The rejection stung. She'd missed him, that was all. The castle was terribly boring without him. "No, we're not." There was an apology in his words. He ran a hand down his face.
"What do you mean?"
He leaned forward and sighed into his hands. "I'm not quite sure."
"Is it a woman?"
Georgiana wanted to kick herself. First, she'd embraced the Baron, and now she asked after his beloved Drina. "It's always a woman." He scowled and sat up, his focus on the window. The carriage rolled forward.
"Congratulations."
The words were bitter in her mouth. His gaze flicked to hers. "For what?"
"You rushed to London when the telegraph came."
Was he truly this thick-headed? She chided herself. His shoulders were hunched and his eyes were rimmed with red. "You read the telegraph?" He narrowed his gaze. "Are all the women in my life this impertinent?"
You left the message in the machine, she shot back, which is working perfectly, if you must know. I reconstructed it. For added measure, she said with a haughty tone, twice. Thank you very much. He arched an eyebrow, relief crossing his features. The telegraph was from my cousin. Oh. His lips quirked. You sound jealous. Georgiana folded her arms. You sound like a cad. I'm not a cad, he sighed. Only a fool. What happened? She reached for him and stopped herself. There had to be a limit for how many times a woman could humiliate herself. She'd been so happy to see him, but he was not. She was nothing to him. My mother. Grief was etched in the lines of his face. She is what happened. Chapter 25. Lord Pichon, Jerk. The rain crashed down on the carriage. They rumbled over the drawbridge and into the courtyard. Dom braced himself against the seat, not eager to enter the castle. He wished he could stay in the carriage with Miss de Beaumont for an eternity. The memory of her embrace was still fresh. The feel of her against him was a moment he wasn't ready to forget. She'd reached for him in the carriage. Blast it all, she was the devil's temptation. And he was leaping without looking. He knew, without a sliver of doubt, why Nicholas had rushed to steal her from Dom's clutches. His former friend was right. Dom was a cad. He was greedy and selfish. And he wanted Miss de Beaumont all to himself. He wanted to wrap his arms around her and promise her forever. She kept glancing at him, her lips pursed. Dom wanted to feel her. No. Anything with Miss de Beaumont was impossible. Her father was a proven traitor, in league with his mother. And more than anything, Dom was no fool. She could have her pick of any man. She need not settle for a beast of a baron. He would break her. That was Dom's gift. Everything he touched turned to stone. He would cherish the time he'd been given, but he would not keep her under lock and key. Once she was safe, Dom would give her a future, whatever that might be. He closed his eyes, not quite ready to give in to reality. The sun dipped below the horizon, the air chilling. Lord Pichon? Mr. Beaumont asked gently. He opened his eyes. Are you cold? No. She nibbled her lip. She hesitated, inching closer. Are you all right? Dom smiled. I am now. What is wrong? She glanced at her gloved hands, pricking Dom's heart. He wished she'd abandoned the gloves altogether. You said your mother, but I'm not sure what that means. She is here. The guilt of what was about to happen fell on his shoulders. You are going to be angry with me. Mr. Beaumont smiled, transforming her face from worry to wonderful. Her eyes lit with mischief, her lips dancing to a devilish chuckle. I am always angry with you. Our parents were in league with each other. He hesitated. The onslaught of accusations didn't come. She turned to the window, her eyes turning hollow. Victoria found letters with my old wax seal with details on a French spy network. Not even my mother knows I changed the seal to a phoenix on either side. How did you know? Mrs. Gill told me. She didn't look at him. She was holding something back. I borrowed the stationery to write Christian. There is a third person involved, and we do not know who. He stretched his legs out in front of him. We do not know if your father or my mother held the strings, or perhaps they were both pawns in someone else's plot. She tucked her chin. Did my father give any information? No. Dom hated the answer.
A tear slid down her cheek. Not even when my mother accused him of—
I'm not angry with you.
She brushed a tear away with the back of her hand.
But we both know how this ends. My father is no one. Your mother
is a lady. Dom frowned. He'd not thought about that fact. Dom was born to be a baron just like his father. He'd always thought of his title as a responsibility, an obligation. He'd not thought of it as a privilege. It is not right.
I know.
There was no fury in her voice, at least not toward him. What can I do?
Sit here with me. Another tear.
She brushed it away, this time with a flash of anger in her eyes. He pulled a kerchief from his coat and tucked it in her hand. He waited a moment longer than necessary before pulling back. He whispered, Dom. Miss de Beaumont glanced at him. If you are to be tangled in this mess with me, you should at least address me as Dom. He was awarded with a tentative smile. He held up his hand when she opened her mouth. I will not assume for you to give me.
Georgiana, she blurted. Please, please call me Georgiana.
Georgiana. The name tickled his lips. Thunder clapped above them, rain pouring down. Under an angry Welsh shower pelting the carriage, Dom felt warm for the first time in years. They sat in silence, both of them watching the rain. The clouds parted too soon. The dread of entertaining his mother inside the castle filled him. He was too tired, and his present company too tempting to push him inside. Georgiana, would you accompany me to gather wood?
Gather wood?
Her nose scrunched delightfully. For a fire. Dom couldn't help but revel in her confusion. He helped her down from the carriage, his hand lingering on her back. Blast it all, he loved the feel of her. She grounded him in a way he didn't quite understand. For someone so delicate, so dainty, she'd made a mark on his heart of stone. You cannot build a fire without wood.
I'm aware. She smirked and followed him. I've built my share of fires, my lord.
My lord? Dom arched an eyebrow. Would it be so shocking if I told you I build my own fires in the study? And that, he gasped dramatically, I also groom my own horses when I travel. She stopped short, her face draining of colour.
That is why you were in the barn that night. And there it was, the hard truth between them.
Georgiana was the reason Dom was scarred. Her family had been at the centre of all his misfortune. He nodded, not trusting his voice. His heart ached. He shouldn't be this bothered by their circumstance. Georgiana was still the daughter of a locksmith, and Dom was still a baron. Their status hadn't changed. Their lives were still on different trajectories, but his heart was pricked all the same. Georgiana stood there, the wind pulling her hair from its updo. She could have been caked in mud. Nothing could make her less ravishing. Dom stepped closer, his heart in his throat. He raised a hand and softly brushed a strand of hair off her face. She closed her eyes for a moment.
Dom.
Dom. He leaned in.
Master Pichon, come quick,
Mrs. Gill shouted, running toward them. He stepped back, letting his hand fall. Georgiana swallowed hard, a hand on her chest. She retreated. Oblivious, his housekeeper prattled on.
Your mother is in one of her fits.
Georgiana left him and entered the castle, taking his heart with her. Georgiana. The thought of her name brought a smile to his lips. Georgiana. Dom sighed, not ready for his mother's demands just yet. He followed Mrs. Gill inside.
Dominique Pichon, his mother squealed, her arms folded.
Yes, mother dearest. He didn't bother hiding the sarcasm. She pointed at him, her eyes narrow.
You capture me against my will from all that I hold dear in London.
Except your dearest son, Dom added dryly. Nothing this lady could say would harm him. His heart was too heavy to bruise. Georgiana was in the shadows of the entry room, her profile to him.
Do not patronize me, boy, his mother snapped. I've been treated harshly for too long.
She clenched her teeth and circled Georgiana.
And you!
Watch your tongue, mother, Dom warned. He would not suffer Georgiana to be injured by his mother. Not when he could protect her. Not when he loved her. He put a hand on the wall to steady himself. Loved her. Lady Pichon sniffed at her.
You gave the harlot my rooms.
Mother, Dom growled. He would not stand for this. Lady Pichon might be his mother by blood, but she was not family. Victoria had wiped far more tears than Lady Pichon ever had. You will apologize to Georgiana. His mother's eyes widened. A sly grin crept across her face.
Georgiana, is it?
Your rooms are on the first floor. Dom stifled a curse. He just handed a weapon to his mother. She would twist and turn his affection for Georgiana to her benefit. Mrs. Gill. The housekeeper stepped forward.
Master Pichon.
Lady Pichon is to have no access to Miss de Beaumont's room. He ignored Georgiana's hurt face. He would have to explain later. He'd not meant to slight her, only shield her from his mother's shrewd temper. Lady Pichon is to have no access to the study, envelopes, telegraphs, nothing. She is under house arrest by order of the Queen. His mother sneered.
You wouldn't.
If she cannot behave, she will be handcuffed. He squared his stance and jutted his chin. He would not yield. And if she abuses Miss de Beaumont in any way, she will be placed in the dungeon. Mrs. Gill swallowed hard.
Master Pichon. You are a fool, Dom, his mother warned. You've been blinded by a pretty face. Your little mistress is the one who should be in the dungeon. Do you know who she is?
Georgiana recoiled, shame filling her hunched frame.
She's the daughter of Lucien de Beaumont, the man who set the fire all those years ago.
She motioned to Dom's face.
Her family is the reason you're banished from society. Why, you're the first baron to fail. You'll not provide an heir, all because you succumbed to the harlot of the ton.
Mrs. Gill, I believe we'll need those handcuffs. His tone was clipped. He wouldn't look at Georgiana. He couldn't. He'd levelled the same accusations at her. The poor woman didn't know Dom was in the barn. She'd had every opportunity to take advantage of Dom. Her worst crime was sending a letter to her brother. He'd been worried, terrified that Nicholas had taken her.
She toyed with Nicholas's heart. Did you know that?
Lady Pichon gave a knowing smile. Her words had hit their mark. Georgiana turned to them, her mouth open. She shook her head at Dom. He nodded. He knew of Georgiana's rejection of Nicholas's suit. The thought warmed him. Georgiana had thrown her arms around him, not Nicholas. I'm aware of Nicholas's affection, mother. Dom's mind began piecing together the facts. Nicholas had shown up, and his mother had knowledge only the Earl would know. Lucien appeared hesitant in front of Lady Pichon. There was a third party involved, according to Victoria. Could that person be Nicholas? He hadn't money to his name, but he did have a rank. Dom's mother was a prime target for blackmail because of her debts. Nicholas would be in the same situation with his penchant for gambling. What I am curious to know is how you, a woman with no familial link to Nicholas, knows about his failed courtship.
Failed, his mother cackled. He acquired a special license.
Georgiana leaned against the wall for support.
She shook her head vehemently, her eyes filling with dread. Dom could feel her desperation from across the room. Nicholas would have needed Lucien's permission. She'd been sold by her own father. Dom should have pummeled Lucien when he had the chance. "And you thought me a burden," his mother tusked. "She's the daughter of a French spy, a traitor to your country. She murdered her sister and marred your face. You've decided to champion the most worthless chit in all of London." Georgiana turned and ran up the stairs. Dom chased after her, his mother's cackling following them. He took the steps in giant leaps, cutting off Georgiana's escape. He wrapped his arms around her. She sagged against him. He cooed in her ear. "I will fix this, Georgiana. Please believe me." Chapter 26. Georgiana de Beaumont, Chirk. Georgiana lay on the soft bed in her room, or rather, the room Lady Pichon routinely occupied. She was the Baron's mother and a widowed baroness in her own right. Georgiana was everything Lady Pichon had said she was, a worthless chit, a daughter of a traitor. The sweet memory of Dom tucking her hair behind her ear, of their almost kiss, was a moment she would forever cherish. For once in her life she'd felt wanted, desired. Georgiana's hands flexed at her side. Dom had followed her up the stairs. He'd held her as her legs failed her. His words echoed in her ear. "I will fix this." She was the one who fixed the problems. She alone was the one tasked with mopping up the remains of her family. Her mother had left the de Beaumont family in Georgiana's charge. A tear fell down her cheek. Her sister was gone. So was her brother. With her father under suspicion, there would be no family left. Lady Pichon howled downstairs for hours, her cries punctuated by Dom's barking. Georgiana gathered the last of her coins. The small pile was suspiciously larger. She didn't know if Mrs. Gill or Dom had doubled her stash. Did Dom know of her plan to leave for America? She glanced around the room. Dom had brought her trunk from London filled with dresses and parts from other machines in her old workroom. Her old butler was hired as a footman, a kindness that the Baron did not have to do. She could only imagine the look of horror Lady Pichon had when Dom gathered Georgiana's possessions. The Baron had quite the temper, but underneath his rocky exterior, Georgiana had found something she'd never had before. A friend. A foundation. Mrs. Gill knocked on Georgiana's door, tea in hand. "How are you, dear?" "Oh, please don't." Georgiana slid off her bed. She didn't want to add to an already demanding household. "I'm sure Lady Pichon needs it more than me." "Lady Pichon needs more than what I can give, or Master Pichon." Mrs. Gill paused, her hand still holding the tray. "I shouldn't disparage her like that, but she twists Master Pichon up inside." "You are kind to him." Georgiana helped the woman set the tea. She grabbed Mrs. Gill's hand between hers. "Thank you for being kind to me as well." Georgiana would miss this good woman. "I know you're not a harlot, Mr. Beaumont." The housekeeper squeezed her hand and stepped back. "Lady Pichon will see reason. She won't have much choice." Georgiana grimaced. She didn't want to be the cause of familial strife. And yet a part of her was jealous. She'd never had a row with her father. He'd never shared a meal with her or much of any conversation. They were two separate ships navigating under the same roof. They were built from the same tree but shared nothing else. Georgiana didn't know his favourite colour or book. She only knew of the love between her parents. At least, that's what her mother had told her. "Master Pichon will set everything to right." Mrs. Gill tossed a wink and left, her smile firmly on her face. Georgiana sat on her bed. She could not, she would not stay.
Dom deserved a happy family. His mother was still alive. They still had hope for reconciliation. Georgiana's father would stand for trial. She knew the moment Dom told her the news of his involvement with Lady Pichon. She was a baroness and would hold that privilege until Dom married a woman worthy of him. Her heart ached at the thought. The moon rose in the sky, casting eerie shadows along the walls of her room. Wolves howled in the distance. They welcomed the moon like star-crossed lovers, something Georgiana would never have. She was the daughter of a traitor. Nothing could change that. She palmed the letter she'd kept in her pocket for weeks. Georgiana had once thought Dom was involved with some sinister plot against her family. Her prejudice seemed so silly now. She'd defended her father against his accusations. Lucien de Beaumont had said nothing. He'd not shed a tear when entering Buckingham Palace. Perhaps her father had always been distant, his flaws covered by her mother's soft comfort. He'd still taken the better part of the year to return to England after Georgiana's mother died. If she'd never written to him with how sick her sister had become, would the family have ever reunited? The waves of yelling came and went. Georgiana didn't dare go to dinner. She waited for the castle to fall asleep. She'd made her choice. She need only follow through. Georgiana snuck to the study and picked the lock where Dom had hidden his stationery from his mother. Georgiana had shed enough tears over her father. She stared at the blank page in front of her, her mind racing with all the emotions of the past month. Slowly, steadily, she wrote Dom. He'd given her permission to call him Dom just a few hours before. She traced the letters of his name. Dom. I will be forever grateful for your kindness. You were right all along. I am a thief. I stole your beautiful face all those years ago. She waited for the tears to come. None came. Please do not banish your mother on my account. Family does not come in spares. Georgiana had wished for her own to be together, and perhaps they would, but not in the way her mother had hoped. Her father had chosen his path. The pain of his rejection, of his complete lack of affection, had numbed her. He'd sold her to Lord Rochelle. There were so many secrets in her family she didn't know where to begin. Nor did she truly want to unravel the mystery. Christian had walked away. So, too, could Georgiana. Her mother had read her father's letters to her as a child. She knew of his love. But the man she'd shared a roof with, he was a stranger. Georgiana was closer to Dom in the last few weeks than she'd ever been with her father. If there was a moment I could change, or an act I could take back, it would be your wounds. Georgiana backed away from the desk. She was lying but couldn't admit the truth. Her heart ached for Dom and all the pain he'd gone through, but she would never take back the scars. She was too selfish for that. If Dom had never been hurt, she'd never have the last few weeks with him. She would cherish those memories, tucking them inside her cosy thoughts of her family, her brother and sister, and mother. There weren't any memories of her father that she could hold. He was just a character her mother read about. She felt a wave of nothing, a dumbing of her senses. It had begun when she first heard of Lucien's betrayal to her native country, and again as she thought of the Earl securing her father's permission. All that Georgiana had done was to help her family, to keep everyone safe. And yet her blind devotion had torn them apart. Her father was a shell of a man. Christian was being tossed about on the sea, and both her sister and mother were in the ground, on separate ends of the country. But Dom, she'd felt plenty about him. She would carry those memories with her always. I am not just a thief, but a liar as well. I wouldn't change your scars, and I wouldn't change our time together. Every accusation and every argument I will treasure, and I will miss you.
Georgiana signed her name and laid the paper in the centre of the desk. She took one last look at the telegraph machine and paused. A message had come through. "Meet me at the post office. Christian." Her fingers trembled. Christian had come? She'd only sent the letter yesterday. He wouldn't know of her request. Her heart fell. She would be sharing the horrible news of their father, and of Lord Rochel's special licence. Christian was quick to accuse their father. The sweet boy had turned into an angry son. She laid the message on the desk. She'd planned on leaving, making the trek to London on her own. But Christian had come. For the first time in months, she had family once again. Footsteps paced above her, Dom's room. She reached up with her hand, wishing she could touch him once more. Oh, she was a foolish girl. Dom was just a gentleman living up to his rank. The pacing paused. Georgiana hoped Dom was getting into bed. Curled up on the study sofa, she waited for the house to fall silent. After a few more hours, Georgiana slipped through the front door. The security gate to the side of the drawbridge was locked. She smiled. She was still the locksmith's daughter. The lock was undone in a quick moment. It was too dark to see properly, but she slid down the gully and waded through the cold water. She need only make it to the post office. She could dry her shoes before continuing on her journey with Christian. He'd come for her. Perhaps the pressure of keeping her family together was not a burden she would have to face alone. Before her message, the only person who'd offered to help was Dom, and he was a baron, a gentleman who would testify against her father. The forest was alive in the night. She heard the scurrying of creatures on both sides of the road, the feeling of being watched no longer haunting her. She hurried along, eager to hold her brother. The post office was dark, not a light in the building. She circled the building, her heart racing. Arms reached out and grabbed her. She screamed. A hand clamped over her mouth. She pushed at the arms and bit down. "Georgiana!" Lord Rochelle yelped. "It's me!" "Let me go!" She squirmed and spun out of his arms. "I'm here to help." "Then let go of me!" She elbowed his groin. He sank to the floor. She jumped to freedom. Another set of arms grabbed her. Her hands were tied, and then her feet. She kicked and screamed. A scarf was tied over her mouth. The other assailant wore a hood, his frame tall and lanky. A wolf howled in the distance. Another answered, the companion much closer. "Georgiana." Lord Rochelle came to her, his voice sickeningly sweet. His hands cradled her face. "Are you hurt?" She held up her bound hands. She pulled down the scarf from off her mouth. "Yes, now let me go." He tusked and said over his shoulder, "Help me get her to the carriage." She screamed once more. Both men groaned and grabbed her, shoving Georgiana into a waiting carriage. Chapter 27. Lord Pichon, Chirk. The howls pierced the night air, reminding Dom of how far his estate was from London and most of the country cities. He threw off his covers and began pacing once more. His mother had twisted everything in his life. She'd attacked Georgiana's character. Georgiana. She'd embraced him on the road. He could still feel her arms around his chest. She'd clung to him. She'd never recoiled or gasped at his face. She'd been drawn to him. This was a fact that he felt in the marrow of his bones. With Georgiana, he was no longer a monster, but a man. He touched his lips. He'd almost kissed her. But she'd not come down for dinner, nor had Georgiana looked at Dom while his mother berated her. He'd defended Georgiana, but was the hurt too much? Would Georgiana think of Dom as nothing more than a brute, the son of a sharp-tongued lady?
Dom leaned into his window, the view of a darkened sky. His mother had accused him of being blinded by a pretty face. There was no denying Georgiana's beauty, but that was not why his heart had softened. It had begun when he saw her scars, and continued with each passing moment he'd spent in her presence. Georgiana de Beaumont was the only woman who'd looked beyond his wounds. He knew of her pain. Victoria had seen beyond his burns, but she'd loved him as a cousin before. Georgiana had only known Dom with the marred face, and she'd embraced him still. Dom had missed Georgiana's presence when he'd left for London, the look on her face when he brought the carriage. He was worried about her safety, his temper at the ready. But her relief at seeing him. Dom rubbed his neck, remembering the feel of her arms. She'd clung to him. He was needed, not feared. But was it enough? Georgiana had not come down for dinner. Even without Georgiana, his mother had tossed barbs throughout the meal. She believed Georgiana not coming was a sign of her and her father's guilt. Dom had lowered himself to his mother's prodding, the meal ending with another shouting match. Dom turned from the window. Just below his room's view was the barony's mausoleum where his father was laid to rest, and where Dom would eventually be placed. Weeks before, when Georgiana was fighting for her father's innocence, she had accused Dom of not understanding her father's plight. She'd seen Dom as a spoiled baron who'd never had the pain of burying a loved one in a mass grave. Nothing meant more to Georgiana than her undeserving family. Dom could ease at least one pain for her. He walked the corridor near her bedroom and ear to her door. Not a sound. He placed a palm to the door but retreated. He wouldn't enter her chamber. The poor woman had been attacked by his mother. Georgiana needed peace. Dom descended the steps and went straight to his study, the door ajar. He slowed. Someone had been in the room. He pulled the bell, signalling his butler and Mrs. Gill. He knew exactly who'd snuck into the study. His mother. With a huff he sat in the chair. The broken seal was on his desk. Dom rolled the seal with his finger. His father had 2 seals, one in his pocket at all times. When he passed, Dom had left one in London, and after the fire, he'd started over completely. The late Baron had drilled the importance of a reputation into Dom's brain and how a seal was the same as his word. Most noblemen no longer bothered with wax seals, only the higher-ranked and diplomats utilised them. But Victoria had encouraged Dom to recreate a new life, starting with a new crest. But Dom hadn't truly felt like he was living, not until Georgiana had challenged him to a battle of wits weeks ago at Buckingham Palace. Dom palmed the seal in his hand. When he'd changed his crest, he'd made a ring instead of the metal stamp. It was a reminder of his rebirth, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Would Georgiana still embrace him if she saw the extent of his wounds? Scars covered the length of his left side. His fingers clenched the seal. He had to try. He placed the seal back on the desk, wondering why his mother hadn't taken it. She'd used it in London with Lucien, according to Victoria. Dom rolled it around with his finger. The broken seal snagged on his stationery underneath. He'd been too preoccupied to notice the paper. Someone had written a letter. Dom. He froze. The letter was for him. He snapped to a stand. His eyes shot to the signature. Georgiana. A telegraph message was next to her signature. Meet me at the post office. Christian. The brother. Lucien had confirmed the brother was sailing along the American coast. Victoria had said there was a third party involved with Lucien and his mother. Lucien was already in custody. Was Christian in cahoots with Dom's mother? If Georgiana's brother was involved, Dom's pursuit of her would stop. She would protect Christian at all costs. Dom skimmed the letter. Georgiana hadn't exactly said she was leaving, but her words felt like a farewell. His butler entered, followed by a sleepy Mrs. Gill. He gave both the message and letter to his housekeeper, but addressed his butler. "I'm sending a telegraph to Victoria. My mother is not to leave her room for any reason. Grab Smith." The butler left.
"What is wrong, Master Pichon?" Mrs. Gill rubbed her eyes and began to read. "Is Miss de Beaumont leaving us?"
"I do not know." With his long strides he rushed up the stairs to Georgiana's room. The bed was made, she'd not slept in it. There was still an unnamed player in her father's plot. She could be in danger. Mrs. Gill entered behind him.
"She didn't drink her tea."
"Her trunk is open." Dom closed the lid. He would not rifle through her things. He was not his mother. The housekeeper touched the bedstand.
"She took her coins."
Georgiana was leaving him. Dom was down at the drawbridge in no time, the lock to his side door on the ground. Georgiana had picked the lock. He peered over the edge at the moat. Her boots would be soaked. The carriage was brought up and the drawbridge opened. Dom handed telegraph instructions to his butler and gathered 2 footmen, Georgiana's former servant Smith included. Georgiana couldn't have gone far. They pushed the horses, racing down the hill toward town, the forest on either side of them. The carriage screeched to an abrupt halt in front of the post office. Not a light was on. Dom cracked open the front door and lit the lamp just inside. No one appeared to be in. He circled the front counter and stumbled over something in the shadows. A moan startled Dom. He lit another lamp. The telegraph operator was on the floor, asleep. Dom shook his shoulders. The man had a sickly sweet smell. Chloroform. Georgiana had been led here. A stack of opened letters were on the counter, all addressed to Christian. Someone had read her communication. Who and why were the questions? He gathered the letters. When all this was over, he would post them for her. For a moment, he allowed the memory of her embrace to pull him back in time. He'd gone searching for her, worried Nicholas, or someone worse, had stolen Georgiana on her walk to town. He'd descended the carriage with his temper on full display. He'd wanted to reprimand her, scream at her for making him worry. But she'd run to him. She'd thrown her arms around his chest. He'd stood frozen by her affection, his feet rooted to the ground. Dom would give anything to return to that moment. This time, he would return the embrace. He would wrap his arms around her. He'd cling to her as she did him. He would never, never let her go. Whoever had lured Georgiana to the post knew she'd written to her brother. Someone who'd known about Christian, or at least of Georgiana's devotion to her family. Whoever it was had studied her, possibly knew Georgiana. Dom felt the flicker of panic. There were only a handful of people who knew where she was stashed: his mother, Nicholas, and Lucian. Victoria had mentioned a man going by the name of Taylor. If he was the third party, and if he knew of Georgiana's existence, he could have stolen Georgiana. Dom telegraphed Victoria. Georgiana taken, post operator attacked, Lady P still accounted for. The faint sound of a horse neighing was carried by the wind, punctuated by the howl of a wolf. The road. Whoever was travelling this time of night was headed south. North led straight to his castle. Dom jumped back in the carriage, ordering his driver forward. He should have grabbed his horse to travel faster. Dom patted his legs and searched the carriage. He was entirely without a weapon. A dimmed carriage lamplight flitted between foliage up ahead. The distance closed, the light becoming more steady. Chapter 28. Georgiana de Beaumont, Chirk. Georgiana was shoved into the carriage, her head against the bench's cushion. She flipped over and tugged on her ropes.
The carriage was parked in front of the post office, but the outside lamp wasn't lit. Or perhaps it was broken. Georgiana untied the last of the knot with her teeth. The street outside appeared empty. Her reflection in the window made her pause. Her eyes were wild with fear. How could things have gone so wrong? Lord Rochelle entered the carriage, shaking his head. "My dear, what are you so worked up about?" "You've bound my wrists," Georgiana snapped. Any tenderness for the Earl was gone. Not that she'd ever felt any pull to Lord Rochelle. She reached for the door. Lord Rochelle tusked. "Georgie, I can't save you if I don't have you." "Georgie?" Her father was the only person who called her that. A chill wrapped around her neck. She swallowed the rising panic. Her father had sold her. The carriage began moving. Georgiana banged on the window. "Let me go!" Lord Rochelle slid between her and the door. "No, my dear." "What are you doing?" she recoiled. "If you say you're saving me, I will know you are lying." His mouth fell open. Insulted, he made a show of locking the door. "Of course I'm saving you." "I was meeting my brother." She eyed the lock. It was a simple slide and pin. Lord Rochelle was an idiot. Anyone could unhook the lock from the inside. "Christian is your brother." Lord Rochelle pulled a second lock from his pocket, one her father had invented. He clasped the lock shut. Her heart sank. Lucien de Beaumont's locks were expensive and unbreakable. He slipped the key back in his pocket. "He was to meet you at the post office, correct?" The hair on her neck stood on end. Lord Rochelle knew of Christian, and that Georgiana would be there. She'd fallen into his trap. "Where is my brother?" He smiled his Cheshire grin. "I haven't the foggiest idea." "You sent the telegraph." Her heart sank. She'd walked into Lord Rochelle's plan so easily. She'd left a letter for Dom. He wouldn't come looking for her like he'd done when she posted the letters. Georgiana had already said her goodbye. She was alone. No one was coming to save her. That was the role Georgiana played for others. No one ever tried to fix her. "Why do you think I need to be saved?" Lord Rochelle held up one of the letters she'd written to Christian. "Don't worry, I left the others for the postman to deliver. But I do believe you need saving. I'm here to rescue you from Dom's clutches and your own loneliness." He leaned forward. "Why didn't you tell me?" Georgiana's pulse raced. The Earl was completely mad. He honestly believed there was a connection between them. "Why would I confide my loneliness to you? Why? Why would I tell you anything? That letter was for my brother. You had no right to open it." "I'm to be your husband." He tilted his head to the side. If he were anyone else, he would look sincere, concerned. "Your care is my utmost priority. Of course I opened it." "I have never given you a reason to pursue me. I've repeatedly made up excuses not to spend time with you. I've done everything, short of telling you exactly how I feel." Using her teeth, she pulled the end of the knot, freeing the last bit of rope off her hands. "Lord Rochelle." "Nicholas," he murmured. "Lord Rochelle." Georgiana emphasized each word. "I have no affection for you." When he scoffed, she continued. "I am not being modest. I am not toying with your own affections. I do not care for you. I will never care for you. I have no intention of ever caring for anyone in that way." She swallowed the lie. She had grown attached to Dom, but that was a fairy tale. Her life was not a story with a happy ending. "I know my station in life and have accepted it. Now please, take me home." "You have toyed with my heart, my lady."
Lord Rochelle shook his head, a taut smile on his lips. He shifted on the bench, stretching his legs. He was far too comfortable for Georgiana's liking.
And you have no home? Then take me back to the post office.
Her pulse raced.
Or back to the castle.
You mean back to Dom? Lord Rochelle whispered. A draught blew into the carriage. The lamps flickered, casting eerie shadows along the walls.
I'm trying to help Georgiana. You kidnapped me!
Her voice rose. She'd once thought Dom arrogant, but the Earl was on an entirely different level. Lord Rochelle was the most self-absorbed man Georgiana had ever met.
This is not helping. I'm saving your reputation.
His words were measured, coming slowly, deliberately.
And I've hired a solicitor for your father.
Georgiana froze. His words sounded like a gentle threat.
A solicitor?
Yes, my love. He sounded impatient, not in love.
That is what I'm trying to tell you. I am here to help. I've loved you from afar for so long. I've spoken to your father many times, long before your move to London.
She swallowed hard and sat back against the bench. She tucked her feet under her skirt, sliding her hand under to undo the knot. Her heart beat wildly in her chest. She needed out of this carriage and away from the Earl.
Just how long have you been speaking to my father?
Are you all right? He tilted his head. You sound scared.
You bound my hands and my feet.
Georgiana tried to keep her voice level. They were moving south. The carriage wasn't of the same material as Lord Rochelle's London one. He'd either borrowed or rented this carriage, which meant he was planning on switching transportation.
How could I not be scared?
Lord Rochelle held out his hands. Let me untie your feet as a measure of good faith. Blast! She didn't want him touching her. Grunting loudly, she untied her own knots, making a show of the ropes.
I already helped myself.
You cannot do everything yourself, Georgie.
Stop!
She covered her mouth. She shouldn't engage in this conversation. Lord Rochelle pulled her hand from her mouth and slid closer. Whispering, he said, I've waited for this moment. I've been patient.
You've waited to kidnap me.
He stiffened.
I didn't kidnap you.
Georgiana scooted back.
Then what would you call this?
Lord Rochelle sighed and rolled his eyes. Were you always this difficult?
Yes,
she said without thinking.
How long have you spoken to my father about me?
He smiled, his eyes crinkling. I purchased a townhome last year, or rather, won the townhome in a game of cards.
Gambling?
She flinched when he frowned at her.
Dom accused you of gambling.
He also accused you of murder. Georgiana tucked her chin. Dom had said a lot of things. The reminder hurt more than it should have. Would the Baron ever forgive her of that night? She glanced at her left hand. She'd lost her sister, but it was an accident. Nothing Georgiana did or said would ever bring her back.
It wasn't murder. It was an accident.
Both our lives changed that night. The chill wrapped around her shoulders.
Both?
He slid closer. Georgiana inched back. The wall caged her. He leaned in. Lucian didn't want to part with you. He thought Philippa was a better match for me.
Philippa?
Georgiana whispered. Lord Rochelle knew of Philippa. Impossible. A lump formed in her throat.
How do you know my sister?
Your father needed help. He shrugged. And, in a way, so did I.
You're an earl.
She winced as he leaned closer, his face just inches from her. "Why would you need a penniless locksmith?" Lord Rochelle leaned back with a pout. "Why are you frightened?"
"I'm not,"
she lied. Gathering courage, she whispered,
"Why would you want my sister?"
"Or me?" "Lucian owed me a debt."
"Neither of us come with a dowry."
Georgiana could not raise the Earl's status or fill his coffers.
"We had just arrived from the north."
"Philippa and I had corresponded for months. I was already familiar with your father."
"He was in France before then."
Even as she spoke the words, Georgiana doubted the truth. Her father was in trouble. She'd thought it was a recent turn of events, but now she didn't know. "Oh, my dear," Lord Rochelle tusked. "He hasn't been in France for years." Georgiana glanced at her hands. She'd been left alone to care for her family after her mother passed, and her father let her.
He'd abandoned the family.
A tear fell down her cheek. "It wasn't his fault, Georgie." Lord Rochelle gently wiped it away. He scoffed when she shivered. "Do not fear me. You can handle Dom. I am less of a brute."
"He wasn't a brute to me."
Lord Rochelle dropped his hand as if he'd been burned. He sat up straight. "I've known Dom all my life. I know what kind of man he is."
"I am not saying he is a saint."
Georgiana wasn't naive, but Dom was not the devil she'd accused him of. "He's put your father under arrest." Lord Rochelle shook his head and folded his arms. "I've come to Lucian's aid, and to yours."
"My father is under arrest."
Dom had told Georgiana that no one knew of her father breaking into Dom's London home, but Georgiana hadn't gone down for dinner. Lady Pichon was in a fit of tempers. She would have told anyone who would listen about her father, anything to make up for Lady Pichon's own humiliation. "Oh, you didn't know." A hollow smile crept across his face. "Lady Pichon and your father are under suspicion of treason." Lord Rochelle switched to the other bench and peered through the glass. The last of the lamplight of the town passed them by. Without looking at her, he said, "But do not fret. Your father will not hang."
"Lady Pichon and Dom will testify against him."
Lord Rochelle smirked. "She will speak when she is told to speak." Georgiana shivered.
"What do you mean?"
"You have nothing to worry about."
"I've been kidnapped and my father was arrested. I have everything."
Lord Rochelle crossed to her side of the carriage, sitting next to her. "I have your father taken care of, and Lady Pichon. You have nothing to fear." Georgiana's racing heart said otherwise.
"Dom will tell the Queen if I'm missing."
Lord Rochelle grinned. "He can whine to his cousin all he wants. I've done nothing wrong. I've even secured your father's permission. Lucian knows I would do anything to help you, and him." Lady Pichon had said as much. Georgiana felt the heaviness. Lucian gave permission because of Lord Rochelle's offer of protection.
"My father is using you, Lord Rochelle."
Her voice cracked. She was desperate.
"Just as he used you for Philippa."
"I think you might have it backwards, my dear." He tipped Georgiana's chin, his breath on her skin. "I required a beautiful wife. I have a title, and now have funds. But I needed a woman without difficult parents. Philippa was pretty, but she couldn't turn the heads of those around her. Not like you."
"You want a wife that will turn another man's head?"
"I want a wife with a wit." Lord Rochelle smiled softly. "You've put Dom in his place. That is a feat for such a tiny thing." A thought wiggled in.
"You want to win."
Courage came with each word. "You don't care about wit.
You care about beating Dom. He was born to privilege while you had to wait for your title to be gifted to your father. It's all a game to you. If it is a game, I've already won. Lord Rochelle sat back with a frown. My status will rise when the gossips print their pages tomorrow. What have you done? They've painted a story of a woman needing saving, a man willing to come to her rescue, and a father who was framed for a crime he didn't commit. He gave a taut smile. And the true story of how Dom was burned. The true story? Her words were barely above a whisper. It was an accident. No, my dear. I have another witness, one who saw Dom light the fire that killed your sister. Lord Rochelle reached for her hand. She recoiled. He arched an eyebrow. My father was caught. Dom had tackled her father to the ground. Lucien de Beaumont was the very thief he'd always been accused of. And worse, he'd been a part of an elaborate scheme to frame Dom, not the other way around. The Baron was innocent. And the evidence is stacking against him. Do not lose hope, my love. I am not your love. Lady Pichon and I have been friends for a long time. She knows how Dom can mistreat women. He waved toward the castle on the hill, hidden under the cloak of night. He snuffed the lamp next to him. And with this new witness, he will not be able to harm you. The carriage swayed. The storm gathered strength. Lord Rochelle. Nicholas. He squeezed her hand. I beg of you, call me Nicholas. Give me a chance to make you happy. Tom is innocent, she pulled back. I was there that night. Lord Rochelle leaned forward, his hand gripping her arm. And so was I. Chapter 29. Dominic Pichon, Chirk. Dom's carriage sped down the road, the ride rough and bouncy. He regretted taking the carriage, wishing he'd taken his gelding. Mrs. Gill had encouraged the boxy contraption for Georgiana's comfort, neither knowing if Georgiana could ride a horse back to Chirk. Dozens of scenarios ploughed through Dom's brain, each vying for attention. He willed the horses to go faster. He should have spoken to Georgiana instead of going to bed. He should have left his mother in London with the magistrate. He should have told Georgiana how he felt. Dozens of other regrets ran through Dom's mind. Thunder clapped above him, and lightning crackled across the sky and lit up the night. The storm would erase the tracks of whoever had taken Georgiana. Dom could not give up. His own father never stopped chasing his mother. She would leave for months at a time, snubbing her nose at the distant castle in Chirk. She preferred shinier companions and livelier entertainment than the barony could ever hold. Dom would never stop searching for Georgiana, not until she was safe. They curved around a bend in the road. A light appeared, a beacon in the dark of night. It held Dom's focus and his breath. The light gave him hope. As he came closer, the outline of a carriage faded into view. A lamp inside was lit, the door flapping open in the wind. Dom descended the steps of his carriage before the driver fully stopped. "Georgiana!" Dom shouted into the night. He ran to the flapping door, but froze, Smith on his heels. There was no driver, no horses. The carriage was abandoned, only the lamp inside still lit. Had someone fled on horseback? Dom pushed at the lamp's fastenings, angling the light. 2 horses were tied to a stump off the side behind the road. Twisting the lamp, Dom could see another set of wheels heading towards Gwyneth. 2 sets of ropes were left on the floor, and a letter addressed to Christian. Georgiana had been in the carriage. Relief coursed through him. She was safe. At least, she had been moments before. Dom searched the inside, finding a train ticket stub from yesterday.
Whoever had come arrived via train. Fear crept in. This was a planned attack. And Georgiana's captor was on the move, and with enough means to hire a carriage or two. This one was abandoned. There must have been another ride waiting for them, rushing them to the train station. Dom opened the envelope, pausing for only a moment before reading. He didn't want to pry. That was a sin he'd rather not glean from his mother. But Dom needed information. He waited another beat, praying Georgiana would forgive him. He skimmed, guilt seeping into his bones with each passing sentence. Georgiana grieved for her family and wrote to her brother of her loneliness. She was worried Lucien was in over his head in whatever scheme he'd fallen prey to. Georgiana confessed to stealing a letter written in French from Lucien's room. She couldn't read the language and worried that Lucien was the criminal she feared.
"Christian, I cannot fix this. I promised Mother, but I need to leave."
Leave? Georgiana was leaving Chirk. Dom stood on the edge of the road, unsure if he should be following her. He'd thought she was taken, but what if she'd left of her own accord? The envelope in his hand was meant for Christian. The telegraph was from him. Dom read the date of the letter and checked the envelope once more. She'd written the letter when Dom was in London, and the post was never stamped. Christian had never received the letter. But who and why would someone take Georgiana? She was not of noble birth. Her family would not pay a ransom. They had nothing to offer. "Master Pichon," Dom's driver asked, his teeth chattering. The weather was turning cold. Smith nodded to Dom. "She wouldn't leave like this, my lord." "Gwyneth. We ride to Gwyneth." Without another word, they were barrelling down the road toward the station housing both train and coach platforms. Whoever took Georgiana wouldn't wait for a train. He would trade coaches once more and keep going. Her captor wanted her gone, and quickly. If the person was the tailor, the third party Victoria spoke of, he would take Georgiana to London and use her as bait for Lucien. The locksmith showed regret with his choices. He might have needed motivation to continue his work, whatever his part might have been. But if the captor was Nicholas, he would head for the church, special licence in hand, or Scotland for an anvil wedding. If Nicholas bribed a blacksmith to marry them over his anvil, Georgiana would be lost to him forever. Dom wouldn't be able to track Georgiana down if he had to cover both the northern and southern routes. He gripped the edge of the bench. With every creak of the carriage and eager footfall of the horses, Dom debated which way to go. In what felt like days, they slid to a stop at the western tip of Gwyneth Station. Dom jumped from the carriage and pointed to the driver. "Find out the next train going north." He motioned to the footman. "One of you, cover the south departures. And Smith, you come with me. We'll meet at the coach station with what information you could find." He ran to the coach platform on the outskirts of the train post, Smith on his heels. There were several coaches standing by with only one set of horses being harnessed. Dom pulled a stable boy to the side, a hand on his shoulder. "When does this coach leave?" The boy stumbled back, murmuring,
"I'm doing it as quick as I can."
"I'll give you 20 pence if you go slower." Dom pulled out his coins. "I'll double that if you tell me where this coach is headed." The boy laughed. "Nobody tells me nothing, sir. I haven't got the foggiest idea where Mr. High and Mighty wants to go." "What does he look like?" Dom held out the coins, wincing as the boy whistled. He was teasing, oblivious to Dom's panic. "I didn't look at him much, but the lady was a proper bit of frock." The stable boy tossed a frown over his shoulder. "'Tween you and me, she didn't like him much." "Nicholas." Dom sighed with relief. He could handle the Earl. Stopping a wedding was a far cry from intervening in a French coup. "He was utterly crushed on her," the boy chuckled. "He couldn't see her grimace every time he tried to touch her." "Touch her?" Dom hated the anger in his voice. Georgiana wasn't his to claim. Not yet. "Aye." The stable boy took a few steps back and leaned against the horse post. "He was grabbing for her hand, or her shoulder. She kept moving out the way." He shrugged.
Not sure if they're headed to Scotland or not. If you're our brother, better make it quick."
"Where are they waiting?" Dom hadn't seen a light on in the coach station. The boy pointed to the cars lining the edge of the train platform.
"It's a bit warmer in there. I'm supposed to grab 'em when I'm ready."
Blast it all. Nicholas would have seen him pass by on the way to the coach station.
"Just telling you what I know, sir."
"Thank you," Dom murmured. He motioned for Smith to follow. Out of the boy's earshot, Dom said to Smith, "Make sure that coach stays here." Lord Rochelle was always persistent, but rest assured, Mr. Beaumont will outwit him. Smith was right. She would never surrender, not to Dom's foolishness, nor to Nicholas's brutish attempts at matrimony. Staying in the shadows, Dom crept closer to the train station, listening for any sounds of movement. In the back courtyard, where the platform was hidden in the shadows, Dom heard tense whispering. He inched closer. "Send this. I don't care what you have to do, just make sure the telegraph is sent." Nicholas. The voice was his. Dom would recognize it anywhere. Someone else fidgeted in the dark.
"This wasn't part of the plan."
The stranger was a London man, the accent posh. He was either high-born or had adopted a nobleman's manner of speaking. Either way, Dom would know him. "It'll buy us time and get him where we need him to be." Nicholas moved farther from where Dom hid. "Just do it. I'll bring Georgiana in the morning." The stranger sighed and left, walking past Dom's hiding spot toward the coach. Dom didn't catch the man's face, only that he was of average height and build. Nothing that would help Dom identify him in the daylight. Nicholas walked farther into the shadows. Light on his feet, Dom followed, keeping to the periphery. Nicholas paused and looked over his shoulder. Dom froze. Nicholas picked up his pace, jogging to the end of the platform. The last train car. He pulled something from his pocket. Something silver flashed in the moonlight, and walked inside. Dom rushed in from behind, pushing through the door. Nicholas whirled around, a gun in his hand.
"Who are... Dom?"
"Where is she?" Dom towered over the Earl. The compartment was similar to the one Dom and Georgiana had ridden in weeks before, aside from the padlock laying unhooked on the floor. Nicholas's gaze flicked to the lock.
"Who are you referring to?"
He cocked the gun.
"As you can see, I am alone."
"You are the only person who knew Georgiana was at my home." Dom didn't miss the slight tremor in Nicholas's hand. He wasn't used to handling a gun. Either that or Dom made him nervous. Nicholas smirked.
"And there you are, wrong again, Lord Pichon."
He sniffed at Lord. This was not the friend Dom had known, but a return of the man who'd written to Dom's mother, Lady Pichon.
"How am I wrong?"
Dom circled Nicholas, keeping an eye on the Earl while searching for signs of Georgiana.
"There are a handful of people that knew exactly where Georgiana was."
He emphasized her name, just like he'd done with Lord.
"The Royal Committee is not as loyal as your beloved cousin would believe."
"She knows of the tailor, Nicholas." Dom needed to warn Victoria. He'd not thought of Nicholas as any real threat until now. If Nicholas was involved with Lucien and Lady Pichon, the Earl was in over his head. Nicholas was a betting man and rarely won, without cheating.
"The Queen doesn't know who the tailor is."
Nicholas grinned, his eyes flitting to the floor where another lock stood. He must have locked both doors.
"She picked your locks."
Dom couldn't help but grin. The little chit was a treasure indeed. Dom swelled with pride. Nicholas aimed his gun at Dom's chest. He tilted his head and closed an eye, the wrong one. If he pulled the trigger, he'd shoot blind.
"We're to be married, Dom. She didn't want to have to tell."
"Why her?" Dom inched closer. It would take a simple punch to the elbow and the gun would drop. Nicholas would be harmless without a weapon. He was never a fighter, and never would be.
"You've chased enough skirts.
Why the locksmith's daughter? She's not your concern any more. The laws have changed, Nicholas. You can't force her to marry you. It wasn't a complete lie. A simple bribe to a blacksmith and the Earl could trap Georgiana. A flicker of light appeared just outside the window. Not even Lucien will be able to coerce her. Georgiana will do anything for her family. Nicholas's gaze went to the window, then back to Dom. Her father knows the world is changing. Soon Georgiana will know as well. You'd have to find her first. She won't have you, Dom, Nicholas chuckled, a wild glint in his eye. I wouldn't have been able to snatch her up if she'd stayed with you. But she didn't. She doesn't want you. She ran from you and your hideous face. Dom kicked at the lock on the floor. She ran from you as well. She will be my wife. Nicholas's voice rose, the gun trembling in his hand. Dom swatted at Nicholas's hand. The gun went off. Dom shoved the Earl backwards. The gun fired again. Someone screamed from outside. Nicholas pulled the gun back in line, aiming it at Dom's chest. Stop right there. Dom ducked, swiping the Earl's legs from out from under him. Nicholas pulled the trigger. Pain shot through Dom's shoulder, sending him back. Dom kicked wildly at the Earl, his boot making contact with Nicholas. Dom heard his name in the distance. And then nothing. Chapter 30. Georgiana de Beaumont. Gwyneth. Georgiana had picked both locks of the train car the moment Lord Rochelle had left her alone. It had taken her longer than normal, her hands trembling. Lord Rochelle's words had haunted her. He'd admitted to being at the barn, to luring Philippa. Grief threatened to crowd her mind. For years, Georgiana had borne the guilt of her sister's death. She'd watched her father numb himself with work. The family had buried a mother and a sister in less than a year. Lord Rochelle had admitted to being in the barn as if it were nothing, a mere inconvenience. But that night had changed Georgiana's life, and Dom's. The second the lock hit the floor, Georgiana had run, until the sound of a gunshot made her stop. Fear paralyzed her. Men arguing pulled her back. She thought she heard Dom's voice, but that was impossible. He wouldn't know she'd left yet. He wouldn't be here. She'd gone in the middle of the night. The morning had not yet come. Dom couldn't have read her farewell letter yet. Even if he knew Georgiana was gone, he'd never suspect Lord Rochelle intervening. And yet she returned to the train car. The argument became louder. You'd have to find her first. Dom's voice called to her, wrapping around her like a hug. He was here. He'd come for her. With heavy steps she came closer, no longer hiding in the shadows. Courage slowly made its way toward her, seeping down her spine. She stood tall as she neared the train car. Dom's imposing silhouette was framed in the doorway. Another gunshot pierced the air. Georgiana ran forward. Dom shouted. She rushed inside, her pulse racing. Lord Rochelle was falling, his back sliding down the opposite wall, his mouth open in shock, blood trickling down a split lip and swelling nose. In painfully slow movements, the gun fell from his limp hands. He stared above her with vacant eyes. The gun tumbled toward Georgiana. At her side, Dom crumpled, blood spreading from his shoulder. She grabbed the gun and spun around, Dom's eyes wide. Dom! She shook him. The silhouettes of 2 men and a boy ran to the train car. She held up the gun, unsure how to use it. Stay where you are! Master Pichon. Smith appeared at the doorway, another footman behind him. He's been shot. Relief flooded her. In a blur, the footman helped load Dom into the carriage, Georgiana wincing at every movement Dom made. She slid onto the bench, Dom's head in her lap, and Lord Rochelle on the opposite bench, his hands and feet tied. Lord Rochelle stirred. The carriage rocked and lurched along the road toward the castle. Dom didn't moan. He just lay on the bench, becoming more pale by the moment. "He will survive," the Earl murmured with swollen lips. "You're awake?" Georgiana wasn't quite ready to speak to the Earl. She'd been tempted to leave him in the train car, bound and helpless. But her worry was on Dom. She needed him more than she could ever admit. Lord Rochelle groaned. His nose had doubled in size, and the tender skin below his eye was turning blue. "Do not worry. I am fine." "I am not worried." Georgiana stroked Dom's hair off his forehead, tracing the scar down along his temple. She'd abandoned her blood-soaked gloves after fiddling once more with the wrap around his shoulder. The bleeding had slowed, but she wasn't quite sure it had stopped. The stable boy said he would send for a doctor to the castle. She prayed a surgeon would greet them. "He will be fine, Georgiana." The affection was gone from Lord Rochelle's voice. "At least for now." "For now?" She looked up at the Earl. "Because you've slandered him in the papers, or because you tried to frame him for treason with his own mother? How do you think he'll be fine?" She motioned to Dom's shoulder, her voice breaking. "How can you not see the blood? You've injured him beyond reason. And for what? What did he ever do to you?" "Only you would ask that," Lord Rochelle scoffed. "He was a baron and touted his privilege. I was only allowed to eat the crumbs he'd left for me." "You're an earl," she snapped. "Go, have all the privilege you want. Take your pretty face and dance the night away with all the debutantes." "You don't get it." "How revelatory," Georgiana murmured. "What else will you enlighten me with?" She reached for Dom's hand and threaded her fingers through his. "Please be well." She needed him to be okay. She'd lost Philippa to the fire, her mother to cholera. She would not lose Dom. She could not lose another. She could not fail. "You still have a chance," Lord Rochelle whispered. "This is not over." "I still have a chance at what?" She could not believe her ears. The Earl smirked. "This is bigger than Dom and his cousin. There are more people at play here, more than even the Queen knows about. Her biggest threat is right under her nose." "It must be difficult for you, Lord Rochelle." Georgiana squeezed Dom's hand. "I would rather be a servant in Dom's castle than be a wife to you." "I don't think I've made myself very clear." "I might not know much of the laws, but I know I can't be forced to marry you. My father can't force me, and neither can you." With his hands bound, Lord Rochelle inched to the edge of the bench. "And there you are wrong, little Georgie. Whether you liked it or not, I had arranged for you to become a countess. One poor blacksmith was all it would take." "You're lying." She would still have to say yes. That was the law. She swallowed the rising doubt. Lord Rochelle grinned and narrowed his eyes. "You could scream and cry all you want, but nothing is more painful than watching your children starve. The blacksmith would be paid and his children's bellies would be full." He shook his head when Georgiana opened her mouth. "Listen carefully. Your father is a traitor. He's in the Queen's care. How do you think that happened?" "You and I both know he was in Dom's London home." The Earl grimaced at Dom. "How do you think I became involved? How do you think my father was suddenly nominated to become an earl? This isn't over, my darling. I will not be tried for treason, not for any crime." "If Dom dies, his blood will be on your hands. The Queen will see to it that you'll hang." Georgiana couldn't hide the tremor in her voice. There was a stillness surrounding the Earl that unnerved her. He was far too confident. Lord Rochelle tusked. "She cannot see at all if she is dead." Fear stole her voice. She squeezed Dom's hand. He wasn't awake, but his presence gave her strength.
Why would you be worth saving? If there are powerful players supposedly directly under the Queen's nose, why would they show their hand to rescue you? I was the one who presented you to the Queen. I was the one she'd requested to deliver you. I, and I alone, am one of those powerful players. He leaned forward, his swollen lips softening the warning in his words. Your father obeys me, Miss de Beaumont. I am the only one who chooses how long his life is. You are lying. Georgiana's heart raced. She was speaking with a murderer. He stretched his neck, leaning his head from one side to the next. I tried to be nice. I tried courting you. Same with Dom. He jutted his chin toward the Baron. I even had to deal with his horrible nature. I became friends with the right people at the right time. Lord Rochelle shrugged. But your father was never the saint you believe him to be. He was there that night in the barn. So was Philippa. And when all this is said and done, Dom will be the one to take the fall. He nodded to Georgiana, and possibly your father. But that depends on you. Well, I suppose it depends on someone's ability to pick locks. My father doesn't pick locks. It wasn't the full truth. He could only pick simple locks. He'd been impressed with Georgiana's skill, admitting to her that she'd surpassed him. Lord Rochelle laughed, the sound eerie in the dark carriage. Do you understand my reason for wanting to marry you now? The carriage came to a sudden halt, the door swung open, and hands carried Dom away. Lord Rochelle sat there, calm and smiling. A chill froze Georgiana in place. Do you understand my reason for wanting to marry you? The pieces slid together. Lord Rochelle was never interested in her as a person. He'd been interested in her abilities. She'd barely escaped his grasp. If Dom hadn't come for her, she could have become the Earl's wife. She swallowed the thought. Mr. Beaumont. Mrs. Gill grabbed her hands. Mr. Beaumont, come inside, dear. Her voice shook Georgiana from her stupor. Lord Pichon wants the Earl under arrest. She lies. Lord Rochelle shook his head, a warning in his eyes. He shot Lord Pichon, Mrs. Gill. Georgiana's voice broke, her mind replaying Dom falling to the ground. Go inside, my dear. I'll call the magistrate. The housekeeper gently pushed Georgiana toward the castle. Don't call the magistrate. Dom doesn't know who to trust. It was a little white lie. Georgiana was the one who didn't know who to trust. Lord Rochelle's influence reached her father, and the post office was abandoned. Her letters were never mailed to Christian. Someone in the town was bribed. She didn't want Lord Rochelle to alert the others, whoever he'd spoken of. Georgiana was guided into the castle. Dom was splayed on his desk in the study, the surgeon cutting open his shirt. Georgiana stood by, her heart leaping to her throat. A web of scars stretched the entire length of his torso and left arm. Some looked to be suture scars, while others were uneven terrain from a powerful fire. Covering her mouth, Georgiana inched closer. Dom had been burned and butchered. It's a clean shot with an entrance and exit wound. The surgeon's voice was soft, but his hands were steady. He stitched him up after dipping his tools into carbolic acid. When Georgiana gasped at the smell, the doctor whispered, It'll keep the wound clean. She shook her head. The smell reminded Georgiana of her stay in the hospital, caring for her sister. Some memories were hard to erase. What can I do? Smith and Dom's butler moved the Baron to the sofa. The doctor packed up his tools and offered her a bottle. Watch for fevers. Give him willow bark. The next few days will be the hardest. What do you mean, the hardest? The first rays of the early morning sun began peeking into the window. Georgiana wasn't ready to greet a new day. The world couldn't move on when Dom was listless. The physician stretched and yawned.
It was a clean shot, but there's always a risk of infection, especially when a body's already been assaulted as heavily as his. Georgiana dipped her head. She'd seen the scars. Her gaze went to her naked hands. The pain she'd felt all those years ago in the hospital seemed silly. Dom's injuries were so much worse. He had every reason to hate her. "I'll be back tomorrow evening." The physician grunted at the window. "I suppose it's actually this evening. Give him broth when he wakes and keep that willow bark in him." Georgiana nodded and brought a chair next to the sofa. She grabbed Dom's scarred hand and placed it between hers, one smooth and one marred. A tear fell down her cheek. Her father was under arrest by her country and under the thumb of a traitor. With Christian out at sea, Georgiana was very much alone. Her only friend lay in front of her. Once the castle quieted, Georgiana sent a flurry of telegraphs to the Queen and wiped down his desk, the makeshift operating table. She stepped back. Her heel crunched something. Kneeling, she found Dom's waistcoat watch, a bullet in the centre. She cradled the watch against her chest. It had saved his life. She'd heard the gun go off at least twice, but Dom had only been shot once. She set to work prying open the back and plucking the bullet. As the sun began to rise, then set, Georgiana heard the tick of the watch once more. She wiped her cheek, glancing sheepishly around the room. Mrs. Gill had brought a tray of food and a blanket covering Dom. The soft light of the setting sun bathed Dom in an otherworldly glow. Palming the watch, she came to the sofa and curled into Dom's chest. The sheer size of the man should inspire fear, but not for Georgiana. The man who once interrogated her had given her something no one else had. Dominic Pichon was home. He was safety. She wiped a tear off her cheek. She loved the insufferable brute. Chapter 31. Dominic Pichon, Chirk. The haze of painkillers muddied Dom's mind. He blinked, the afternoon light piercing his eyes. His body ached. The memory of last night came slowly. Lord Rochelle. He'd tried taking Georgiana. Dom had punched the Earl several times. He flexed his hands. Dom felt the warmth of a body next to him. He tilted his head to the right. Georgiana's toffee-coloured hair was splayed on his chest, her face tucked against his frame. A tenderness Dom had never felt before spread through him. He wrapped his arm around her, his hand over hers. A bandage peeked out from his cut shirt. The surgeon must have come. He felt the panic, his breathing shallow. He waited for the unbearable pain, but found only his shoulder hurting. He squeezed his eyes shut. For once, he'd tangoed with a surgeon and not drowned in agony. Dom glanced down and shivered. Georgiana would have seen the extent of his old scars. The burn ran the entire length of the left side of his body. And yet, she was snuggled up to him. Mrs. Gill came bustling in with a tray with tea and scones. "Oh, Master Pichon, you're awake." He only nodded, too nervous to wake Georgiana. "She's exhausted, poor thing." Mrs. Gill was a bit too chipper for such a day. "She's not left your side for days." "Days?" Dom had only gone last night in search of her. "Your body was fighting a fever." She set the tray on the desk. "She refused to speak to your other guests." "My mother," Dom whispered. "And the Earl?" "Lord Rochelle," Dom groaned. Georgiana stirred. Dom froze. He wasn't ready for her to move, for her to wake up and realize he was the one holding her. This would be just a dream, a memory that he would hold on to for years to come. For a moment, he'd held a delicate beauty in his arms. "Mr. Beaumont has requested they be kept separate." At her name, Georgiana raised her head from off Dom's good shoulder and blinked at the light in the room.
Mrs. Gill.
Dom cooed in her ear. Rest, love. Georgiana lifted her torso, her eyes wide.
Dom.
Mrs. Gill, might I request a private word with Miss de Beaumont? Dom waited for his housekeeper to scurry from the room, a suspicious smile on her face. Once the door shut, he lifted his right hand and tucked an errant strand of hair behind Georgiana's ear. She swallowed hard.
You're awake.
A delightful blush crept up her neck. She patted her hair and froze. Her gaze flicked to her hand by her temple, her left hand, scarred and ungloved. Her eyes went wide, her blush deepened. She jumped off the sofa and gave an awkward curtsy.
I beg your pardon, Lord Pichon.
Georgiana. Dom reached for her, wincing at the pain. Please, wait. She paused but didn't turn around. Look at me, please. Dom's breath was shallow, his shoulder throbbing fiercely. The most piercing pain was how she'd addressed him as Lord Pichon. He couldn't go back to formality. His affections were far too deep. Please. Georgiana turned, her left hand hiding in her pocket. Her shoulders were hunched and her gaze on her shoes. Dom held out his hand. She didn't move. Please, Georgiana, give me your hand, he whispered. She held out her right hand, still not meeting his gaze. Your left hand. Dom shifted, trying to get closer. She didn't budge. Grunting, he moved a leg off the sofa. Her eyes shot to his.
What are you doing? Stay still.
Give me your hand. His voice was strained, but he reached for her. The one that matches mine. Georgiana's breath hitched. She shook her head. With a groan, Dom scooted towards the edge. The room dizzied. She rushed to him, her delicate hands on his chest, pushing him back.
Stay down.
Dom covered her hands with his thumb rubbing her skin. I want to hold your hand. She tensed. Biting her lip, she looked away. Georgiana. He needed her near. Her eyes flitted about like a doe wary of a predator. She pulled a letter from her pocket and set it on the sofa by his hand, backing away.
You should know that I stole this from my father's desk. I tried to look up the crest, but it wasn't until I came here that I realized it was yours. Or rather, your old one. I cannot read French, and I do not know who it's addressed to, but I knew something wasn't right with my father.
Her lips trembled.
I don't know where to go from here. I don't know what is going to happen to him, or to me. I only know that Lord Rochelle is much more involved than I thought him possible.
It's addressed to Le Tailleur, French for the tailor. Dom slid a finger along the seal. It was my former seal, and the address is Parliament. Lord Rochelle had said there was another traitor right under the Queen's nose.
That could have meant my father.
She tucked her chin, shame in her hunched shoulders.
Or he could be referring to himself. He needs someone who can pick locks.
I believe your father was regretting his choices. He pulled the letter from the envelope. Georgiana, this letter is giving instructions to Nicholas. This implicates him specifically. We still don't know who this tailor person is, but Nicholas was very much a part of the scheme. Not a leader, but definitely a player. He glanced up, hating what he was about to say. Your father is also mentioned, as is my mother, and 2 other lords. Georgiana turned from him.
I am sorry.
Hey, now. Dom didn't care. He would do anything to see her smile again. Look at me. This changes nothing. Her hands fell to her side.
How can you say that? That letter is evidence. My father's life is over. Your mother's as well.
I meant for us, he said softly. Georgiana inhaled sharply, her gaze back on the floor.
Dominic Pichon! His mother's shrill voice pierced the room. She sauntered in, an exhausted housekeeper behind her. "It's all right, Mrs. Gill. My mother can speak for a moment." "And the prodigal son returns." Lady Pichon looked down her nose at Georgiana. "With his sins intact." "She is not the criminal, mother," Dom warned. He struggled to sit up while Georgiana seemed to shrink in front of him, her left hand behind her back. He held up the letter. "But I know who is." Lady Pichon rolled her eyes and placed a hand on her hip. "Do you really think a piece of paper could change what is about to happen?" "If a man hides behind a name, why would he risk his true identity to save you?" Dom tucked the letter back in the envelope. He needed to speak with Victoria. "Because there's a bigger plan at play." "Does this tailor have need of you still?" Dom waved Mrs. Gill into the room. "He is close to the Queen and knows my old seal is compromised. What use could you still be?" Lady Pichon lifted her chin. "I am a baroness." "He's going to tie up loose ends, mother." Dom's head began spinning once more. He wouldn't be able to talk for much longer. "I would tell Victoria all that you know. Beg for mercy." "All I did was deliver letters." She adjusted her gloves. "That is hardly criminal." "Then why would the tailor need to rescue you at all?" With Mrs. Gill's help, Dom sat up. "Are you scared of this man or the Queen?" His mother narrowed her gaze. "I will say nothing. You might have won this round, but there are too many players in this game for you to win the battle." "Perhaps we should send you to Australia. If the tailor wants you back, he can send for you." Lady Pichon recoiled, her gaze flicking between Georgiana and him. "Is this your idea?" "No, my lady." Georgiana shook her head. "I would never split a family apart." She nodded to Dom and escaped the room, taking his heart with her. Chapter 32. Georgiana de Beaumont, Chirk. The afternoon sun gave a rare appearance while Georgiana paced the courtyard, the castle feeling more like a cage every day. Servants and castles were not something Georgiana was born to, nor was it a life she aspired to achieve. She'd felt the guilt for what her father, what her family, accident or not, had done to Dom. Lord Pichon, she chided herself. He was a baron, and she was no one. The admission stung. She loved him. Even if he was a prince and she a princess, Georgiana would have found a way to unwittingly hurt him. Like a curse, she couldn't stop hurting those she loved. She couldn't protect them. She felt untethered and helpless. Georgiana couldn't leave Dom, and yet she knew she shouldn't stay. It had been a little easier avoiding Dom the last few days. His cousin had sent for both Lady Pichon and the Earl. 20 guards and 2 separate carriages carrying Lord Rochelle and Lady Pichon back to London had allowed Georgiana to sleep well for the first time in months. Although it didn't stop Lady Pichon from screaming at Dom through her carriage window the entire ride down the hill. Georgiana had received word her father was responding well to a lung treatment, the reason for his wheezing. Victoria had been suspiciously kind in her letter to Georgiana, giving updates on her father's health. Georgiana suspected the tenderness had been from Dom's influence. She didn't know the fate of her father just yet. The Queen had withheld the trial for him, opting instead for further investigation on the Earl and Dom's mother. Georgiana had a sneaky suspicion that Dom was, once again, the instigator for the mercy. Georgiana closed her eyes and turned her face to the sun, relishing the rare moment of warmth. She'd decided this morning that she would let go. She would let the Queen or even fate step in for her father. And with Christian. Georgiana hadn't been able to find the letters and didn't have the heart to tell him all that had happened. She missed him. But more than anything, she missed her life before everything had fallen apart. She still grieved for her mother and sister, but Georgiana would find her own path.
If Christian was at her side, he'd be proud. At least, she hopes. Georgiana had built a reputation for fixing gadgets in London, but the city wasn't safe for her. She had no doubt that Victoria would set her country back to rights, but at the present Georgiana couldn't be there. America was becoming more tempting with each passing day, but she didn't want to interfere with Christian's future. Georgiana needed to make her own mark. The sun snuck behind a cloud, and Georgiana opened her eyes once more. Since long before she could remember, she was tasked with taking care of her siblings. She was suddenly without a goal or a task. Even now, she aimlessly paced the courtyard, drawn to the busy construction in the Pichon's family cemetery. She placed a hand on the cold stone fence. The snap of a twig breaking startled her. She spun around. Dom stood behind her, his arm in a sling. His scarred face was in the shadows of the castle wall. Her heart sank a little. His scars meant something to her, a bond that Georgiana shared with no one else. Instinctively, she flexed her hand. His gaze flicked to her left glove. She felt the warmth of a blush. He'd seen her scars and asked to hold her marred hand. "Have I finally scared you?" Dom asked softly. She peered up at him just as the sun decided to shine down. With hesitant steps, he circled her, his frame blocking the rays. "Shall I insult you or your family?" Georgiana stepped back. "Why would you do that?" His lips quirked. "I'd rather have some sort of conversation with you. We started off sparring, and if I can't have you nestled against my chest, I'd settle for another battle of wits." Her heart ached.
"Dom, Lord Pichon, I'm so sorry."
2 workers came up, sweat dripping from their brows. "Master Pichon, we're ready for your inspection." Georgiana was grateful. She wasn't ready to confess her thoughts. Dom's touch had become a balm. The idea of carving a future without him sent her heart racing. She knew the time would come soon, but not yet. "Miss de Beaumont is the one who needs to inspect." Dom nodded to the workers but held out a hand to her, a devilish smile on his lips. She shook her head, not trusting her voice. He was so close. The temptation to lean into him grew. He was steady and safe, and Georgiana needed to stop flirting with fantasy. "The work was done for you, love." Dom's low voice washed over her like a caress. "Come, please."
"For me?"
She wouldn't take his offered arm, but walked with him to the far side of the cemetery. She ignored Dom's searching gaze and kept her eyes on her feet. "Georgiana." He stopped short, motioning to 2 gravestones. His jaw was tight and his back rigid.
"What is it?"
She came to his side, a hand on his arm. He covered her hand with his. "Go, look." Tentatively, she stepped forward. Etched into the first stone was Philippa de Beaumont. The second read, Euphemia de Beaumont. Her vision blurred. She swallowed hard. She blinked back the tears. "I had them brought here." There was a question in his voice. "You promised your mother you'd keep the family together, and you accused me of not knowing the pain of a mass grave." Her mind blanked. She struggled to breathe. Her family was here. Her mother and sister. She sank to her knees, her legs failing her. She bent over the names. Her tears fell on the stones. Dom was at her side, cooing in her ear. "I'm so sorry, Georgiana. I didn't mean to hurt you. Please forgive me." She turned to him.
"You brought my family to me."
Gently, he wiped her tears. She leaned into his touch and closed her eyes, wishing this was truly happening, that it wasn't a dream. "Look at me, Georgiana." She opened her eyes and cradled his scarred face. He pulled her hand down.
One by one, he freed her fingers from the glove.
"Don't, Dom."
She shivered, a blush forming. He didn't need to see her old wounds. He pulled her scarred hand to his lips. "You're beautiful, Georgiana. All of you."
She shook her head. "How can you say that? I know what you think of burns."
"My burns, love. I hated my burns." He kissed her hand and placed it back on his face.
I don't know what to say."
He grinned, a knowing glint in his eye. "Do you concede?"
"Never."
A nervous laugh escaped.
"I will always win our battles."
"I know that I am not whole." Dom hesitated, his gaze searching. "I know that I have no right to ask anything of you." He cradled her jaw and brought his forehead against hers. "You, Georgiana. I need you." She shook her head.
"You're just saying that because—"
"Because I love you."
"You're a gentleman. You're trying to do the right thing. And that's very selfless."
Dom sat back, chuckling. "My dear, I am very selfish. Just ask my cousin." He smirked. "And my mother." There was a gulf between them. Georgiana's birth and rank was a world away from Dom's.
"I know what is expected of your life. I would not be accepted. Not to mention—"
"I don't give a bloody fig for what the ton thinks," Dom growled, then sighed. "Oh, blast it all. I just want to love you, to take care of you." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Why can't I just do that without cursing?" A smirk crossed her lips. "I cannot promise you a life without tempers." Dom brought her hand to his lips. "I am no saint, but I will love you. All of you."
"I am the daughter of a traitor," she whispered.
"I am the son of a traitor." He squeezed her hand to reassure her. "Beyond that, Georgiana, I do not care what your father did." Gingerly, he gathered her on his lap.
"Are you hurt?"
she whispered, her hand gripping his shirt. "I will be if you leave." She stiffened and tucked her chin.
"How did you know?"
"I've come to know your mind, at least as much as any man can know a woman's." Dom threaded his hand through hers, his thumb tracing her scars. "Marry me, Georgiana de Beaumont." Her gaze snapped to his.
"Are you mad? Did you not hear what I said? We're worlds—"
"I think I'm the one who's supposed to accuse you." Dom smiled and cradled her jaw. "I don't care what your father did. My mother is just as guilty. There is so much we do not know yet. My cousin believes we will uncover many more lies before we find the truth of the plan." He leaned in. "But more than anything, I love you. I love that you bear the same scars I do. I have lived for too long in this castle alone with my thoughts. Not until you gave me a proper tongue-lashing at Buckingham Palace have I begun to live."
"A proper tongue-lashing?"
Georgiana curled into him. Warmth surrounded her.
"I believe it was a battle of wits."
"You spent your life holding your family together." He kissed her temple. She lifted her head. He kissed her nose. "Let me hold you for a change." Delightful shivers danced along her skin.
"What if I'm difficult to hold?"
she whispered, his breath on her lips. "I'm counting on it." He kissed her, softly, gently. She smiled against his lips.
"What if you become difficult?"
Dom shrugged. "Then shoot me."
"Ah!"
Georgiana struggled to get out of his lap.
"That's a horrible thing to say at a time like this."
Chuckling, Dom pulled her back in. He kissed her forehead. "Marry me, Georgiana." She wrapped her arms around him, needing to feel his steadiness. He brushed his lips against hers. She broke the kiss, whispering, "You're supposed to be a brute." Dom pulled her hand back to his lips, grinning. He kissed each finger and said, "And you're supposed to be a thief." Georgiana tilted her head, eyeing him. "What if I still want to work on gadgets?" "You can have a castle full of machines for all I care." He winked. Under the soft afternoon sun, the scars faded to nothing. Georgiana's heart skipped a beat. She held her breath. The sun shifted and Dom's scars were back in place. The flutter of panic was gone. She curled into him and gripped his shirt. "Yes, Dom. My answer is yes." Epilogue. Georgiana de Beaumont, London. Alone, in the gilded room of St. James's, Georgiana had only a few minutes to spare. She'd already placed the last few watches in the parcel. She no longer worried about maintaining reputations or if she had enough work. She now tinkered with gadgets for the sheer pleasure of figuring out how the world worked, or, like today, to calm her nerves. She slipped the last watch into the palm of her hand. Just a few months before, Georgiana had plucked a bullet from the interior while Dom fought a fever in his study. She'd sent for a new crystal and face, complete with freshly painted numbers. The crest engraved on the back was a lion on the left and a phoenix on the right. Dom wore his new crest as a ring, but with this watch he would once again have a reminder of his father. In just a few moments, she would no longer be Georgiana de Beaumont, but Lady Pichon, a baroness. The act of becoming Dom's wife would strip his mother of her title, a fact his mother never ceased to remind Georgiana of. Both Lady Pichon and Georgiana's father were under house arrest at St. James's. Neither were allowed to leave, nor were they allowed any written communication. Dom, true to his word, had arranged for their wedding to take place in the royal chapel across the courtyard. He promised to not deprive Georgiana of her father, at least as much as Dom was legally able to. Lucien de Beaumont was found guilty of treason and would forever remain in the Queen's custody. Lady Pichon's fate was less certain, or rather, she and Lord Rochelle's versions of events were at odds with each other. Until the elusive tailor was brought in, neither would be set free. Georgiana's maid had already left, but Georgiana hadn't looked in the mirror yet. Victoria had lent her a simple dress for the wedding. It was a kind offer, but Georgiana still felt out of place. Her gloves lay on the vanity untouched. She'd wanted to be brave and leave them in the room, an act of defiance. But she didn't know she could face the ridicule. Her left hand and arm were horribly scarred. A knock on the door captured her attention. "I'm coming." She grabbed the gloves and stood. "So, you've become a lady now." Christian stood at the threshold, his hair dishevelled and lightened by months at sea. He'd grown an inch or two, and his chest had filled out. He was no longer the scrappy boy. He'd become a man. Georgiana stared at him, unable to move. She dumbly said, "You were at sea." "I've been called home, Georgie." He smirked. "Don't go all proper on me. Give your brother a hug." She ran to him. With her arms around his chest, she murmured, "You're home." "Aye, your beast of a man said he needs help." His chest rumbled as he spoke. "But I have a healthy suspicion the help has more to do with you." Georgiana poked his chest and stepped back. "You're really home." He shrugged. "Well, someone has to keep an eye on you." "Christian." Her last letter to him detailed all that had gone on. "Father will be here for the wedding." He bristled and straightened his posture. "It's awfully nice of him to attend something. We wouldn't want him to be too inconvenienced." "Chris," she said with a sigh, "I'm sorry." "Not as sorry as your baron will be. Does he know how stubborn you are?" Christian offered his elbow, a twinkle in his eye. Georgiana looped her arm through his, her heart in her throat. She didn't deserve to be this happy. She was a simple daughter of a locksmith, and became the daughter of a traitor. She'd insulted a baron, a member of the Ton, and openly worked on machines. She'd violated society time and again. Together they crossed the courtyard and entered the royal chapel, her gloves clutched in her hand. Dom stood just inside the door, his eyes lit with mischief. She let go of her brother and embraced her baron.
You brought Christian home?
Dom's arms were around her. He gently kissed her forehead. You hold your family while I hold you. Christian cleared his throat. This isn't how weddings are supposed to work, right? Dom cupped Georgiana's chin. When have we ever followed the rules? He ran his thumb across her lips. She held up her gloves. He smiled, his eyes crinkling. He tossed the gloves to the floor and pressed a kiss to her scarred hand. I've never seen a more beautiful hand. Georgiana blinked back tears.
I believe my wits have abandoned me.
Never. Dom winked and looped his arm through hers. Shall we wed? She slipped his watch into his waistcoat.
Yes, I believe it is time.
This has been A Dark Beauty, Victorian Retellings Book 1. Written by Clarissa Kae. Read for you by Deborah Balm. Copyright 2021 by Clarissa Kae. Production copyright by Clarissa Kae.